morning. Welcome to the September 14th meeting of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. Please stand for the flag salute. Thank you. And Mr. Villalobos, items 2 and 3, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, Santa Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcasts of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB TV Channel 20. Today's hearing may also be streamed live on CSB TV's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Now for the roll call, Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Blau. Here. Commissioner Cooney. Here. Commissioner Brooks.
Here.
And Chair Freeney.
Here.
Thank you.
And good morning, Ms. Black. Agenda status report and projection report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Today we have 4 items on your Commission's agenda, and we're ready to move forward with all 4 items. With respect to the projection report, we do have a special hearing next Monday, September 19th, and that hearing is primarily for the winery ordinance update, and we also have the Gaviota Coast Plan parked on that day in the event that you don't finish your business on that today. We've already canceled the September 28th County Planning Commission hearing. On October 5th, we have one item that's a Santa Maria or Santa Barbara hearing. We have one item, a time extension on. I think I would recommend we wait until we get through the planning items today and decide whether or not we need that hearing for any potential continuances. And if we don't, then we will move the item that's on October 5th to October 12th and recommend that you go ahead and cancel that meeting. We do have a hearing on October 12th. That'll be in Santa Maria, and you can see we have several items on that day, but it's not an overwhelmingly full day. October 26th is a Santa Barbara, proposed Santa Barbara hearing. We do have a couple of items on that day as well. And then November 2nd is a Santa Barbara hearing, and we have one item on. November 9th is a Santa Maria hearing, and we have an appeal of the Larner Winery on that day. And then we don't have anything officially projected past that. We do anticipate having a hearing on December 7th and December 14th, assuming that we have items for those 2 days. That's all I had, unless you have questions.
No questions.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Now's the time for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak on items not on today's agenda. And we have one slip here, Mary Beth Kerr.
Good morning, Chairperson Farini, Commissioners Brooks, Cooney, Blau, and Brown. My name is Mary Beth Kerr. I live in Santa Ynez, California, and I'm here to just say a little bit about the winery ordinance hearing that's coming up. I received the staff report, read through that, and there was one public comment letter that I found really summed up a lot of the issues and the concerns that residents have about adding the Tier A 5 to 10 acre properties throughout our valley, because our valley would be greatly impacted. That letter is by Lansing Duncan, and I would just say, please give it a thorough read and thoughtful read. You also will find that you have some public comments that I wrote, and I'm going to write a brief comment this afternoon and make sure it gets off to you guys. We have a lot of concerns about neighborhood compatibility for these properties. And one of the things I wanted to share, because there's blurbs about it in the EIR and stuff, but from, I guess, August of 2012, we started having meetings. And during these meetings, we talked about these issues, about traffic, about neighborhood compatibility, about what is agricultural and what isn't, and looking at tasting rooms. And through that process, we came up with drafts, and then we looked at the plan as it was, and we talked with the planners, and, they had input from the vintners and the wine folks, and then they had vintners from had input from concerned citizens. And those were well-attended meetings, and we went and we spoke our piece and stood up and spoke, even though we were being berated at times by the winery folks about how we were not being good ag neighbors by questioning whether or not we should be living next door to a tasting room, or we should have tasting rooms on roads that we know are unsafe, that we have intersections that are deemed unsafe already, and they're not even, at that time when the traffic studies were done, the casino traffic wasn't even put in. But we talked through these things, and we went back and forth. And attendance was good at those meetings, and especially the tasting room meeting. And there was a lot of input. A lot of folks stood up and said, ag, yes. The vineyard, the growing of the grapes, maybe winery on some, properties, but keep it bigger and keep it out where it doesn't have the impacts that it has in some of the inner rural and rural areas. I'm not an expert on EDRNs, but those would be especially impacted because they take care of their own roads, they take care of their septic systems, they're kind of on their own. But if you put a guest serving entity in there, it just changes the whole thing of that. And for a lot of folks, I've tried hard since this came up on August 3rd, because honestly, I was blindsided and found it rather 11th hour to add that back in when it had been discussed. And we saw drafts from a couple of years ago that said, there's no way to mitigate having, Tier A with a 5-acre, 10-acre thing. There's no way to mitigate all these problems. The EIR says so, and other, folks say so, and that's our belief for the concerned citizens. Then, so it was taken out. And so we didn't keep harping on it because we didn't think that was something that was going to come up. And we found it acceptable to look at 20 and 40-acre parcels, in the rural. But now to have this coming at us, we just want to, make sure that we're heard, that our concerns are met, and that you understand that it was so unexpected that we had talked this out. And the wine people made all their points. All this about having a tasting room and how important it was to we heard that. And we weighed, keeping our country and agricultural against that, and the planners and us, came up with the plan that we did. I appreciate you giving me a chance to speak to you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 7, the Planning Commissioner informational reports. Anybody? No. Item 8, we can move on to the minutes of August 31. Commissioner Cooney.
I'll move approval, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So approved. And item 9.
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, Dr. Russell is on vacation, so I'll give a brief director's report. So I think since our last hearing, there was just the hearing yesterday of the Board of Supervisors, and there was one planning item on, and that was the Vandermeulen appeal of your Planning Commission's determination, which was an appeal of the director's determination. And the board, by a 3-0 vote, upheld your commission's action on that. So that was it at the board. I did want to just alert the board that, or your commission, that there are a number of items coming to the board that I thought you might be interested in. Next Tuesday, the after action report for the Refugio oil spill will be heard by the Board of Supervisors, as will the housing element implementation item for the DR zone district that your commission forwarded to the board. And then on October 4th, the board will be considering a letter to Caltrans supporting the scenic highway designation of the 101 through the Gaviota Coast. On October 11th, the PCEC project will be before the Board of Supervisors. And on November 1st, so the board has changed the location of several of their meetings. So the November 1st meeting was changed yesterday to Santa Maria, and the November 8th hearing will be in Santa Barbara. So on November 1st, we are planning on, assuming your commission finishes your work, taking the winery ordinance to the Board of Supervisors. And on November 8th, again, assuming your commission finishes your work, we're planning on taking the Gaviota Coast Plan to the Board of Supervisors. November 8th, we will also be considering the appeal of the Myers Bridge, item that I think your commission split on. And then we will be taking the department's fees, an update of our fee schedule to the board on either the 1st or the 8th. I'm not sure which day that's going to land on. And then finally, the short-term rental ordinance, so the big three that you've been working on for quite some time. Short-term rental ordinance is going to actually be heard by the Montecito Planning Commission next week. And assuming they're able to finish their work, our intention is to take that to the board on December 6th. So there's quite a lot out there for the board's consideration. One additional item is the Morton appeal of the Browse Barn, and I believe Dr. Russell told your commission that they took some time to try and see if they could negotiate out their appeal issues, and I believe that's coming back to the board on December 6th as well. So I think that's the major items that are projected to go to the board through the end of the year. So that's
Okay,
it.
thank you. And go on to item 1 now. Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Jay Higgins, agent for the owner, Amity Group, LP, to consider case numbers 15 DVP3 and 15 CUP7, applications filed on March 24, 2015, and to adopt the mitigated negative declaration 16 NGD 10 pursuant to state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you. And planning commissioners' visits and ex parte. Commissioner Brown.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been following this project for, I guess years, either through community meetings, discussions with the applicant, his agent. I've done multiple site visits. I did one Monday afternoon. I did one over the weekend. I did one sort of this morning. So I'm very familiar with the site and the project as well.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooney.
Mr. Chair, I've been by this this particular location many times over the years, and just took a drive-by to see its current state.
Great. Okay, thank you. On to the staff report, please.
Mr. Chair, before Ms. Swanson begins her presentation, I need to make one change to the project description. There, is that work? Oh, that one's working. Okay, this is Ann Almy. Before Ms. Swanson begins her presentation, I need to make one change to the project description that comes from a closer read of ordinance provisions related to signs. Specifically, the change being made is to remove the support structure for the pole sign from the project description of the development plan under your consideration today. Section 3538040A1 of the LUDC, the Land Use and Development Code, calls for a comprehensive review of all signs included in the project by the BAR pursuant to a signed certificate of conformance. As you read in your materials, the BAR has commented that they cannot support the pole sign, and of course the applicant wants the pole sign included in the project. However, at this time, it is appropriate for the applicant to work out all sign-related issues, including the pole sign, with the BAR on a comprehensive basis, rather than have your commission review the structure for the pole sign on an ad hoc basis. The sign certificate of conformance is under the jurisdiction of the director and will only be seen by your commission on appeal if there is continued disagreement over the sign after the SBAR and the applicant have worked together and the SBAR and director have taken their action on the sign certificate of conformance. The change to the project description has been presented to the applicant. They accept it. It does not require any changes to your findings, the findings that are in your materials. It does, however, change condition 1 of attachment B1, the conditions of approval for the development plan, as shown on the screen. The project description would simply strike the sentence that says, the support structure of the proposed freestanding pole sign is a part of the proposed development plan. All right?
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I have a question for County Council. Is it inappropriate for us to make a determination as to whether we would approve or not approve the sign and communicate that to the bar? And the reason I ask that question is that I hate to see anybody go through a process that is a lot of time and effort when maybe we could shortcome that. I mean, it's like, for example, if this commission would not approve the pole sign, let's let the applicant know that now, so he doesn't go through the process of meeting with the bar and then the director and then the appeal. Or if we're likely to approve the pole sign, we can communicate that to the BAR. I'm just trying to be customer friendly here.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, since with this proposed change, the sign isn't in front of the Planning Commission currently, I would recommend against sort of foreshadowing what the commission would do on a potential appeal, especially because if the sign was approved or denied and appealed to the Planning Commission, it could also be slightly different than currently proposed, potentially.
That's a valid reason, thanks. I tried.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. If I may just follow on from County Council's comments, you know, this is not about the sign. This is the structure to support a sign, and we have no information about what kind of sign is proposed here. It would, my opinion, and just in looking at the sign ordinance, require a much more information to understand the issues with the sign and what kind of signs, and you know, you need to see it in context and not just piecemeal it. And this is, I think, just a piecemealing. I think. Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. Thank you. Yeah. Good. Thank you. No, I just wanted to put it in context because it's not about the sign. It's about the structure to support the sign.
Okay, we're ready.
Good morning, Commissioners. Today we are looking at case number 15 DVP3 for a proposed multi-tenant commercial structure and 15 CUP 7 for an associated conditional use permit for a drive-through facility. The project site is a 0.67 acre parcel located in the inland urban area of the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan. The subject parcel is adjacent to the Turnpike exit off of Highway 101 and approximately 1.5 miles west of Highway 154. The subject parcel is zoned C2 and located at the intersection of Turnpike Road and Calle Real. It is currently vacant, but once housed a gas station. It is surrounded on 3 sides by parcels of the same zone and by Highway 101 to the south. Uses and zoning are varied in the area, with residential 10R1, DR20, and DR7 zone districts nearby. San Marcos High School to the south, the Turnpike Shopping Center to the southwest, and the SBC Wake campus to the north. Now we're going to zoom in to the surrounding parcels. The proposed project is to develop the currently vacant lot with a 6,721 square foot, 4-tenant commercial structure with a drive-through. Please note that in the immediate vicinity, there is one drive-through facility to the west, across Turnpike Road for a fast food restaurant. Of note that we'll be discussing today is the vicinity to the Highway 101 off-ramps and noise levels for sensitive receptors such as the hotel across the street. The proposed 2-story commercial structure would include 4 tenants, an ice cream shop, sandwich shop, office space, and a coffee shop as the anchor tenant. The coffee shop would have a drive-through facility able to accommodate a queue of 14 vehicles. The drive-through queue would be similar to the existing nearby drive-through facility seen on the previous slide. There would also be an outdoor dining area with bicycle parking, as well as other site improvements such as landscaping and a pedestrian pathway into the site from the corner of Calle Real and Turnpike Road. As conditioned, the project would be consistent with policies related to aesthetics, services, circulation, noise, and all other applicable policies of the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan. Both pedestrian and vehicular access were critically examined throughout the planning process. In its condition letter, the Roads Division required the proposed relocation of an existing curb cut along Calle Real to be aligned with the proposed parking lot driveway for improved vehicular access into the site. The letter also required an additional pedestrian pathway along the Turnpike Road frontage for improved walkability. Staff finds the requirement consistent with Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan Policy EGV 4.2 and has included the requirement as Condition 31 in Attachment B.1 of the staff report. The applicant issued a comment letter on the MND contesting the inclusion of a pedestrian pathway from Turnpike Road. The applicant specifies additional grading, loss of landscaping, the potential for an increased number of pedestrian vehicular conflicts, and the infeasibility of incorporating an ADA accessible switchback ramp as reasons for not pursuing the pathway. Caltrans also issued a comment letter on the MND with concerns regarding the submitted traffic study and potential impacts to the nearby Turnpike and Highway 101 interchanges just south of the subject parcel. Caltrans requested pedestrian and bicycle calculations for the area as well. Associated Traffic Engineers released an addendum to their initial report in response to Caltrans's comments, demonstrating that both off-ramps at Turnpike Road would not degrade in their level of service. The Roads Division reviewed both the comment letter and ATE's responses and confirmed that the Highway 101 Turnpike Road interchanges are expected to continue operating at an acceptable level of service. Further, the Roads Division stated that there is no indication that bicycles or pedestrians are causing delays and/or impacting the interchanges. All crosswalks are signalized and the road is only lightly traveled by pedestrians and bicycles. Therefore, the detailed calculations as suggested in Caltrans's comment letter are unnecessary. The applicant also submitted a noise study, and the report found that noise associated with the proposed development is not expected to substantially increase ambient noise levels. The expected increase in ambient noise levels due to traffic associated with the project would be a 0.3 decibel increase. This increase would not be perceptible and would blend with existing ambient noise levels associated with the existing development and traffic around the site, including Highway 101. The proposed drive-through speaker would be approximately 40 decibels at the property line. The HVAC equipment, to be located on the roof, would potentially generate noise levels of 56 decibels at the property line. Both of these aspects of the project would be below the county standard of 65 decibels at the property line. The nearest sensitive noise receptor would be guest rooms at the hotel across Calle Real, approximately 170 feet from the subject parcel. Noise levels are expected to diminish to acceptable levels, and the project is consistent with policies from the noise element of the comprehensive plan, as well as policies from the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan. The South Board of Architectural Review conceptually reviewed the project and gave positive comments regarding the architectural design, calling it a simple and timeless building. Please note that the actual signage is not included at this time, as a signed certificate of compliance would follow approval of the development plan and conditional use permit. The county LUDC has 2 development standards related to drive-throughs. The project is compliant with the first development standard, as it would be accessory to the allowed commercial building. The second LUDC development standard for drive-throughs involves impacts to air quality. The applicant submitted an air quality analysis report that the Air Pollution Control District peer-reviewed. The report included a comparative look at the criterion pollutants with versus without a drive-through, and the report concluded that the criterion pollutants were lower with the drive-through. Greenhouse gases were not comparatively reviewed, as the county's Energy and Climate Action Plan, or ECAP, incorporates forecasted uses such as the proposed commercial structure and accessory drive-through. With the ECAP, greenhouse gases do not need to be reviewed on a project-by-project basis. The report did include a calculation of expected metric tons per year of greenhouse gases and noted that it was below the county threshold for a significant impact under CEQA. Therefore, the proposed driveway would have no greater adverse impact upon air quality than the same use without the drive-through and is consistent with the applicable drive-through development standards. A mitigated negative declaration was circulated from June 10th, 2016 to July 11th, 2016. 3 comment letters, one from the Air Pollution Control District, one from Caltrans, and one from the applicant were received. All comment letters are attached to the MND included in Attachment C of the staff report, and staff has incorporated responses to the comment letters throughout the MND in the appropriate sections. Mitigation measures derived from departmental letters were incorporated into the MND, including requirements for abandonment of the gas station monitoring wells from EHS and dust control measures from the APCD. All required mitigation measures from the MND have been incorporated into the development plan's condition of approval as seen in attachment B.1. All applicable findings for MNDs can be made. The project would be consistent with all applicable findings for development plans and conditional use permits within the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan and C2 Zone District. The Goleta Water District issued a preliminary water service determination, and the Goleta Sanitary District issued a can and will serve letter to ensure adequate services. Furthermore, the permit would be conditioned appropriately to ensure the project would be consistent with policy and development standards. To conclude, P&D recommends that the appropriate findings be made, the mitigated negative declaration be adopted, and the project be approved. That is the end of my presentation, and I am available for questions.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, relative to the pathway that you're talking about, go back and tell me what the impact is to the ADA compliances, or do I need the applicant to do that for me?
The applicant will be discussing their specific reasons for not wanting to incorporate the pedestrian pathway, but the proposed pathway would be where the orange is, somewhere along the orange line.
Okay, well, I'll wait for the applicant to explain what the problems, what the conflicts are. Thanks.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Ms. Swanson, 2 questions. The first one, easiest. What is the distance between here and here? Do you?
Can I open up the plans really quick?
Sure.
Okay.
Or maybe the that's a better question for the applicant. He probably knows right off. Okay. Well, I'm also, while you've got it, I'm also interested in what the frontage dimensions are on both sides too.
Thank you for waiting. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, both the Calle Real and the turnpike frontage is approximately 160 feet.
Okay. And the distance from where a proposed path here to the actual entrance here is about?
Approximately 160 feet.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. The other question I had, thank you, is on the greenhouse gas emissions. As I read in the report, the county has no standards for GHGs for a project of this type, and is using APCD's standards from San Luis Obispo County of 1,150 metric tons equivalent CO2. So from what I see in the document, there are several changes. There's one change from a number that's above 1,000 to one that's 941, I think, in Recon's document, to a 930 number in the NMD or someplace else. Can you, first of all, tell me why there have been so many changes in a reduction? And secondly, I'm interested to know, as proposed, the land uses for two of these stores are not so much. It's not like you have a fast food or a mini mart or something. An ice cream shop doesn't have much traffic. It won't have any AM peak traffic. But what happens over time if land uses change and they put in stores where there are much greater impact on greenhouse gases? What happens? Are there mitigations imposed? Can you just explain the process?
Sure. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, first to address the difference in the greenhouse gas numbers, the 930 in the MND was referencing the Cali mod data, the 941, I think, 60, I want to say, in the Rincon report, it was from a different modeling system, and so they use different variables and whatnot. The difference in the Recon report notes the differences between APCD's comments on the report, and it caused changes that affected the math.
Okay, that's the first part. So the second part is if the uses change and there's more GHG emissions.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, to address your second question, if the proposed uses were to change, all traffic impacts were analyzed for the proposed uses. Any proposed change of use would require a land use permit. If applicable, the project may require an MND that would tier off this MND, and at that point greenhouse gases would be analyzed. But greenhouse gases are not something that are typically analyzed under an LUP for a change of use, but it would analyze the change of parking requirements, for instance.
So if the case were such that it went above this 1150 threshold, then there would be some mitigations applied for the new land uses?
Commissioner Brown, yes, if it went above the 1150, mitigations would be applied.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Swanson, this is our second project in a relatively short time in which we've discussed the impact of greenhouse gases and how we should handle that with regard to the drive-through facilities. And it appears to me, in general, you can certainly correct me, that the staff is taking the same position with regard to this drive-through facility as it did in the Orchid drive-through facility. And it seems to me what staff is saying is that even though we acknowledge and have found that greenhouse gases will be emitted by the drive-through facility in excess of what would be provided if it didn't exist, that the specific provisions of our County LUDC, that a drive-through facility shall have no greater adverse impact on air quality than the same use without the drive-through facility, that we're not bound by that finding. We don't have to find that. Basically, the county is saying it's difficult to measure. We know there's something, but in our county we take this into account with an overall analysis of greenhouse gases. Is that essentially what you're advising?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cooney, it is correct that we are taking the same position as we did with the drive-through Starbucks in Orchid. In regards to the greenhouse gases, we are looking at them as a cumulative overall county-wide aspect under the ECAP and not on a project-by-project basis.
So, following that, that same motive of advising, it seems to me that we would never have a case of a drive-through facility which the staff would say we have to apply some mitigation measures or otherwise deal with it, as long as it remains below the threshold that we have established in the county on a temporary basis.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, I think what we're saying is we're acknowledging that this particular development standard in the Land Use and Development Code predated any concerns about greenhouse gas emissions, and so we are really using that standard against the criteria pollutants that were commonly reviewed at the time, and we're looking at greenhouse gas emissions under the county's approach in the ECAP and the threshold of significance that the county's adopted. So I think we're really acknowledging that that standard doesn't work for greenhouse gas emissions, the development standard in the LUDC.
I agree. That's how I read it as well. But I'm concerned that that's a provision of our code that really ought to be changed, if at all, by the Board of Supervisors, not by staff, not by the Planning Commission. And as long as we have it, I think we have to pay attention to it. So, but you've answered my question, so we'll talk more about it later.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Farini. I'd like to, I'm looking at the site circulation and the idea that we're going to have a queue of 14 cars. And I'm just curious if staff, probably, the most recent project in that area, I forget how long it's been there, is the In-N-Out Burger. And I noticed with In-N-Out Burger that they had to change their configuration because the queue was not, the space allowed for the line of cars in the drive-through section was inadequate. And they had to close one entrance, and they do it occasionally. I guess it depends on, the prime time at the drive-through. But I know for many months, years, it was a problem until I don't know if the county made them change that or if that was an internal change. So I'm just kind of curious if staff would be familiar with what happened there and, to make sure that, the same problem wouldn't arise. Is it, and we'll talk about it, I'm sure during this hearing, but if the one project definitely was inadequate, it had to be changed, was that county enforced, or was that something that In-N-Out Burger just had to do because it?
Good morning,
the
Mr.
site
Robertson.
design.
I think you can help us out here, huh?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Commissioner Brooks, I think the short answer is that in transportation planning, In-N-Out is kind of an anomaly. So when planning a drive-through facility, In-N-Out just stands out as something completely separate that we always design for that business with queues that are going to be extremely long. So the funny part of the whole story is when that project came in, everybody knew that the queues were going to be really long, and yet even with adequate planning, they still exceeded what we even thought they would do. So I don't think we're talking apples to apples here. I actually think that after reviewing multiple sites, data from multiple sites, multiple Starbucks, the average queue for Starbucks is generally 10 cars. And on this site, they've actually provided more than the 10 average. And that goes for the Starbucks in Orchid as well. So I think Public Works staff is fairly confident that the queues will remain contained on site without causing an impact.
Okay, then one other related question. If you look at the photo, aerial photo that we have of the area, and one thing I see when I get off on that particular, on Turnpike, many times there are, semi-trucks lined up along the northbound on-ramp, and
No.
there is no
They're over here.
parking
They're over here.
available there. So how do we know, or is there going to be any consideration
They're off this.
for, let's say, off-site parking for access to this particular facility? And has that been considered?
Can I just respond? The trucks park, you could see one here. It's the southbound on-ramp where they're parking here. You don't, that is a northbound on-ramp, right? Is that what you said, northbound? Okay, I beg your pardon. I thought you said, right.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks. So part of the problem with the semis, that ramp is actually in Caltrans jurisdiction. So I'm not quite sure what the question, the site, based on planning and development policies, is providing the adequate amount of parking on site. We generally don't take into account off-site parking, and as you know, that you cannot park on Turnpike or Calle Real on the street. It is restricted parking. So I think the trucks are using what they have available on the ramp, and Caltrans at this point has not restricted it, so I'm going to take that as they're allowing it, considering the shoulder is fairly wide. There's never been an issue with conflict on that ramp. The ramp seems to be fairly wide, and the trucks are off the pavement. So whether or not they're going to visit the site, I can't really speak to that. It's safe to assume that probably somebody will park there and walk across. And at this point, it is safe until Caltrans decides to remove that officially.
Commissioner Brown.
You indicated that for other Starbucks in the county that the number of cars in a queue, the maximum was about 10. And I see those standards come imported from outside of the county. So has there been some sort of study outside of what the applicant has provided that the county's done independently to sort of verify the number of cars, the maximum number in the queue?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, so the ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineers, does provide publications for generic parking rates and generic recommendations for certain land uses. So in this case, a coffee shop is the specific land use, and that probably encompasses multiple brands, whether it be Starbucks, Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf, or various other uses throughout the country. So their recommendation for a facility like this is 10. It's what the county always plans for, and when working with applicants, we try to get even more if possible, and that's why on this site, and in fact the site in Orchid, there was a little bit of tension because Public Works forced the drive-through window as far forward, or the pickup window as far forward in the site as possible. So again, 10 is the standard based on an average for multiple companies.
No other questions. Okay. So we'll move on to the applicant's presentation.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Jay Higgins, representing the owner and applicant. I'm very happy to be here before you today with a different kind of project. Let's see here, get settled. I have several members of our team here, Ryan Mills, our architect, Scott Schell, transportation, and Jim Youngson, our project manager, Jeff Yardy, landscape architecture, Brett McNulty is here from Recon with regard to air quality, and I always like to put County P&D and Public Works on there because we have been working with them for the last 18 months on this project. John Price is also here, the owner, and before I turn it over to Ryan, our architect, I want to just make a couple brief statements. Mr. Price has been doing business at this intersection since 1978 at the fuel depot and at the Shell station. And the project before you was really born out of an interest on behalf of the owners to try to do something different at the property, having watched the gas station close in 2004 and having watched a couple of different fast food restaurants try to convince the county and neighbors that fast food architecture and service was a good thing. To the contrary, ours is a relatively straightforward mixed-use commercial opportunity. And the owners of the property were very careful to ask their neighbors before they purchased the property what was something that they could get behind. And it wasn't a gas station or it wasn't a fast food place. So Ryan's going to walk us through the site planning and architectural programming. I'll pick it up at the end with some of the land use policy issues. I do think we have some speakers here that want to make their comments known to you in support of the project, so we'll try to get through it as quickly as possible.
Commissioner Brown.
Before we bring up Ryan, Mr. Higgins, will you be speaking to some of the, or Mr. Shell be speaking to some of the traffic issues?
Yeah, I'll cover the summary subjects. I'll cover really
Okay.
general plan consistency, traffic, signage,
Okay. All right,
and
fine,
we can
thank
talk
you.
about the pathway, et cetera.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners. Ryan Mills with DMHA. Thrilled to introduce this project to you this morning as designer, but as well as a neighbor. I live about 100 yards up the road with my family. Lived in that neighborhood for a number of years. And as we've engaged the neighborhood, people are thrilled to see this project come forward. So, as you can see, I'm very personally vested in every sort of way. I stare at this parcel at least twice a day. So I'll do a quick overview. I know there's a lot of planning issues Jay will cover. So a quick survey of the area. Here's the existing site from Calle Real, just adjacent the intersection. Another view from the northeast corner closer to IHOP. Existing conditions, we see Shell Station in the background. Directly across the street, the Shell Station. Kitty corner from us is a one-story commercial building addressing the corner a little bit more. And then the fourth corner is the fuel depot across Calle Real from our property. Directly adjacent, this is the IHOP on Calle Real. And then on the other side of the intersection, this is our In-N-Out. Across from that is a 3-story extended stay hotel. And then a bit closer to the intersection is another 1-story commercial project. And then finally the Ramada Inn across the street, Calle Real, from our subject property. So a little context, here's our site. And just some considerations how we came to the siting and design. So building location, we started life looking at past projects, how they went through the design review board, comments thereof. So there as a starting point, there was positive feedback from the boards to address the corner a little stronger. There was a couple submittals, one that addressed the corner, one where the building was pushed back. So we took that information. The other thing we did is look at the intersection context. As we saw, there's 2 gas station projects where just by nature, the buildings are pushed to the back of the property, so there's much more asphalt and drive and cars more adjacent to the intersection. And then as we saw kitty corner to this, there's a commercial building that is brought to the corner. So we thought the appropriate balance would be addressing the corner in this case with a beautiful building rather than pushing it back and layering cars in front of it. Topography came into play. So what we know is the off-ramp here to Turnpike is approximately 8 feet higher than our proposed building here. than it is down at the corner. So we're 8 feet high here, and that informed the challenge with a secondary path. And then it slopes down towards the intersection corner, which basically gets to 0. So it seemed like a natural place to both engage the intersection and then engage the community, the neighbors, anyone who would be on foot. It's a natural place to come. It acts as a gateway, so a more generous, intentional entry point. Next to that, we have active outdoor space for the tenants. The other consideration was the apron. As Ms. Swanson showed, we are slightly relocating it, and it just made sense to be the farthest from the intersection to assist in queuing and circulation. Otherwise, so we site here, as I said before, all the parking is really screened by the building now for the intersection, and then the queuing. So the other site consideration was maximizing this queuing opportunity. And again, working with topography, we have a pretty aggressive slope here, and it tapers down, but for the most part begins to screen that queued traffic. So the building's large enough on its own to be seen from the intersection, but the idea is the queued cars would start screening away. Here's a quick section just illustrating that. So you can see this is from the parking lot looking towards the Shell station off-ramp. Here's our site and how the building will sit on it, and that's Turnpike beyond. You can kind of see how that grade changes. These 2 red boxes represent where the proposed initial menu and order box would be on this site. So a little bit about the architecture. Again, just living in the neighborhood and designing in this neck of the woods, we were interested in an interesting balance. We want a unique architecture for this area, so we thought a balance of new and old was the appropriate place to be. So the neighborhoods were born out of the 50s and 60s, the residences, as was the schools that are throughout these neighborhoods, and we have the Wake Center. So we wanted to draw from that era, that architecture. Another component was, which we discussed with the designer view, was this parcel, although C2, we wanted to pay homage to freeway architecture. So we infused it with a little bit of dynamic architecture, which was also common in that era. And then finally, material-wise, you see it's a balance. So we looked at the Wake Center, looked at some of the public buildings, and would introduce block or slump block, something that was familiar to those buildings, and then at the same time introduce some new form and new materials, generous glazing, screening, horizontal slats, to strike a nice balance. This is west elevation from Turnpike. You see off-ramp is here, so we really start low and move upward. So it's really the leeward side. Well, the leeward side is here, open to the views, where the low, quieter side is protected from the noise of the freeway and the off-ramp. This is the north elevation facing Calle Real. This is the parking lot or IHOP elevation. And then south facing the off-ramp. This is a view from the intersection, or about where Shell Station is. And then this is really just turning off of the off-ramp onto Turnpike. So we did have conceptual designer review with BAR, and we got very strong support. So we're thrilled to hear your feedback, and I'll hand it back over to Jay. Thank you.
Hold on. Ryan, I have a question for you. Mr. Chair, if I may. Thank you. In considering pedestrian access, there will also be access taken from the driveway. I mean, people may be walking from, I don't know, they'll probably be jaywalking across from Vermata, that somebody may come from the county office building, I don't know. So I'm wondering if there's, what consideration has been made for sort of guiding pedestrians across the car access way into the building, you know, by doing some sort of striping on the, painting on the pavement, or different kind of pavement, just so they don't, I know most people are gonna get it, but what I've seen in other big projects is that there is some different quality of the pavement to help
Sure.
funnel the pedestrians, and I don't see anything here like that.
Sure, there's a few things we considered. So in terms of pedestrian access, so the corner obviously is the
Right.
logical place to
Right.
start. Visually, we will be celebrating that. So there's visual cues, as well as at the corner, a generous entry point. So pavement change, and even where it engages the queue, we're proposing like rolled curb or rising to that point. It's much like you know, a crosswalk situation where the pedestrian consideration is shown. So that was a logical place, and there is sidewalks connecting that. So that was the main point of entry. And topography played into that as well. So the entry points, you know, most of the front doors, or all the front doors, are here. So the front of the building, as well as where most people will park. So this is an entry, this is an entry, this is an entry, this is an entry. So this is represents the front door. So this was a natural place. And then when considering the secondary, like for example, San Marcos high schoolers coming across the bridge, one challenge would be topography. So there's a very significant grade change here. So we really wanted to discourage any traffic coming down here. Really back of house, there's, you know, not a designed-in crosswalk at this point. We really would like to encourage traffic here. Now we are planning on screening this heavily and fencing it potentially. So discouraging that connection. If we were to, we studied PathWorks here. I believe Jay has a slide of that. The distance, once we tried to provide accessibility, was nearly equal to the straight natural shot to that corner.
My question really revolves around this accessway, because there are going to be pedestrians coming from here and from here. So while you've done a really great job here, what are we doing here to, somebody doesn't know if they're coming across from the Ramada? What are your thoughts about having something there to sort of guide the pedestrians to the front door?
Sure. I mean, the thinking's the same. This distance is perhaps about 50 feet, so we would still, just by design, encourage engagement here.
Yeah, but people are going to come in through this driveway.
Sure.
So how are we going to accommodate them to guide them to the...
I mean, what we could do is study a potential. We may have room to connect here, like provide a pedestrian connection point, whether it's paving or striping.
Well, that's what I'm looking for, is something simple that you can just...
Yeah, we could
paint on.
absolutely
Okay.
look at that.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So we know the property was rezoned C2 with the approval of the community plan update. That increases the opportunity for different kinds of commercial uses on the property other than what was previously zoned commercial highway. Some of those uses are restaurants, grocery stores, auto sales, whatnot, a variety of commercial uses, and also office space. And ordinarily, a project like this would come to the zoning administrator, the director with a development plan, but we have the drive-through, and that kicks us up to your review level. Really, just to go back over this area here, here's our project site, and we really look at this area sandwiched in between Calle Real and the highway as a transition area, just traditionally commercial highway as it was zoned, and because that's what the dominant uses were. The zoning actually followed the uses. So those uses are all subservient to the highway, and they move away from the highway in sort of a relatively gentle fashion for institutional uses. Hotel uses, there's the Ramada. This is the Wake Center campus for City College. There's apartments there. Another hotel here to the west, extended stay. And there's quite a few rooftops. Those are apartments there, of course, San Marcos High. And then just almost under a half mile to the east is the county's admin, law enforcement, health campus, and I'm told they don't have a heck of a lot to offer in terms of restaurants. Anyway, this is the magic quarter-mile radius around the project site that planners like to use to say what's walkable. So we have quite a few. Which one's the pointer? Never mind. Lots of doors and uses that are traditionally within walking distance to the project site. Now, if you stretch that out almost to 3/8 of a mile, 4/10 of a mile, you pick up this, and we do think that people will walk over to the east. So it's a good question. How can we guide them to the project, to the entrances without causing any vehicle conflict? So we can certainly talk about that and study that with BAR, or live with a condition if you think it's appropriate. Excuse me. So again, we're consistent with the C2 development standards. We're not asking for any breaks on height, setbacks, or parking. We're overparked. Stephanie's report captures a lot of the community plan policy consistency, so I'll skip that. The one thing that is not, I didn't think was highlighted in the staff report, I may have missed it, but when the community plan process was started, you had lots of discussion about how Eastern Goleta Valley was laid out, and it just wasn't laid out very well with respect to what we consider now to be a big deal with vehicle miles traveled. There's language in the plan that says there's deficiencies in the way commercial land uses are arranged in the Goleta Valley that have led to increased in vehicle miles traveled. It follows that many commercial properties are underutilized and are underserving of the commercial demands of the community. There's a couple other statements I'll skip in the interest of time, but the big policy issue is that in the plan update, as it says, commercial land use designations shall provide flexible spaces to accommodate local businesses and local communication destination clusters within walking and biking distance to residential neighborhoods. First time I had seen that descriptive term, but just so happens from a general plan perspective, I think we're really hitting that on that one and doing exactly what the plan calls for. Air quality. This was covered in the recent Starbucks drive-through project in Orchid. We're following your lead from that hearing, staff's lead from that hearing. We submitted a very exhaustive air quality report that analyzed criterion pollutants and greenhouse gas impacts within the context of your regulatory framework. The Starbucks project, when it came back to you the second time, introduced solar panels as an offset to greenhouse gases. Our project does the same. The Starbucks project in Orchid had 10 panels on the rooftop. We have quite a bit more roof area, so we can put as much as just a little bit over 154 solar panels with a substantially higher carbon offset component. Traffic and circulation, we've covered that, but just to reiterate it, the study that was done by ATE that was reviewed by Public Works and Caltrans found that there were no level of service or volume to capacity impacts. Of course, that study per CEQA pretends that there was never any trip traffic to the property. So we're starting with a baseline of 0. But at the end of the day, with the trips that are generated by the project, the net policy statement or result is that the project would constitute a negligible fraction of the capacity of area roadways. I'll skip through the on-site circulation. Ryan's covered that. Only to say that Public Works, for a couple different reasons, wanted us to realign that. Well, we're going to close off the Turnpike driveway and then realign the Calle Real driveway, so it gives us more queuing space. It gives the intersection a little bit more safety because the driveway is moved further from the intersection. It also aligns more intuitively with what's across the street, which is the Ramada intersection. The queuing area, the standard is 10. We have 4. Those 4 spaces, and we can look at that in a little bit, do cross through areas that include parking on site. We're over-parked, so if the commission, it would sort of not, I don't think it's a viable solution, but if we need to relocate those parking spaces or remove those parking spaces that we're crossing in front of, we can do that. But I think what we're presenting to you and what's in the staff report is that the peak hour demands of the project change over time. A drive-through cafe has peak hour demands between 7 and 9, and that's well documented with site visits to other Starbucks. The other uses that are proposed for the building are going to be restaurant oriented, and those businesses are just going to be closed at that time when the cafe is operating at a peak hour. The sign issue that staff brought up, we talked about with staff this morning. We're fine with taking that back through BAR. I'll just say the BAR protocol is a little bit unwieldy in that we had one member at the end of the hearing make that statement as we're rolling up plans that he just wasn't in favor of that. Put it in context of the city of Santa Barbara that has some pole sign ordinances. Well, we don't have that here. We do have a sign ordinance that we're following, and the process that staff presented to you when the hearing started is appropriate, and we're willing to go back and make those more comprehensive visual presentations to BAR. But for your information, there has been a story pole up on the site. That story pole represents a height that's a little bit less than what we can actually get away with. The 30-foot allowance for the pole sign starts at the elevation of Turnpike. So the story pole actually is much lower than what we could apply for, and we'll stick with what the story pole represents. It'll be essentially the same height as the IHOP story pole. And it's advantageous. I mean, the basis for the property being there is to advertise to the highway traveler. So that's the provision that the code allows us to take advantage of. While we're here, again, that's the story pole. And you can't see it. I know you can't see it because the slide's in bad shape, but you can't see it at all from the story pole while traveling southbound. This is the story pole peeking up right over the top of the IHOP building. Okay, pedestrian pathway. We have this, what began as a suggestion by Public Works to increase the pedestrian access to the property, sort of intuitively knowing we're going to get some foot traffic from San Marcos High, from the south side of the highway. The policy, though, that I think we want to focus ourselves on is this one here. It says, well-designed walkways, sidewalks, and paths between residential development and adjacent and nearby commercial uses and employment centers wherever safe and feasible. So this gets at the question earlier about the distances. So just to orient you, here's the southwest corner of the property, Turnpike off-ramp. Down here is where kids are going to be coming from, or pedestrians from San Marcos High. So what's the objective here? We want to make it as easy as possible for people to get in and out of the building. Because of the grade change, we would have to do a switchback stairway here and then bring people across the property this way. That is right now where we have quite a bit of landscaping. And then cross them over as people are exiting the drive-through. Compared to this path of travel, it's not a great distance that someone is cutting across to. The red non-circuitous path option is 170 feet of travel. As proposed, we're at 183 feet of travel. So I think it's a good question to ask us to try to analyze. I don't have any problems with the objective here, but I think at what cost do we save somebody 15 feet of travel? We introduce a couple of things. First of all, we take away from the energy and the activity that we're trying to be intentional up here, drawing people to this area, making this a very active corner. Bigger patio over here. If we were to be required to put this path in, we'd have quite a bit of grading, stairways, and maybe it's arguable some security issues. It's not going to be a very well daylighted path of travel. So I just think it's maybe asking for trouble for people to be stuck back here without a lot of eyes on the street, so to speak, from the retailers in here, keeping people out of trouble. So as Ryan mentioned, and our landscape architect is here too, we can certainly have him address some of this. But we are intent on planting this area with quote unquote inhospitable shrubbery, and if we need to put a fence in, maybe halfway down the hill, powder coated chain link, and, you know, so you wouldn't see it as much as you would ordinarily if you put it right at the street. We drop it down the elevation there and maybe drag it up to about here where you start to see it. I wouldn't recommend we'd bring it all the way up to the corner. That just begins to look institutionalized. So we think adding a little bit of fencing here is probably going to go a long way to keep the architectural intent alive in our project. So just in closing, and then we can certainly take your questions. We just want to emphasize that we're meeting a need in the neighborhood that I think you'll hear about in a minute, that's been expressed in the community plan directly, and also expressed to us by a number of residents. We think it's important to provide a bike and pedestrian destination for the community, and the project clearly does that. We're adding a great amenity for neighboring businesses, particularly hotels and gas stations, and we really can't see a better alternative for the project site, and we hope that you agree. So I can take some questions and we can...
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. Looks like you have a few questions here. Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, if you could put up the slide where I have the walkway and the landscaping, not that one, but the one with the yellow, your slide, not his. There we go. Is that outside the sidewalk, or is that the sidewalk? I guess is my question. That's the sidewalk?
Sidewalk is here.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, the orange line is on the property line that is the interior side of the sidewalk.
Okay, and so I guess you're objecting to that, and I'm not sure I see the reason for it. I mean, I want them walking on the sidewalk. That's what the sidewalk is for, to walk on. Why do I need to have another path that's outside the sidewalk area? And I understand that's what you're objecting to. Am I correct, Jay?
We are...
you prefer it not be there. You prefer to just have the sidewalk.
We prefer to stay on the sidewalk and not introduce a new stairway down to the bottom of the property, yes.
Okay.
Incidentally, I think part of where the comment may have originally come from is a potential misread of the plans. You can just look at the site plan, and it almost looks like this might be a doorway and a breezeway to get into the retailers on the inside of the building. But we clarified that that in fact that's not an entrance. That's actually the bathroom of the.
Okay, so is the current staff, my question is the current staff recommendation or condition that be put in, or is that it's not? I'm just trying to resolve the issue between the staff and the applicant as to what, if we're going to be putting that path on there, or we're just going to rely on the sidewalk itself.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, first I just want to make sure we're on the same page. The pedestrian pathway wouldn't be parallel to the sidewalk. We're talking about perpendicular to the sidewalk to get people into the site. But let me go back to Mr. Higgins' presentation here. So this blue line here, we aren't talking about adding a second pedestrian path parallel to the sidewalk. We're talking about perpendicular. This would be the new one.
Okay, so that yellow line is the sidewalk?
Yes.
That was my question. Okay, if the yellow line's the sidewalk, I'm clear, you're not requiring that to be, that other than the sidewalk. You're talking about this one that's perpendicular to that one. Okay, I got it. But, but is the current condition that be there or not?
Won't be there.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, the current condition is adding a pedestrian pathway somewhere along that orange line into the site, and the applicant is presenting this red idea here, going into the site.
But they're asking not to do it.
Well, Mr. Commissioner Blau, this is the only other option as as drawn by the condition, we are asking your commission to consider removing that condition.
Yes, that's, I'm real clear now, thank you, I got it.
Mr. Robertson, please.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So Goleta policy basically states that site plans shall be designed for all users, whether they're pedestrians, cyclists, or motor vehicles. So the discussion that we've had with the applicant for quite a while, and yes, it started as a suggestion, and then towards the end of the process, the idea was make it a formal condition and let the commission decide whether or not the path was appropriate. So what you're seeing here on this slide, the yellow line is the sidewalk, which would guide all pedestrians coming from the southern side of the highway over the hill, and they would all be funneled to that corner, which that corner is very nice, and we're not arguing that that's not a great place to bring pedestrians in. However, circulation drives design, and what we're seeing now is we requested a path, like the red line, if we can go back to. So Public Works isn't saying that that red line has to be the path. But what Public Works is suggesting is that it seems a little bit inconvenient to the pedestrian to have to walk all the way up to the corner and go follow the blue line path. And what's not being shown here is if you wanted to continue to Starbucks, they aren't really the same distance, because you still have to continue further south to where the tip of the red arrow is. So it's basically twice the distance, not the 15 feet savings that the applicant is saying. So what we're saying is that why would somebody walk twice the distance, go up to the corner and walk all the way back south to the site in order to go to Starbucks, when from the beginning the proper design would have been find out how to get pedestrians to the southern portion of the site before they had to walk all the way north and back south again. It just seems a little awkward. We understand there are grade issues. We understand it can be challenging, but it's not our responsibility to design the site. We're just basically saying the Goleta policy says you should be getting pedestrians in, and it doesn't seem right to the pedestrian to make them walk twice the distance.
Commissioner Brown.
So again, Mr. Higgins, if you could put that drawing up back on the screen for us, please. Site plan. Okay. So actually, Mr. Robertson does bring out a point that they would have to walk from here and around over to here, because that's the entrance, right? So what is that distance?
Well, I think it's a sort of a double-edged argument. It's probably 50 or 60 feet. You could make the same argument that this,
Right.
has to be as equal. And the policy doesn't say that. What the policy says, it says where feasible and safe, and it doesn't say provide pedestrian access to every single retailer door on your property too. So we're simply suggesting that it's a lot to add for not a lot of distance. Your point up here about making this connection, I think a little bit more engaging for the pedestrian is a good one. I don't have any issues with some stamped concrete or other pedestrian entryway up in that part of the property.
So the other question is, I know you've done a traffic study to get an understanding of where the traffic's coming from. Has a similar one been done for pedestrians to get an understanding where most of those are coming from? You're going to get high school kids coming at AM peak to go to Starbucks, or will there be more coming, or the same number in the afternoon going to the other stores? Have you done any studies like that to get that understanding to either support or reinforce having the other driveway or not?
Commissioner Brown, we have not done any pedestrian surveys.
Okay.
Although I think that's an interesting idea. I certainly would enjoy seeing how that would play out. We have a relatively fixed time where students are on the campus, or where to a greater extent when people are dropping off their kids to school. So we know that kids are going to come from at a certain part of the day, whereas residents, and same goes for the health center campus as well, there'll be an active pedestrian opportunity between the hours of 8 and 5 over there, and probably picking up at the noon hour.
Yeah.
So other than that, pedestrians will come from all over the place at off hours because there's a lot of residential uses in the neighborhood too.
Well, I would just sort of, and perhaps we have people who live in the neighborhood who could confirm this, but I would expect that most of the pedestrian traffic outside of maybe the AM hours, maybe lunch, would be coming from north of the freeway, I'm thinking, because that's where the predominant pedestrian traffic is. You don't see much pedestrian traffic over there anyway. I was walking over there the other day and I was the only pedestrian around. But so maybe when we have speakers come up, they could speak to this issue. While we're speaking about other transportation issues, I'd just like you to review for me, because I am concerned a little bit about the number of spaces in the queue, about the moving of the bus stop. And there you go, to understand just exactly, to make sure that as the bus approaches the relocated bus stop, that it will be outside of that drive access point.
I'm going to let Scott take that.
Okay. And then I have another, while he's up there, I'll ask him another question about queues and stuff.
Good morning, Scott Shell with Associated Transportation Engineers. With respect to the bus stop, I think Jay has put a slide up that shows where it would be relocated to. It currently stops where the driveway is now. So we have had some initial communication with MTD staff about relocating it. I've got a pointer right here. And their bus stop requirement is 50 feet. So that's how much red curb they want to actually park the bus at a bench and a sign. And there's 68 feet between the relocated driveway for this Rail site and the IHOP driveway that is to the east. So we've got an extra 18 feet to work with within the driveways. And there's enough distance that they're comfortable with the deceleration area from the intersection. They require about 60, and there's several hundred for it to pull over.
Okay. Scott, I'd like to ask you about the ramps. But driving this morning, I saw that the northbound off-ramp was backed all the way up to the freeway with cars slowing before they even got to the off-ramp. And in the Table 2 in the documentation here with the 95% queue forecast, there's information about the off-ramp storage and the AM peak hour queue forecast. Well, that was just blown through because they were on the freeway, stopped right there at the entrance. So I'm just wondering, is this sufficient to really, this queue forecast really sufficient to indicate what's going to happen when we add a Starbucks, which, I don't know the number of AM traffic, but I am somewhat concerned about that. I've heard anecdotally that this queue always backs up, and the documentation doesn't support that.
Well, in response to Caltrans' request, we had provided the detailed calculations that they wanted, which was twofold. One was to do the level of service for the ramps according to their methodology. So Caltrans uses a different method of calculating levels of service than the county's adopted standard. So we provided that. The level of service calculations for the morning peak hours showed that the ramp intersections operate acceptably at the county's level of service C or better. So in terms of levels of service, it meets both the Caltrans and the county's LOSC criteria. A second part of the calculations, as you noted, includes some queue forecasts for both the average queue and the 95th percentile design queue. The forecasts that we developed based on their procedures showed that there was adequate capacity on the ramps. Now, my kids went to San Marcos High School, and I dropped them off many mornings, took many routes there. For the most part, the ramp storage works. I think there might be a cycle or two where it starts to impinge on the freeway. But one of the points that we made back to Caltrans is when you think about the operations of Starbucks and how much traffic it's going to add to the ramps, our forecast is about 20 cars over the hour using the off-ramp.
And so when you think about how that ramp works, you get a red light about 40 times in the hour for the off-ramp. So that's how long the cycle takes. So every minute and a half or so, you're stopped at the red light. So our forecasting shows that there really is only going to be one car added to the queue from the Starbucks during that peak hour period, the way the cycles work.
Well, right now, I'm concerned that just right now, that traffic is backed up onto the freeway without any Starbucks traffic. And I'm just not sure what that means. I mean, you show that there's plenty of storage, but based upon what I saw today, there's not enough storage. And maybe Mr. Robertson has some response to that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, I think Scott kind of hit the nail on the head here when he was talking about the high school. All areas of the county where we have schools, we have these short-lived impacts to intersections. So when we're looking at the analysis, whether it's from the highway capacity manual methodology that Caltrans requires, or whether it's the intersection capacity methodology that the county uses, they take into account the peak hour, so the hour as a whole, not necessarily those short bursts of intense periods of traffic at the ramp. So the other day we were discussing a project in the north, and we're talking about the ramps there on Clark and 135 and Orchid. And in the mornings, people complain, oh my gosh, those ramps are horrible. But they're only horrible for about 10 minutes. When the people are dropping off their kids at the elementary schools, at the high school, the middle school, you come back to that same intersection 10 minutes later, and it's operating beautifully. So I guess my first question would have been to you, what was this during school?
Yeah, it was
Yes.
at 7:45 this morning.
So my guess would be that was the school impact. If you would have gone back 15 minutes later, that ramp queue actually would have been disappeared.
So what you're telling me is it's acceptable to have that kind of impact? To have those cars slowing on the freeway at the entrance to that ramp?
Commissioner Brown, yes, what I'm saying is that kind of impact is unavoidable around schools.
Okay.
And that's why jurisdictions look at the peak hour versus the peak 10 minutes or the peak 15 minutes. Because if we were to design for that queue everywhere, we would have a lot of infrastructure improvements, and our roadways would look more like freeways everywhere,
Okay.
versus allowing it to degrade for a few minutes and then going back to normal operations.
So why is there never a discussion of that in this documentation, so that we can understand that these aren't your words, but it is, but there are times when there will be queuing on, there will be backing up onto the freeway during these peak, these AM peaks when there are schools nearby.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, it probably would be worth noting when we're discussing projects around schools. It's not standard for us to discuss something like that. It normally will come out in a hearing and we discuss it like we're discussing it now.
Well, it just concerns me, because I know that no matter some of these intersections, I just think of Fairview, which is a horrible intersection, that there's no schools there and the traffic backs up sometimes on the freeway, which is a different issue. But I certainly would want to see the impacts from this project be reflected in any greater than what now occurs from this documentation. I mean, you've indicated to me that normally it's just the 85% level of queuing that you look at rather than 95%, which was done here. Is that correct? Can you just speak to that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, generally for a county intersection, I'll look at 85%
Okay,
queuing.
so this is
I'm
not-
hearing Scotty, it sounds like Caltrans standard for design is 95.
Okay.
They're so close, it's going to really be irrelevant in this case.
All right. Okay. So what I'm hearing you say is, because of the adjacency of San Marcos, it's the queue forecast is acceptable, and that we don't have to be concerned about it. Or the additional traffic from Starbucks, we don't have to be concerned about it.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, what I'm saying is that around all schools, that it is normal for this to occur. So when we analyze it under county policy for the peak hour impacts, they do meet their requirements and under county policy. And whether or not a few get additional cars happen in the school queue, that's not something we really can
And
control.
Caltrans won't, They won't come after you for that?
Unless they're here at the hearing, no.
Okay, all right, okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Blau?
Well, I think what I heard was that the Starbucks is not going to have much of an effect because you're only getting a car every, I'm guessing, 4 minutes. I mean, I know when I go to Starbucks and I order, I mean, it takes about 4 minutes before I'm back on the road again, or 5 minutes. So it's like one car every 5 minutes is going to enter and exit. And it seems to me that on that, that's not much of an impact. I mean, if this were McDonald's, were in and out of there every 30 seconds, it would have more impact. But you're not having many cars go through there per hour. Am I correct?
That's correct. I think our estimate was every 3 minutes.
Every 3 minutes, one car. Well, one extra car on that roadway every 3 minutes is like, it's like nothing. I mean, it's minuscule, if I heard you correctly.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chair, I don't mean to be disruptive, but I just want to be respectful of people's time in the audience that came that have to get back to work, and if there's a way that's okay with you to open in public comment, and then we can certainly be available for after that time for questions of the applicant team and staff, only if it's convenient for you.
Ms. Black, I'm looking at you. Is that okay to do?
Mr. Chair, it's certainly at your discretion, and you can continue to ask the applicant questions until you've closed the public hearing and even after.
Okay,
So,
so
yes.
we'll move on to
Thank you.
public comment then. And we'll do 2 minutes here. And first will be Jeffrey Burstein, followed by Wes Clark.
Good morning. My name is Jeffrey Burstein. I live downtown on Daily Garrett Street, so like a few blocks up. I'm a UCSB graduate, and I now work in Santa Maria. So I commute 4 to 5 days a week from downtown. Currently, I'm going to the Starbucks on a little further up Calle Real in the Vaughn's Shopping Center in the morning before I go to work. It gets pretty crowded there in the morning, so a drive-through Starbucks right there on that exit on Turnpike would be awesome, honestly. Save me a lot of time on my commute, and I know a lot of my coworkers would appreciate the same. And I think I leave early enough so that I would miss that little 10-minute period of the San Marcos High School rush hour stuff. So I'm just here to support that drive-through. Thank you.
Thank you. Wes Clark, followed by Tom Elliott.
Morning, Commissioners. As you said, my name is Wes Clark, and I live and work up in Goleta. And I just wanted to say a few words in favor of this new Starbucks. I really look forward to a place that I can meet with potential clients as I'm driving all around and be able to grab a quick cup of coffee, saving a lot of time not being on the road. Don't have to go in, keep going through the drive-thru. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Elliott, followed by Mike Underwood.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tom Elliott, and I'm the president of the Fort Ranch Homeowners Association. Fort Ranch is a condo complex of 137 homes on San Antonio Road, very close to the location of this proposed project. I'm very familiar with the proposed project, and I presented information on the project to the other homeowners at Fort Ranch at our annual meeting last month. And I and many of the residents at Fort Ranch recommend you approve this project. I was also the recording secretary at the GVPAC responsible for writing the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan. This type of proposal was discussed and outlined in the plan, and I'd like to point out a few references in the plan. Number one is objective EGV2, which is to promote and maintain a vibrant and diverse economy that supports local businesses. I'm going to skip these because you're not giving us enough time to talk here. But policy number 2 is commercial and economic development shall operate as a scale complementary to the residential neighborhood characteristics of the Eastern Goleta Valley. Development standard 2B, commercial development shall be designed at a human scale, visually pleasing, and create a pleasant outdoor condition to encourage walking to and within the development. Policy number 5, any proposal for the Turnpike area should strive to create a mixed-use node that serves the needs of the community for essentially located goods and services and community meeting place, prioritizing open-air plaza design, layout, pedestrian and bicycle-friendly access, outdoor social spaces, ample tree canopy, and appropriate and well-designed circulation and parking supply. I believe the proposed development meets these and other design standards laid out in the EGV plan. Certainly it's better than the originally proposed McDonald's. I would also like to say that Mr. Price has tried to involve the community all along in this process, and we appreciate that. Mr. Price owns the 2 adjacent gas stations, and he keeps them in excellent conditions, and I believe this development will be the same and a welcome addition to our neighborhood. The Santa Barbara City College has future plans to expand the Wake Center just down the street, and students attending can use this development. The MTD property just down the street will be developed with up to 225 additional homes where the residents can also benefit from the services. So again, I encourage you to approve the development. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Underwood, followed by Bobby McGinnis. Okay, Bobby McGinnis, followed by John Sinner.
Hi. I have lived within a mile of this parcel probably most of my life, since I was 10. And I've lived on both sides of the freeway, understand the traffic problem at San Marcos High School. All 4 of my kids went to San Marcos. I went to San Marcos High School. Walked across this block many times. I figured that my youngest daughter was in 1st grade when they pulled the gas station out. And so for 20 years, this has been an eyesore to the community. Delighted to hear that there's a Starbucks going to be there, and our neighborhood, we live off of right by Tucker's Grove. Our neighborhood supports the project. Plus, I have a niece and a nephew that are work for the Sheriff County. They would love a Starbucks. Most of those employees do not live in Santa Barbara. They either live in Ventura or they're commuting up to Orchid and Santa Maria or Lompoc. They would love to have a drive-through that they could grab a cup of coffee before they head out. So anyway, I'm in support of the project. I think it looks like a great design, great work, and definitely looking forward to be able to walk by and grab a cup of coffee. Thank you.
Thank you. John Sinner, followed by Don Lucian.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners. I'm a local businessman and someone who has lived in this area for 59 years. The idea of having a development of this quality in that neighborhood is something that I've wanted to see for years and years and years. I drive by this neighborhood often. The opportunity to have a drive-in and drive-out coffee shop available to myself and to others in the neighborhood, I think is an outstanding idea. If you look at the way the project is designed, I think Mr. Price took into consideration every idea and possibility necessary to make a development that was pleasing to the area, appeasing to the residents, and a beautiful building that will be something that we can be proud of in our community. I look forward to the project being approved. I look forward to being able to enjoy and use the premises in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Don Lucian, followed by Edson Ponce.
Good morning. My name is Dawn Lucian, and I'm the co-owner of the properties which are adjacent to and across from this proposed development, namely the Ramada Hotel and the IHOP. My co-owners and I have long awaited the development of the vacant lot since the Mobile station was torn down. To echo what a former speaker said, it is an eyesore, and frankly, I'm a little embarrassed by it. I live nearby. I'm very well of the traffic concerns, and as a Ramada owner, that is our only concern, is the impact of the traffic on the access to our hotel. And to do a little bragging, yesterday my hotel was named the top Ramada hotel in the United States by the Wyndham chain, who it's a member of. So we are a busy hotel. We do need good access. My co-owner wrote a letter outlining our concerns and stating for certain propositions for mitigation of access problems that we might have with increased traffic. Mr. Price has been working with us, and I'm sure we can work out something that'll make our guests happy who really ask all the time where the nearest Starbucks is. So overall, we do endorse and look forward to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Edson Pons, followed by Ed Edick.
Good morning. Basically, I'm a student at UC Santa Barbara, and I support this project. I actually am a student, so as many students, we're looking for part-time jobs. And basically, like, I think this would be a good opportunity to, like, provide jobs for students that are in search of them. And not only that, but it has great achievement plans. Starbucks helps students. And I feel like it would also not just provide jobs, but it also helps students, with their schedules to help them with that. And yeah, I just think it would be a great project to look forward to. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Ed Edick, followed by David Reardon.
Good morning. It's actually Ed Edick. Close enough, though. I'll be brief since everybody's already said it, but I just, being one of those people in Santa Barbara that spends a lot of time in their car, I'm guilty of being a frequent consumer of Starbucks and their breakfast products. I will try not to go there before 9 o'clock, but I just think it's very nice. I really want to compliment the architect. I think the design of the building actually does really capture what we should be echoing for that neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. David Reardon.
Good afternoon, Council. Good morning. My name is David Reardon. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Barbara, also an associate of John Price's for the past 15 years. About a year ago, John came to me and said he was looking at developing this parcel of land and asked me if I'd be interested in opening a deli there. And I said, there's no good delis in that area. I'd be more than happy to come in and do that. Prior to that, John knows I was the executive chef for Bacara for 15 years, so he knows the type of quality of restaurants I operate for him. And as you can see in all of his other establishments, the quality that he's looking for and the detail into this particular project. The deli will offer sandwiches, salads, soups, a home replacement meal where people can call in the morning and order dinner that evening and pick it up so that at a reasonable price. We'll be working with organic local farmers to support and use sustainable products. Santa Barbara Harvest will be, does a commissary of different growers, so we'll be utilizing and helping the local farmers. It'll be a place where people can meet, greet, and become a social place where you can gather and people can talk and have a cup of coffee or a great deli sandwich. So I really appreciate your consideration on this project.
Thank you. And that was the last of the public speaker slips.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair,
Brown.
The owner of the project, Mr. Price, is here. I don't know whether he'd like to speak or not, or say something. Okay, he doesn't. All right.
We can,
Mr. Higgins.
Yeah, we can take more questions. If you'll indulge me 1 minute, I just wanted to say that on projects like this and in this industry, we all get to learn a lot about it, a lot of different things. You as commissioners the same way. So it's with that, I just want to point out that the word queue is spelled wrong. We all now know how to spell the word queuing. So Scott pointed that out to me. So if you have more transportation-related questions, Scott can come up, or we can get into the pathway or the air quality issues, whatever is at your the tip of your tongue here.
Okay, so we'll close the public hearing then and go back to. Go ahead.
Yes, I just have one question to Mr. Higgins regarding the pathway. I'll discuss that during deliberations. But if that is going to be required, do you have to add additional lighting, or is that already in the plan?
No, Commissioner Brooks, we have not done much else with this design exercise than what you see here. So certainly we'd have to add lighting, and the issue that we're not solved on and that we haven't gotten clear direction from P&D or Public Works on is whether or not that needs to be accessible. In other words, can it be a stairway or does it need to be a ramp? So we don't want to, and it's not that we should get that advice from P&D now or that guidance. That typically just comes from the building department when we submit for plan checks. So we're not there, but we certainly don't want to get into a situation where that needs to be a pathway, because now you're doing a heck of a lot more grading and switchbacks. And again, you know, the BAR, when they reviewed the project, gave it glowing remarks. But, you know, the pedestrian vehicle interface on any kind of a drive-through, I think, again, as Commissioner Brown pointed out over here, it needs to be well thought out. So we don't want to, another reason why we don't want to do this is to introduce another potential place for a conflict. So, but to answer your question, there's no lighting yet proposed in there, but we certainly would need to keep it lit.
Question of staff. So on this secondary access, the red line, is that right now, is that required in the project, or is that something you want looked at?
Mr. Chair, it's included in the Public Works condition letter. So if you approve the project as is presented to you today, you will be approving the project with that secondary access, which would not need to be accessible.
Would not
They
need to
could
be
they could use
accessible.
stairs. So your commission needs to, if you don't want that particular pathway included in your project approval, then you need to remove that condition.
Thank you. Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, that was my question. You are confident that it's not ADA required? Because to my knowledge, all access points have to be ADA required. I know if I build a warehouse, I mean, I just did this, where we built a 70,000 square foot warehouse. I have several ADA compliant access points. Every one of them had to be ADA compliant. And if that's the case, I think what has to happen there is that that's a series of switchbacks where it's going to be, I was going to ask Jay what the difference in elevation is from the entrance to the Starbucks and the top of that roadway. Is it like?
It's 8 feet. This is 8 feet at Turnpike, and the entrance is 8 feet below that.
Okay, so I think what's going to happen, if this does have to be ADA compliant, and I got one that doesn't work. Thank you. Then this has to go back and forth like this, and I think the distance is going to be even greater than what you're showing there now.
Yeah, if Ms. Black is making that statement, then we can perhaps hang our hat on it. But I guess I just, my experience with this is that if this particular pathway is less than the design pathway, that for sure then needs to be ADA compliant. So they look to the shortest distance. If you end up having to do a switchback, maybe you're not the greatest or the shortest distance. But the policy that Public Works is relying on says try to do it where safe and feasible. It doesn't say connect pedestrian pathways to every retailer storefront on a property. We're doing as much programming as we can on the property without being disruptive. This is a landscaped area. This is a landscaped area. It removes our impervious surface, and it does remove some landscaping too. So that's also a thought or a consideration for your commission.
That's fine, thanks.
Does staff have anything else to offer? Okay, Jay, you're excused.
Mr. Chair, so the statement I made before was based upon Will saying it didn't need to be accessible. I have not checked with Building and Safety to see if they would require that it be accessible. So, so I can't give you a reliable answer as we sit here. We could get you an answer
Yeah,
if you feel it's
I'm
necessary.
just saying from experience. I mean, I would love to be able to not have every access point handicapped because sometimes it's really difficult and expensive. I mean, I've got one where I've got an elevator right here, and then I've got a set of stairs right here. That don't count. I still had to put in a long pathway with like 15, 18 feet one direction, the landing area, and come back this direction. It's just been my experience that I mean, we have an architect here. I think we could probably ask him, but I think you have to make every access point has to be handicap accessible.
So if, Mr. Chair, I guess what I would say is if this is important in your consideration, then we can find out and get back to you.
Okay,
Quickly.
thank you. Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the intent of the letter also was not to force the applicant into an ADA compliant staircase. Public Works is operating under the assumption that the ADA path of travel could still continue to be the corner where he originally wanted to funnel all the pedestrians in. So as I had stated to staff here while you were talking, it's a building and safety issue, and if it does become a requirement that it be ADA compliant, then obviously Public Works is sensitive to the issue, and that's something that the condition never really anticipated.
Commissioner Brown.
Mr. Chair, why don't we find out how the commission feels about this stairway? And I think we spent a lot of time on it, and so when each commissioner makes their comments, we can then sort of, it'll be sort of a straw poll to get a sense of we want it or we don't.
Great idea. Would you like to start that off?
Well, just, you're going to hear me once I hear from all the commissioners about this project and what I think of it. Since, as I previously said, I've been long involved with, following it through the BAR meetings and through the applicant and the agent. And so it's important for me to hear from my fellow commissioners.
Okay.
Before
Commissioner
I
Black.
make those comments.
Considering the distance that it might shorten it, I don't think it needs to be there. I like the idea that they go to the corner where it's probably the safest area to access the building and stay on the sidewalk till you get there.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, are we starting total deliberation or just this
No,
one issue?
we're just pulling this one issue
one
of the
issue.
secondary access.
After looking and listening to the applicant, I don't support it. And I think one of the reasons my concern is, that's why I asked about the lighting. I would think primarily this would be used by the students coming over from San Marcos, and I have real concerns about them going down into a little darkened area, where it's there's a lot of trees. If they're going to go get a latte, they can walk a few hundred extra feet back and forth. We have a sidewalk. I think they'll probably try to, as we know, in many projects, they'll try to find, the shortest distance between 2 points. They might try to create something. But again, if you're going to do a fencing and some, adequate foliage there, maybe that would deter that from happening. But, I'm kind of looking at it, just as a safety security issue. And unless it's lit up, like daylight all the time, I would prefer seeing the pedestrians on the sidewalk and going into that main access point.
Commissioner Cooney.
On this narrow point, I would like to see pedestrian access at the south end of the project. I just think as a practical matter, it's going to be very hard to get high school students and others coming across the freeway to go all the way down to the corner. So, the kids on my baseball team would hop the fence. If it turns out that we have to build a ramp in addition to a stairway, I think the benefits are outweighed, and I'd find that surprising because I think the ADA access point is clear, it's available, it's safe, and so on the assumption that it does not have to involve more than a stairway down to the project, I would support the secondary access and Public Works position.
And I would be opposed to the secondary access. It looks to me like it's gonna make the project appear clunkier. I think as a business having the main entrance, it would be a better draw. So I'm fine taking it out.
And I agree with the majority. I think that any access point here, while it may be more convenient, it would only be convenient, I think, in the morning because students would be going to the Starbucks, and in the afternoon they'll be going around to the deli. I think it would be more important, particularly because this site's a little infill site. It's going to have quite a bit of architecture, to have as much landscaping as possible to help soften it. And quite frankly, I don't think asking the community, or particularly students, to walk a little further to get to their latte is an imposition. I think I'm a walker. I walk a lot every day. And I think it would be important to get people out into the community, get them walking. I think that's part of the vision of the community plan. Mr. Elliott spoke to that, about these little nodes where people can access and walk to them. I think it's a good, healthy thing. We have a drive-through here. Let's get people out of their cars and let them walk a little bit further. So I'm not in favor of the additional pathway. I think we've got enough hardscape here. We're going to have 2 entrances, and I think it's really sufficient. And I don't think having it is it really that beneficial. I think having more landscaping, reducing any sort of security issues that might occur there at the rear is more important. Anyway.
Okay, so we have that small part handled. Now we just move on to discussion and deliberation. Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, now we're talking about the project as a whole.
Yes.
Yes. I think I am ready to support the project. It's certainly an attractive building. I was very impressed with the amount of neighborhood input that not only that we heard this morning, but also letters that we received. I think the idea of mixed use in that area will satisfy, many of the residents and workers that are there, and they really don't have much. I like the landscaping. I like the idea of the cars being hidden, because that intersection, especially with Shell across the street, you just do see, a lot of automobiles. The design, the balance of the old and new, I like that. I think maybe a little bit more work, as it's been discussed, guiding the pedestrians, to that one entrance, and as time goes by, just to discourage paths, hopping fences. The other thing about that extra path, which I think, we're moving away from, that is right at the intersection of that off-ramp, where people sit and you have to wait, you're in your cars, and, the idea of maybe students even congregating up at the top. It's a real safety concern for me, but I think we've gone beyond that. I like the idea of all the solar. I think, I can support this project. I'm not a big, I don't drink a lot of coffee. I said that when we were discussing the Orcutt thing. One thing, and it's off-site, has nothing to do with, but I think as the applicant, if this gets approved and it's built, I hope you adopt the highway. Call Caltrans, because the amount of trash going off-site from all these drive-throughs, and I think of Starbucks as these great environmentalists, and I do adopt a highway on 2 sections, a highway up in the North County, and Starbucks is becoming one of the biggest sources of waste. So that would be really nice if the either the owner or Starbucks itself, call Caltrans. It's real easy to adopt the highway, because I think you're going to need it. And In-N-Out Burger doesn't have it yet, so you could get free advertising that way. You won't need a big sign. Just get your Adopt a Highway sign with your name on it. And that's my comment.
Commissioner Blau.
As soon as you move for approval, I'll second it.
Commissioner Cooney.
I think some of this is a repeat of what we said in our Orchid project, but it's important. I think it should be important for the commission to deal with the greenhouse gas contribution of this project. You all know that just last week, AB 32 was passed by the legislature and signed by the governor. We're now talking about an objective to reduce greenhouse gases by 40% of our 1990 level, and we only have a little over 3 years to do that. So we should be looking for every source, and in Santa Barbara County, my feeling is we should be out in front of that, and we should not be approving projects that add greenhouse gases because of drive-throughs any more than we should be approving large housing developments without any water to supply them. It's as serious a matter. But the way it applies, and I feel we are constricted by our land use and development code, it doesn't say in section 2 or paragraph 2 of section 3542 130B that we should only take into account the noxious automobile, toxic air pollution items that were in place and considered when this was adopted. I think we need to pay attention to that. But it says if the drive-through has a greater adverse impact on air quality, we can't approve it. So all aspects of the project are acceptable to me other than the drive-through. And because the drive-through does add to the greenhouse gas impact in no small measure, I think I can't make a specific finding that the proposed project will comply with all applicable requirements of this development code and the comprehensive plan. So when this goes forward to the Board of Supervisors, I hope that staff will bring this conflict to the attention of the board, and if they say we're no longer going to include greenhouse gases in terms of evaluating drive-through restaurants, they need to make a change to our ordinance. Right now it's not there, and I think we have to pay attention to it.
Commissioner Blau.
I'll just make one comment. After I put solar on my house, I get this app on your iPad that talks about how much energy it saves, and one of the things it does is it converts, and it tells me how much carbon I saved. And I'm curious if to know, maybe in the future, if you could make a calculation, especially for Commissioner Cooney, tell me what 156 panels reduces in the carbon footprint. I think it's pretty significant. I mean, I only have 18 panels in my house, and when I go in here and I ask the question of it, and just get it up here right quick, like, so for,
And I think that was in the presentation.
well,
Did staff have
there's
that?
no
or-
calculation that talks about how much it is. For example, my solar, I've had it up for 2 months, and I've got 3,497 miles of carbon emissions offset. They've got 156 panels, if I remember the calculation right, so that's almost 10 times mine. So they've gotten, in 2 months, they will reduce it by 30,000 miles, equivalent of reducing the carbon emissions by 30,000 miles driven by cars. I'm wondering if that's a big enough offset for the amount of carbon dioxide that this produces. I'm just saying that, you know, that may be the offset that Commissioner Cooney is looking for on the drive-throughs, is the requirement to have a substantial solar array, because it does offset a huge amount of carbon. Just a comment. I'm learning more about this as we go. It's amazing to me what's going on. Believe me, I got the 810, 8.6 schedule down pat.
I think staff and the applicant have worked on a really nice project here. It looks good to me. The community wants it. Everyone seems to be in support of it, and I'm ready to move forward.
Ms. Black, did you have something you'd want to say? No? Okay.
Commissioner Brown.
Okay. You know, it's interesting that we're talking about greenhouse gases because the applicant could put another gas station here, I believe, that's could go into a C2 zone district. Is that? And there might, I don't know what kind of traffic numbers there would be on a gas station, but maybe something similar. So even though there's a drive-through, there would still be a project that would have some impact on GHGs. And probably a gas station, you wouldn't get the offsets from the solar panel. So without fully looking at the issue, it seems to me that while it's not perfect, it's maybe probably the best that we're going to get. So that's on the greenhouse gases. So I would like to speak more generally about the project. I know the community has been long involved with this project, and my sincerest support to the applicant for engaging the community to get a project that they felt would be acceptable to them. Having been through several BAR hearings where McDonald's came forth and the BAR was resounding in their disapproval of what was being presented, as was, I believe, the community, who didn't want to see another fast food restaurant of that kind in that spot. And I think that we're going to get something different here. I know Mr. Price's projects quite well, and they're all very nice, very clean, very neat, has really great projects. The community is appreciative of the efforts that he makes to keep them that way. The architect has done a great job. The BAR during the hearings was very supportive of what they saw. They liked the architecture, thought it was interesting, different, modern, something different at these off-ramps, which have very old 1960s, 1950s architecture, so it's nice to kind of move on to something different and more modern, and sort of reflective of our more modern era. This will be a great gathering place, I think, as Mr. Higgins pointed out, with the Wake Center refurbishment, with MTD, a new housing development, and a good pedestrian sidewalk coming from there, there's no doubt that this will be well used. I'm not a fan of drive-throughs. I don't use them personally. As I said, I'm a walker. I walk everywhere. I walk to the Starbucks down at Fairview. But I have not heard anybody in the community say they didn't want a Starbucks here, or a drive-through. So I think I think the community will appreciate seeing that at this particular point in time. I'm okay. I think I've made some comments on not having the pedestrian path at the southwest. I would like to see something at the access point on Calle Real to help kind of focus folks to use that. I think walkers do tend to sort of look at that and go, rather than just cutting across the parking lot, sometimes they do use those paths, so I think that's helpful. I like the fact, I do want to speak to the conditions that the applicant is willing to say put a fence along Turnpike so we don't have informal paths that essentially replicate what we've said that we don't want. And I didn't see, this is a BAR thing, but I think it's important we're going to have digitized menu boards. And of course, in the county, we don't allow animation on any of our digitized signs. So, but because it's usually with red, I'm not sure what the colors of the LED will be on that menu board. I think it's really important that there's really good screening at Turnpike so we don't see more of the red LEDs. We see them from the fuel pricing signs over on the other two projects. So to try to keep this more of a pedestrian, a more community-friendly project, I think it'd be really important to have good screening on that to limit the views of the of those menu boards. Let me just see if I had any other questions. I'm a little concerned about the traffic. As I said, I had only heard anecdotally about the queue issue, but I saw it for myself this morning. But I have some assurances from Mr. Robertson that this happens at where schools are. I guess I see it at my local elementary school where the intersection of Kellogg and Cambridge is congested at AM peak and PM peak, or when school gets in and out. So that's not something that Caltrans is going to come back and fight Public Works for. So with that, I'm ready to approve the project. Appreciate Mr. Higgins' robust description and presentation of that, Mr. Price's long involvement with it and his patience through this process. I know sometimes our processes are difficult, but we always get great projects as a result. And I think that's really important to the community. I hear that over and over again, that we have that. I know in the community plan process, it was a very important issue. And it's always been a very important issue to me. I'm very visually oriented, been on a design review board myself, so I understand that how much contribution really good projects make to the community and to its streetscapes and landscapes. So with that, I think I'm ready to make the motion to make the required findings as presented by staff, and with the exception of Condition 31, not sure what kind of language you want me to use for that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, we would just need to update Condition 31.
Okay.
We would get a revised condition letter. Oh, sorry.
Okay. So I think what we are suggesting is that you modify Condition 1 as we indicated at the beginning of the presentation, and in Condition 31F, we will delete the number 7.
Okay, number 7.
And then we'll just go with that condition letter, knowing that item number 7 will not be included, and we'll note that in your minutes.
Okay. So then I would like to follow staff's recommendation with the modification to the project description and also elimination of number 7 in Condition 31.
I'll second that.
So moved. Mr. Villalobos.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney.
No.
Commissioner Brooks.
Aye.
And Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you.
And we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene the meeting, and David, Mr. Villalobos, would you read in item 2, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Dr. James E. Gernert, owner, to consider case number 16 CUP 10, application filed on May 2nd, 2016, and to determine the project is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to State CEQA Guidelines, Section 15301.
And do we have any planning commission or site visits or ex parte? Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Farini. I did go out to visit the site. I didn't get onto the actual parcel because it was gated, and I hadn't called the owner in advance, but I did get a sense of the location. And then I did speak with the applicant yesterday on the telephone. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Brown.
Well, in 2006, it's my second year on the commission, I did do a site visit to that site. So I have some passing familiarity with it. But no other recent visit or ex parte.
And I did look at the site. I did not enter the site. So with that, Ms. Edie.
Good morning, Chair Farini and Commissioners. The project I'm going to be presenting to you today is a request for a conditional use permit for the Felicity Farm Commercial Horse Boarding and Training Facility. The project site is located in the San Ynez Valley Community Plan Inter-Rural area. The site is just west of Highway 154 and east of the town of Ballard. This is an aerial view of the project location. The site is 10.36 acres, and it's located about 1/4 of a mile north of the intersection of Baseline Avenue and Refugio Road. The address is 2000 North Refugio Road. The parcel is zoned Ag 110, and it's surrounded by other parcels that are also zoned Ag 110 and are developed with a mixture of uses consisting of agricultural uses, equestrian uses, and also some low-intensity single-family dwellings. So this is an aerial photo of the overall project site. Access to the parcel is off of an existing private driveway from Refugio Road, and then there's an entry gate here. This is a photo of the existing driveway as you drive into the property. This is a photo looking at the entrance gate. And then once you drive in the property, this is the existing driveway area just as you drive through the gate. The project site is developed with approximately 19,800 square feet of existing development. It includes a dressage arena with a riding track that surrounds the arena. This is a photo of the dressage arena. There's also a main barn that is known as the shed row barn. This barn also includes an office, and one of the stalls is used for storage. This is a photo of that barn. There is a hay barn here, a covered round pen, which is here, another sand arena, and this arena has an existing oak tree in it that's fenced for protection there. Some additional horse stalls on the northeastern portion of the property. The manure is stored over in this area. There's also an existing orchard that's just north of this area. And this is a photo of when I was on the site of the manure storage. This is a photo of the main residence. And then there are some additional shade structures that are for the horses to stand under, for sun and rain protection. And this is a photo of some of those shelters. And then down on the southern end of the parcel, there are pastures. And finally, there are actually 2 ag employee dwellings. There's this ag employee dwelling you can see here. And then there's also an additional one that was recently installed. And this is a photo of the recently installed one. And those are both occupied by full-time agricultural employees. So just to give some background information, the training facility, the boarding and training facility, has been in operation on the property since 1982. And On November 29th of 2006, the Planning Commission did approve a conditional use permit for this use. The owner was not able to obtain the follow-up land use permit within 18 months, and so that CUP did expire. And then on March 10th of this year, our Planning and Development did receive a zoning complaint regarding the number of horses and dogs on the property, rental of the main residence, and questioning who was occupying the ag employee dwellings. And staff reviewed the complaint and reviewed the complaint and determined that the only violation on the subject parcel is the operation of the horse boarding and training facility without a valid CUP. And the owner was notified of this, and so on May 2nd, he submitted the CUP application to Planning and Development. So again, the request is for a CUP to allow for the continuation of boarding and training of horses and the training of riders on the subject parcel. It would allow for a maximum of 22 horses, and this is consistent with what is allowed for in the Ag 110 zone district for the number of horses. Riding lessons and horse training would continue to take place in the riding arenas and also on the track that surrounds the dressage arena. 3 special events per year, known as riding clinics, are being requested. These clinics would have a maximum of 6 riders, and 25 spectators would be allowed to attend. The riding clinics would occur on the weekends and would be limited to occurring between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. The hours of operation for the facility itself is 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's limited to a maximum of 4 clients on the property at any time on weekdays and 10 on weekends. No grading or structural development is proposed, and access again would continue to be provided from Refugio Road. A CEQA exemption was prepared for the project, citing sections 15301, existing facilities, and 15323, normal operations of facilities for public gatherings. No intensification of the existing use of the facility is proposed, and as I mentioned previously, this facility has historically operated on the property since 1982. There's a few project-specific conditions I'd like to go over. The first one is an animal waste management plan, and this plan has been reviewed by Environmental Health Services. There is one minor change to the plan that I'd like to mention at this time. The plan is included in attachment D of the staff report. And if you look on the first page, item number 3 that discusses collection, under A, it states that manure, soiled bedding, and spilled feed are collected at least twice per week. That actually needs to be revised to state daily. And that's the only change that there is to make to that. The animal waste management plan specifies collection requirements, storage, and also some items for drainage and flood protection and disposal on the property, and so the project would be required to comply with this. There's also a condition for a special event parking plan during the riding clinics, and that requires a person to be on site to direct traffic to appropriate parking areas, and also signage to be placed so that people know where to park during the event. There's an emergency preparedness plan. This condition was also approved in 2006 when this project was approved, and it is a plan that would be submitted to us prior to zoning clearance issuance, and it includes evacuation procedures for all of the animals on site. And then finally, there's a monitoring report, and again, this is also a condition that was approved in 2006, and it's an overall report that is submitted to us on a quarterly basis that specifies compliance with the animal waste management plan, the emergency preparedness plan, and some other items relating to vector control. So the proposed project is consistent with the Santa Barbara County Comprehensive Plan, including the San Ynez Valley Community Plan. It's also consistent with the Ag 110 Zone District requirements, including height limits and setbacks for interior lots. In conclusion, staff recommends that the Commission make the required findings for approval of the project, specified in Attachment A of the staff report, including CEQA findings, determine that the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to sections 15301 and 15323, which is included in the exemption as Attachment C to the staff report, and approve the project subject to the conditions included as Attachment B to the staff report. Thank you. That includes staff's presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? Okay. Move on to the applicant.
James Gernert, owner of the subject property. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good morning to the commissioners and other interested parties. And I appreciate this opportunity to make a few remarks. When I purchased this 10.37 acre subject property, it was advertised as a commercial horse facility at 2000 North Refugio Road in Santa Ynez. This purchase was made 34 years ago, and I had no comprehension at that time of what a CUP, an LUP, or legalization of property. I thought what we were doing was quite legal. However, I now know the significance of these letters and terms and comprehend the processes which I should have undertaken a decade ago. Each time I made a structural improvement on the property, I received a CUP and erroneously felt that I had met all necessary legal requirements at that time. Well, 10 years ago, at the conclusion of my last meeting before the commissioners, I received their endorsement and quotes, "Good wishes for success in your horse endeavor." I erred in thinking that I had reached the end of the permitting process. My education is not in this field, unfortunately. In May of this year, 2016, I was made aware of these inaccurate assumptions and diligently worked with Dana Eady, Morel Brooks, and Kim Probert, who patiently and earnestly guided me to and through the world of CUP, LUP, and property legalization. I'm truly grateful for their patience and understanding of Dana, Morel, and the commissioners in this matter, and I'm available for comments and questions and criticisms.
Thank you for that. And we have some public testimony. Wanda Weir, followed by John Wilczek. And you'll have 3 minutes each.
Well, good morning. My name is Wanda Weir, and I'm Dr. Gernert's next-door neighbor. I'm glad to be here today, and I thank you for the opportunity. I simply have one question at this time, and that is, how does the monitoring process go on? What is the, I'm just as unaware as the doctor is on some of the procedures here and in the field, and wondered who is responsible for the monitoring of whatever the application is asking for? How does one do that? That's my question.
Can staff answer that question, please?
Thank you, Chair Farini. So this is a conditional use permit, and it requires a follow-up permit called a zoning clearance. And part of the requirements for the zoning clearance is a requirement for permit compliance. And in that, so in order to complete permit compliance, the applicant is required to submit a number of different reports to us. And those reports well, we have conditions on the projects that specify the timing that the reports are to be submitted. And so as part of permit compliance, we review those reports and we ensure that what's in the reports is being completed.
And how often does this process take place? How often is he expected to resubmit or, permission to operate as a boarding stable?
Go ahead, Miss Edie.
Okay, thank you. So I guess the best way to explain it is there's a set of conditions of approval. So for example, there's one of them says a monitoring report. And if you look at the timing on that, it says that the report is to be submitted on a quarterly basis. The CUP itself runs with the land. So that, provided he obtains his zoning clearance within 18 months this time, it's effectuated and then it runs with the land. So as long as he is continuing to submit these reports, and we will be reviewing them and ensuring that the operation is complying with the conditions of approval.
All right, thank you very much, and I'm very happy to have a stable next door to my house.
Thank you. John Wildset.
Thank you. My name's John Wilczak. I happen to be a neighbor of Dr. Gannett's as well. I'm probably more impacted than anyone else because I have the long driveway that runs adjacent to my property in Bannon. I just want you to know this particular property that I live on now, I've owned for a year and a half, but I've been a neighbor in San Ynez for more than 11 years now. It's really important, and I like the process that I see that's happened here because my neighbor, Dr. Gannett's, a great guy. We've been to his facility. We see what he does. We're equestrian people ourselves. I think it's really important to recognize that the equestrian community in San Ynez is part of the fabric of what makes the San Ynez Valley unique. And people who are running world-class operations, operations that are successful from a business standpoint, but also successful in supporting the equestrian community, need to be supported. There's always dust because we live in a dusty world. Dr. Gannett's gone above and beyond to make sure that he's keeping the dust down by treating the road periodically, which is really important for myself because I have young children, and the dust isn't good for them. So I'm here to tell you that my wife and I completely support this project. We think it's good for our community, and I'm sure that I'd like to see a unanimous vote by this board approving it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, Ms. Edie, I have a question. I understand him having to come back and do the LUP, but explain to me what quarterly reports he's going to be required to make after he does that, or is that not correct?
Chair Freeney and Commissioner Blau. Condition number 5 is a condition requiring a monitoring report. And this condition was included with the project the last time it was approved as well. It states that the monitoring report includes the timing and frequency of manure cleanup and removal activities, the frequency of dust suppression, the type and frequency of vector control activities, weekly vehicle traffic counts, any emergency plan updates, and then verification that the sound from there's an amplification system that's used during the riding clinics, and that verification that is less than 65 decibels at the property line. And so that report is required to be submitted on a quarterly basis, with the first report due 3 months from the project approval, which would be from zoning clearance issuance.
Okay, I have to tell you, go ahead.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Blau, if I can go on, and maybe Dana was going to do this. After 6 months, after you've filed 2 reports, then the applicant can ask to reduce the frequency of those reports. So assuming everything's going well, the neighbors aren't complaining about the manure removal and noise, then he probably fall to an annual report and just submit something very simple that says he's doing what he's supposed to do.
And that reads that way in the condition? I'm
Yes.
sorry, I didn't read that condition.
Yes.
Okay, because I'm actually going to even probably object to that. I'll go with what the rest of the commissioners go, but I think if he prepares that report in the first 30 days or the first quarter, and then it goes to annual after that. I mean, the reality is I doubt anybody's going to read the report. I doubt anybody's going to go out there and check it. We all know that these are complaint driven. So, and I also have some concerns about what the reports required. Traffic count, I don't get that. Event counts, I don't get that. I mean, he's got his conditions there, and if no one complains about his property, it sounds like the neighbors are not going to. I don't think it needs to be that much of a detailed report. Probably what's important to me is he's doing the manure removal or that sort of thing. That's about it. Maybe if he changes the emergency plan, that's fine, but unless he changes it, I don't see the reason to even redo that. Those are my thoughts, and I'm curious to know what my fellow commissioners think. I just don't, that's a burdensome report, and I think it's just way too much detail he's got to go through.
Commissioner Brooks.
Are you taking a consensus? Because, I'll talk to that in a bit, but I had a question of staff, if I may now, and then we'll quickly get into perhaps our deliberations. But staff, could you just, everything on the property right now, when you went in, everything is permitted. You had said that, is that correct? So Dr. Gurnett has applied for successfully, for all the other structures on his property.
Chair Freeney and Commissioner Brooks, yes. That's correct.
Okay, and then did the applicant have anything else to add?
I just want to thank you all for your time and input. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Garner. Okay, we'll close public comment now and move on to Planning Commission deliberations. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, this is a third district item. I'm ready to go forward, with the project as it's been presented. In reference to the comment that Commissioner Blau made as far as the conditions, the monitoring report, I'm more comfortable keeping that in as it is. I think Dr. Gurnett, he has some on-site staff who live there, and I believe these reports could be done easily enough. I think, as Ms. Black said, after one or two or two reports, if everything is going as expected, that requirement would be dropped. But I like the special condition that's here, for the monitoring reports. I'm very glad to hear that Dr. Gurnett has neighbors who like his project and support his project. That's very important. And I believe Ms. Weir, when she spoke, she did ask specifically about the monitoring reports. And I think we never know, how things change from month to month or year to year. So I think by having that stay in the requirements, I think I would go in that direction. I think when this is all legalized, I hope that, Dr. Gurnett, do not forget, you have 18 months. It was very, I enjoyed hearing your opening remarks. It's rare when people come before us and, really, want to make sure everything is on the up and up. And thank you, for your cooperation on that. That being said, I'll hear from my fellow commissioners, but I think after talking with staff, the one change in the plan is okay. There was one other thing I wanted to. Oh, I just think that the operation. I was a little bit concerned about the amplification, but it is. I've been assured, all the sound will stay. It's the special events are quite small, and again, the neighbors seem to support the activities that are going on, at the farm. So I'm ready to support it.
The only thing I'd like to stay on and see where we can go with this with the fellow commissioners is the monitoring report. I was thinking maybe a report at 3 months, and if there had been no further complaints or any, any other actions and they are in compliance, then just move that to an annual report from that 3 months. I kind of hate to take staff's time up on something that seems actually pretty much in compliance already.
I just have a question on the standards that you use and where they come from. I mean, are they in some sort of document or what's? Well,
Do you mean the format of the report? or-
no, the standards that are used in that, for in the terms of the reporting periods and things like that. I mean, obviously it's flexible. We're sitting here. Okay, so it's not something that. Okay, then they can be changed. Okay, thank you.
Well, I guess the question is, there's two issues. Commissioner Freeney has talked about changing it to say in the first quarter and then yearly after that. And so I'm assuming agreeing with that? I'm just asking.
I was just asking the question where the standards came from, so I understood that they're not chiseled into stone. So it's something that the commission can change based upon the project. So it appears that it can be. That's what was my
Okay.
interested.
Well, if I could, Chair Freeney, I agree with you. I would like to see it even less onersome, but I'll go along with that if you think that the items in the requiring to report on are okay, or just.
Well, Commissioner Brooks stated that there is staff on site and that they could fill out the reports. So I think an annual report, that way there's some continuity for the applicant.
Okay,
Commissioner
well,
Brooks.
I will make the motion then. I will move staff's recommendation as shown, and with the one change that staff brought during her presentation. And I'm assuming that the monitoring report will be kept, because I didn't hear a consensus. And it says the monitoring report is quarterly basis, due 3 months upon the approval, and then after 6 months, the applicant may submit the request to have it on a less frequent basis. Are we changing that, or?
Well, maybe you'd like to make a recommendations based upon Commission's comment. Do you have any recommendations yourself? What
My
you'd like to see?
recommendation is that we
Just
leave
leave
it
it
as
as.
it is.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks.
Aye.
And Chair Freeney.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Looks like we're ready, or? Well, then you're gonna have to break for lunch.
So,
No answer.
so, Mr. Chair, I know there's a lot of interest in the Gaviota plan, so maybe you could announce that you won't be back before a certain time. So here's my recommendation.
Great.
You will not start before 1 o'clock. You may not start at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
But you won't start before 1 o'clock.
Commissioner
That's
Kuhn.
okay.
On item 4.
On item 4, the Gaviota plan.
Right.
That sound okay?
We have one more to cover
We do.
before then, right,
So it may,
okay.
depending on how long it takes, we may adjust that start time a
gotcha.
little bit, but
Right.
we won't start before 1.
That's helpful.
That sound
So
okay?
we're all in agreement.
Okay.
Gaviota plan will not start before 1 o'clock. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Item 4.
3.
Oh, 3.
Thank
Okay,
you,
yeah,
Mr.
3.
Chair. The following is a hearing on the
done here.
request of Dave Cross, agent for the owner, Michael Cafania, to consider case number 11 TPM 5, application filed on November 16, 2010, and to adopt the mitigated negative declaration 16 NGD 6 pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you. And Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, and good morning. It's still morning. This project was an application by Mr. Michael Gaffney to approve a tentative parcel map in the Lompoc area and located in the Sabata Canyon existing rural neighborhood. The parcel map would split an existing 40-acre parcel in half into two 20-acre parcels that would be consistent with the site's Ag 120 zoning. No development is proposed as a part of the parcel map at this time. As an aerial photo of the project area, the project site is highlighted in orange. It's adjacent to the La Purísima Golf Course, the area down here. Regional access is from Highway 246, and access to the project site is from Tularosa Road, which is paved until a location of approximately here, and then it turns into a all-weather surface. Thank you. This is the proposed parcel map showing the 40-acre site and the two proposed parcels. Access to the project site would be from an existing driveway that crosses parcel B. There would be a shared access easement that would allow parcel A to also use the driveway. One of the features of the parcel map is that development envelopes have been delineated. The envelope for parcel A would encompass this area. Parcel B is in the southern portion of the proposed site. There is another development envelope in the northern portion of the property that would be used only for agricultural facilities. This area is about 3/4 of an acre in size. There's a 30-foot buffer area included that would be a no development zone that would keep structures from encroaching or requiring fuel management operations that could affect adjacent habitat areas. The project site has extensive oak woodlands in this area. They're outside the development envelope. Scattered oak trees throughout the central portion of the site, and in this area there's a concentration of maritime chaparral. There are two small existing storage buildings on each of the proposed lots, and water supply would be from a shared well located on parcel A. Have some photographs of the project site we'll go through quickly. This is Lot A, looking southward across the building envelope area, and you can see the golf course in the background. Another view of parcel A looking west across the building envelope, and this is the existing ag storage building that's on the project site. This is the northern portion of the proposed parcel, looking northward, and views of oak woodland that are outside of the building envelope. This is proposed lot B. Looking across the building envelope, typical view, and again, the golf course is visible in the background. This is the existing storage building located on Lot B, and as you can see, there are some well-developed dirt roads on the project site that would be incorporated into the project site's access to serve future development. This is a typical view of the other development envelope on parcel B that would be used for agricultural structures only. Down here you can see, well, actually down here, Tularosa Road. A initial study and mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project, identified environmental impacts associated with the project. One of the issues was the potential impacts to sensitive plants and habitat. As I indicated, there are oak woodlands, oak trees, and maritime chaparral on the project site. Primarily, those impacts would be reduced to a less than significant level by restricting development to the building envelopes. There are other mitigation measures that were identified that would also reduce the potential for impacts to sensitive plants. There are a number of sensitive animals that have the potential to be located on the project site. One of them is California tiger salamander. There are no breeding ponds on the project site, but there are known breeding ponds and potential breeding ponds near the project site to the north and south. An assessment of the potential for California tiger salamander to utilize the upland habitat on the project site was conducted, and that evaluation determined that the potential that the quality of the habitat was judged to be low to moderate. So if the project was going to have an impact to tiger salamander, it would likely be as they migrate through the project site, and a suite of mitigation measures has been proposed to reduce those impacts to a less than significant level. Staff has talked with representatives from California Department of Fish and Wildlife and U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and they've expressed concurrence with the proposed mitigation measures. The initial study does include an evaluation of the agricultural potential or capability of the project site. That assessment was done using the evaluation methodology and the county's environmental threshold and guidelines. Under existing conditions, the 40-acre parcel came out with a score of 42, which is substantially lower than the score of 60, which is needed to indicate a viable agricultural operation. Therefore, dividing the project site into two 20-acre parcels would not have a significant impact on agricultural operations. There are no ag operations conducted on the site now. There are some limited operations in the project vicinity. It was concluded that when future development occurs on the project site, that development would not conflict with ag operations that are conducted in the vicinity. As I indicated, an MND was prepared for the project. Several environmental impacts were identified for various issue areas, and all of those impacts could be reduced to a less than significant level. So in conclusion, the project would be consistent with the applicable policies of the county's comprehensive plan. The project is consistent with the Land Use Development Code requirements. and the project's environmental impacts can be reduced to a less than significant level. Staff recommends that your commission make the required findings for approval of the project specified in Attachment A of the staff report, including the CEQA findings, that your commission adopt the mitigated negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring program contained in Attachment B. And staff recommends that your commission approve the parcel map subject to the conditions included in Attachment B. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Do we have any commissioner ex parte or site visits to declare? Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, I did drive out to the site last week. I spoke briefly to Mr. Cross. We'll be hearing from him. And Mr. Rodriguez was at this gate about to go on the property to take his pictures, but I did not stay to do that. But could you explain the...
Hang on one sec.
Is there
please.
other? Okay.
Commissioner Brown?
I got a phone call from Mr. Cross, but I did not return it. He left a message.
Okay. Same for me. I did get a phone call from Mr. Cross, but I did not return it. Commissioner Cooney, that's just a question, right?
That it wasn't either, actually.
Oh.
But I had the same call from Mr. Cross, but I never spoke to him, so I don't think that's an ex parte communication.
Okay, great. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, I just wanted to ask staff, we have the tiger salamander breeding pond. Did you show this during your presentation? It's at the last page of our presentation.
Commissioner Brooks, I did not, but I can.
Would you please? Thank you.
It's up.
Okay. Could you just talk us through that? Thank you.
This figure is an excerpt from the evaluation of the project site, evaluating the suitability of the project site to be used by California tiger salamander. It does identify several known breeding ponds and potential breeding ponds in the project area. The green pond that is closest is a potential breeding pond. A known pond is this one up here, and then this one was discovered, I guess, in the last several years. It was described as the new pond, also a known breeding pond. So the project site is located between known CTS, tiger salamander breeding ponds. The ponds are within 1.2 miles of the project site, which is the migration distance commonly used to assess impacts to tiger salamander. And that led to the conclusion that it would be possible for tiger salamanders to be traveling through the project site, but there's a low to moderate potential that they would be there full time, residing there. Mitigation measures to reduce mostly construction-related impacts that could result in take of tiger salamander are items like pre-construction surveys, installing drift nets, which is a method to keep the salamanders out of the construction area, and a variety of other measures. But one of the other measures is that prior to zone clearance, I think it is, the applicant will need to coordinate with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the state Fish and Wildlife. And any requirements that they may have could be prescribed at that time.
Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, I have a question on water resources. There was a water well evaluation and pump test report done in 1991. That's 25 years ago. Water resources have changed a great deal since then, and I'm wondering why there hasn't been something more current to give us a more up-to-date picture of just how much water is coming from this well.
If the results of that water test showed that there was more than adequate water supply, I think it was 60 gallons per minute.
Well, I think the issue is we've been in a 4 to 5 year drought, and the basin may have been overdrafted by more than what is described here in the last 25 years. So how do we know if there are adequate water resources? I don't have much faith in a test that was done 25 years ago. I would want something that's more current to ensure there's adequate resources.
Perhaps the applicant has information regarding the status of the well. I think they would need to demonstrate adequate availability to environmental health. I will check their condition letter and see what their requirements were.
Okay, and does the applicant have a presentation, Mr. Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Dave Cross, representing Mr. Gaffney, the property owner who's here today. Just a couple of brief comments, and specifically, Commissioner Brown, your question about the water. We know that the well works. Mr. Gaffney pumped 5,000 gallons out of it a couple weeks ago. In addition, there's a condition from the county, from the health department, that the well would, we'd have to have a shared water agreement, which by doing that would have to prove the viability of the well. So it would appear to us that the well works, and that by going through the process of viability with the health department, we would be able to prove that to get the shared water agreement. So,
well, do they look at specific standards? In other words, the amount of water that's...
They do. In order to qualify for the shared water agreement, they would have to meet certain criteria, including the drinkability standards and all of those for residential.
Well, I'm just concerned about the quantity. I mean, it says here it's 60 gallons per minute. And I don't know whether or not that's a current thing, or where the basin is, or if that makes any difference.
I can tell you
Maybe Mr.
anecdotally
Gaffney
that...
can. Thank you.
A couple of updates on the well situation. One is that just about 2 weeks ago, I have a 5,000 gallon holding tank on the property. It was dry, so I pumped 5,000 gallons out. It took an hour and 20 minutes. That works out to 60 gallons a minute. My neighbor just drilled a new well about 2 years ago. It's pumping about the same quantity. The water district, just a little ways down the road, about a quarter mile away, they support about 30 parcels of land. They don't have any issues. He monitors it every week or two, whatever it is. So,
You're at the podium. I've never had the opportunity to do this, but I thought I'd ask, since you are the property owner, your concerns or your issues with these, or interest in perhaps the adjacency of the CTS breeding ponds. Is it? I know you have conditions that you have to follow, but
when the report was done by Vince Simonson,
yes,
I met him on the property. We had a conversation with staff, and I asked him, I said, what would the impact be of a building? Because he was concerned about, the traveling and stuff like that. And I said, what would the tiger salamander do if it comes up to a building? He says it wouldn't stop it, it'd just go around it.
But other than that, the conditions, I mean, you're happy to have these critters as your neighbor and respect their the fact that they're endangered. And
I bought the property because of the beauty of the property, and I certainly want to do anything to change that beauty of the property.
all right, thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Just a couple other items. We talked about the building envelope, and we've been working for quite some time with staff to come up with building envelopes that work for Mr. Gaffney, at the same time provide that opportunity for mitigation for the environment and the species there. And for Mr. Gaffney, it provides him an opportunity for some property options for his estate. So not much more to say. We're asking for your approval, and we're here to answer any additional questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. And Any public speaker slips? Nothing from Santa Maria, David? Okay, great. Well, we can close the public comment period and then back to the commission. Any questions or deliberations?
Looks straightforward to me. I'm prepared to approve it.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, I guess I would ask this of staff. That is a high fire area, and it seems in the last 2 or 3 years we've had several fires starting kind of behind Mission Hills and heading in that direction. And I'm just looking at the, the mitigation for the fire protection, and I'm just wondering, does the applicant or his representative or staff, is everyone satisfied with that? I mean, is it assumed that, we'll do the defensible space because of the high fire propensity there? So just some comments about that, please.
The only comments that we have to make is that we're willing to adhere to all fire requirements. Additionally, there's that 30-foot radius, which is away from most of the foliage, the shrubbery, the trees as such. So anything we can do, of course, to reduce that, we'll work with the fire department to have whatever they require during the course of developing those parcels. But I think Mr. Gaffney's okay with the way it's presented now.
Is it 4? Oh, no. All right, well, I'll make a motion that we approve the project as presented here and follow staff's recommendations in page 2.0 of the staff report.
I'll second.
Thank you. Mr. Villalobos.
Commissioner Brown? Aye. Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks?
Aye.
Chair Farini?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Good job. And we'll adjourn for lunch and be back at 1 o'clock as promised. We'll reconvene today's meeting. And Mr. Villalobos, if you would read item 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a request on the hearing of the Planning and Development Department for the County Planning Commission to consider recommendations to the Board of Supervisors regarding adoption of the Gaviota Coast Plan.
Okay, thank you. And on to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the Commission. Today's presentation will focus on responding to Planning Commission questions raised at the last hearing. First, the Planning Commission requested that staff return with additional information regarding size limits for recreational vehicles in the small-scale campground. After reviewing various types and sizes of recreational vehicles and space allowances at campgrounds around California, staff recommends that we don't regulate the size of RVs. Rather, staff recommends limiting the length of the campsite parking area to 25 feet, as that would accommodate a standard RV that's 25 feet in length, a small camper trailer with a towing vehicle, or a pickup truck with a camper shell or minivan type vehicle that pops up and converts into a camper.
Commissioner Brown.
Mr. Chair, how do you want us to proceed? Do you want us to ask questions of staff after each one, or you want us to wait till the end?
Yeah, I think
or
we should. I think we should go with each item.
Okay.
So as it's presented.
Is-
Then
okay, all right. Then I just have a question on this, because I don't know anything about campers. So even if the length of the site is to be 25 feet, that doesn't prohibit someone coming with something longer that won't fit? I'm
That-
asking, I don't know.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, that is the intent, that they would not be able to put in a longer vehicle because it wouldn't fit in the site. The site would not accommodate it. Most of the campgrounds around the state of California have all different vehicle lengths, and they all are dependent upon the nature of the campground, the spaces that they actually have available, and whether they can accommodate large RVs or much smaller.
Okay. All right. So, but there was no change in the number, which is still, it stands at 30, and I thought the PAC had discussed the number was the 30 sites, or however.
Commissioner Brown, it's 15 sites.
So that's, but 30.
That could accommodate up to 2 vehicles, but if you have a size limit on the space for actually parking those vehicles, that could have some self-limiting options. You couldn't park 2 RVs of 25-foot length within a 25-foot length parking site.
But nonetheless, I heard from the PAC that they were looking for some number less than even 15. It was supposed to be a small scale, tent camping. This is what I heard in talking to people afterwards. And it just seems to me, well, we'll talk about in discussions. Okay. So it's just now at 15 then, basically.
15 sites, correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, so just because I do this a lot, the parks usually have the vehicle has a length, not the parking area. So if you're saying a trailer at 25 feet or a motorhome at 25 feet, the problem I see here is it's confusing in that if you have a trailer, it has to have a vehicle to tow it. I know of no trailers in combination with a vehicle that are anything less than about 40 feet. So we're talking about the trailer being 25 feet, or we're talking about the combination being 25 feet?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, we're talking about the space being 25 feet, so it could only accommodate small camper trailers, and there are some very small camper trailers.
I know of no camper trailer in combination with a car that's under 25 feet. Don't know of one.
Were there 2 parking spaces there, though? Are there 2 spaces per campsite, or is it just 1?
2 vehicles could be accommodated per site.
Okay, then you could have a trailer that's 25 feet and a car next to it, next to it. Is that correct? That's the 2 spaces.
That could be possible, but it would be, I guess, they'd be side by side, and then you would essentially be having just one group, you know, one person, or, you know, however many people fit in the car who are camping at that site. You couldn't then come in and have 2 cars with 2 trailers camped at that one particular campsite.
Okay, but I can have 15 camp spaces, and I can have 2, and each of them are 2 cars wide. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if a campsite could accommodate a car and a trailer, and you just want to say, you want to change it to say the vehicle can't be more than 25 feet in length, or the trailer, or whatever it's going to be clear. And you don't want to talk about the length of the parking.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, we have to look, we'll look at the regulations specifically again in the ordinance, but we're talking about limiting the length of the site so that you can't drive in the large RVs, which I think is one of the main concerns that were first brought to our attention at these hearings.
Here's the problem. If the parking space is 25 feet, I'm just trying to tell you how this works. The wheelbase of my motorhome is only about 160 inches, but my vehicle is 34 feet long. So if you got a campsite that's 25 feet in length, I'm going to hang out on the front and I'm going to hang out in the back, but where my trailer is sitting is going to be all in the campsite. So I think you have to talk about the length of the vehicle, not the length of the campsite. My 35-footer fits in a 25-foot length of a campsite. Not a problem.
So, Mr. Chair, we're just providing information for the commission to make a decision. So I think we've provided the information. You've provided some additional information. We probably ought to move on and get through the rest of the issues.
All
and
right,
then
so we'll
take
come
public
back to
comment.
that then.
Okay, moving on to farm stays. Staff recommends including the cost of meals in the cost of the overnight accommodations. Staff drafted the farm stay provisions to be consistent with the California Homestay Act of 1999, which allows homestays and farm stays to be exempt from the health code requirements that would otherwise require a commercial kitchen for the provision of meals. Staff revised the ordinance amendments for the incentive program following direction to relocate it to the Gaviota Coast Plan overlay and include specific development standards. Instead of the residential second unit, staff recommends referring to them as incentive dwelling units. The Commission also directed staff to research the expired RAU ordinance for guidance regarding remotely siting incentive units. Our research found that remote siting under the RAU ordinance was only allowed on larger parcels that were zoned Ag 2 320 and only with a discretionary permit, a minor conditional use permit. Staff does not recommend remote siting of new incentive dwellings for several reasons. First, the intent of the incentive is to allow the unit with a land use permit or coastal development permit. Second, Action Land Use 6 of the initiated plan requires clustering new detached units with the principal dwelling. Third, the EIR did not analyze potential impacts of remotely siting new detached units. However, the draft ordinance amendments would allow remote siting if the detached unit would be converted from an existing legal guest house or an existing ag employee dwelling that is already remotely sited, because no new development would be required. Remote siting could be considered in a future work program to fully develop additional ordinance amendments for the rest of the incentive program. The Planning Commission recommended last time that the provisions for firewood processing and sales prohibit the use of coast live oaks and chaparral as source wood. To address this concern, staff recommends that the ordinance language be revised to instead require that firewood processing and sales comply with provisions of the ESH overlays. This change would limit firewood sales sources to those that are not sensitive, as well as allowing some limited use of the source woods if they were removed under activities allowed by the ESH provisions and following permit procedures if necessary. Staff recommends the same provisions be incorporated into the new ordinance language for small-scale lumber processing and milling.
Commissioner Brown.
I'm sorry, Ms. Harris. Your ability to go through these quickly, far exceed my ability to understand them and deal with them. So please, I ask for your patience. So, based on a project that we saw recently, where coast live oaks were being removed, does the ESH overlay, the GAV overlay, prevent oaks from being removed for otherwise for ag ops?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, the Gaviota plan will not prevent the issue that you saw before.
Okay.
If that's what you're really asking.
Yes,
yeah.
thank you, thank you.
No.
So this will help too. It won't necessarily prevent it, but it will help in
This-
some way.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, this will not allow somebody to cut down oak trees to either
For firewood.
make firewood or to make furniture, which you'll see in a moment. But it doesn't prevent
Okay. All right.
boxing and
No,
transplanting.
Okay, fine, thank you. All right, thank you. Appreciate your help.
Okay, next is the steep slope guidelines. The plan includes Action AG3 directing the county to develop the guidelines for new agricultural cultivation on slopes of 30% to 40% and above. However, neither the Board of Supervisors nor the subsequent EIR analysis made a determination as to whether these guidelines should begin to apply at 30% or 40%. So given the absence of that direction, staff looked to other regulations and found that the grading ordinance would be the most appropriate reference in having the steep slope guidelines apply to 30% or more. The grading ordinance exempts earthwork for recognized, normal, and usual agricultural practices to prepare a field for a crop or for range improvement. However, an erosion control permit is required where this earthwork would occur on slopes of 30% or greater. As the erosion control permit and the steep slope guidelines are both intended to ensure slope stabilization, soil conservation, and water quality control, staff recommends applying the steep slope guidelines to cultivation on slopes 30% or greater, as proposed in the new development standard Ag 3. The Commission also requested additional information to understand why the mountainous area designation was not applied to private lands in the initiated plan. First of all, the comprehensive plan does not mandate that all lands meeting the criteria for mountainous area designation be so designated. Factors involved in the decision to retain agricultural zoning on private lands in the initiated plan include the extent of existing and historic agriculture, the topographic distribution of steep slopes, and good planning principles which apply zoning using logical patterns and avoidance of spot zoning. To illustrate this a little further, we have a slopes map that we can show you. The colors don't show up on the projection as good as on screen, but we'll see what we can do. So there have been some comments about Gaviota and then other community plan areas. Well, the Gaviota topography differs from areas such as Goleta, Eastern Goleta Valley, and Toro Canyon. In those communities, the upper third is steep, generally meeting the criteria for steep slope, but then the terrain levels out to a wide coastal plain where slopes are less than 10% before reaching the ocean. Most agricultural zoning is in the middle to lower watersheds on lesser slopes in those community plan areas. However, those areas do have ag zoning applied to lands that have slopes greater than 40%. Along the Gaviota coast, a portion of which we have shown here, this here is the Gaviota watershed, and we have the 101 coming down here, and then the curve heading east towards Refugio at this point. Most of these watersheds are short and steep. This map depicts some of the area with slopes greater than 40% in the dark brown. And then in orange, we have slopes that are 30 to 40%. The white and green areas in the background are anything less than 30%. So that includes anything from a 10% all the way up to 30%. The green background rather than the white is the same green that we've been using to depict publicly owned lands. Different from other South Coast planning areas, the steep north-south trending ridges typically extend from the crest of the mountains to the narrow coastal bluff. So I'm now going to turn on a layer that depicts important farmlands under cultivation, and these are shown in the orange hatch marks. They're both historic cultivation and current cultivation. This layer does not depict grazing lands, but the grazing lands do cover most of the private lands south of the Los Padres National Forest boundary. The other layer I want to show you is bringing forward the public lands to the front. And again, a reminder that all the public lands would be zoned mountainous area with a few exceptions that would be recreation. Now what you can see more easily are just those parcels that are the private parcels. Some of these parcels clearly don't meet the criteria for mountainous area, as you can see from the white background, but many of them do, and some of these parcels have a mix of slopes, both very steep and lesser slopes. In any case, there's also a mix of actively farmed or grazed lands on these various properties, and then some of them are not being farmed. The initiated plan considered these patterns and avoids spot zoning and a patchwork application of the mountainous and agricultural zones, and that is why staff recommends moving forward with the zoning as initiated by the Board of Supervisors. Okay, returning to our PowerPoint. The Planning Commission directed staff to review a letter submitted by the County Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee, or CRATAC, that was dated August 29th, and consider suggestions regarding parks, recreation, and trails policy language. Following review, staff recommends several minor revisions to the trail alignment narratives of the plan and a few policies and actions. These revisions would not substantially change the policy direction of the initiated plan, and they are presented in Attachment A of your staff memo. Regarding separate comments that were raised at the last hearing about the trail siting guidelines and trails fencing, staff recommends adding language to one of the guidelines to require consultation with landowners regarding fencing design to ensure that it does not affect agriculture. And these edits are presented on page 10 of the staff memo. The staff memo for today's hearing includes a full discussion of these 4 visual resources policies. We're not going to repeat the staff memo's discussion, but following our additional review and consideration since your last hearing, staff recommends moving forward with these policies as presented in the July 2016 plan. The Planning Commission directed staff to respond to 3 additional questions. Regarding wetland mitigation policies, first, the Gaviota Plan does not restate coastal policies defining wetlands and allowed uses in wetlands. These policies will still apply. Second, the Gaviota Coast Plan Development Standard NS5 provides flexible wetland mitigation ratios, as the standard would apply to both inland and coastal areas and apply to various types of wetlands, which may have different mitigation ratio requirements. When a higher standard is required, the higher standard would apply. Next, Caltrans submitted a letter dated August 29th, 2016, recommending several minor edits to terminology. These were identified in your memo, and staff recommends that these changes be made. Finally, regarding the roadway classification of Highway 101, Figure 7.1 of the plan depicts the current function of the highway through the plan area, as it's a mix of freeway and expressway. The Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors did not initiate an amendment to the circulation element to revise the classification. In any case, The county's roadway classifications for state highways do not affect or limit Caltrans's ability to pursue transportation corridor planning within its jurisdiction. Using the detailed language for your motion on pages 13 and 14 of the staff memo for today's hearing, staff recommends that the commission make the required findings for approval, including the CEQA findings, recommend that the Board of Supervisors certify the final EIR, and approve and adopt a resolution recommending that the Board of Supervisors take the necessary actions to approve the Gaviota Coast Plan. This concludes our presentation, and we can take your questions.
Commissioner Brown.
Oh, you just zipped through that, and I'm still back 5 minutes ago. Anyway, I just have a question that I need to get some clarity on in reviewing the material on page 6, item number 5, about chaparral designation. I sent an email to Mr. Lackey, and hopefully he was able to resurrect that, where, and I just will repeat that email, and on the EIR page 4.4-27 says the ESHGAV overlay doesn't prohibit ag, rather it would require an assessment of bioresources prior to approval of a permit when one is required. And my question is, if an erosion control permit or grading permit is needed for ag activities, does one of these permits trigger the assessment of bioresources?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, an erosion control permit that would be issued for just doing agricultural activities like installing orchards does not require any sort of planning permit. So in that case, the ESH provisions would not apply to those agricultural activities. However, if there are certain circumstances on much steeper slopes, there's certain criteria in the grading ordinance that states in certain circumstances a grading permit would be required. When a grading permit is required by the grading ordinance, then a land use permit is also required according to the zoning ordinances. And in those cases, then an assessment for ESH would be made.
So it depends.
That's correct.
And is there some, can you give me some specific reference to, would I have to look in the grading ordinance to see that or find that? Where could I find that language just that you said?
I believe it's section 14-8.
In the grading ordinance?
In the grading ordinance.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
It's 8 or 9.
Okay. All right.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, I'm going back to the farm stay and reading in your staff report on page 2. You have a commercial kitchen exemption, meaning there would not be a commercial kitchen. Is that correct? I mean, that's what we're trying to avoid.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, the exemption from the commercial kitchen is what's allowed under the California Farm Stay Act. So the intent is for these smaller uses, they don't need to go through the process of getting permits under the health code for commercial kitchens, and then actually having to do a major remodel, because commercial kitchens are quite different from our home kitchens. And this is a specific exemption that was created to allow this small scale development, provided that these meals are included in the accommodations, and it's an exemption that the state allowed, and we're just carrying that forward.
Okay.
Commissioner Brown.
Do I still have the mic? Yeah. Okay. Regarding the incentive program, again, just on what you presented, now we're looking at, we're calling it the incentive dwelling unit. I just want an explanation how, is that just language that's unique then to the GAV plan? And then is there any differentiation, between the residential second unit? I guess I'm thinking in terms of, if this goes to if the incentive program goes to a work program at some point, that we are basically taking care of this part of the incentive program right now.
Mr. Chair,
in this part of the plan.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, we have come up with this new term so that it would specifically refer to this incentive program that would apply in the Gaviota Coast Plan and nowhere else in the county. So it would completely differentiate it from residential second units.
Okay, so when you come if and when there's a work program established, the only aspect of that incentive dwelling unit will be those that would be remotely sited, because we're just looking at clustering right now.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, in looking to the future and doing some additional work on the incentive program, the main effort would be to look at the other incentives and clarify a way of allowing the other landowner actions to go forward, such as the habitat conservation or restoration or conservation easements, and that effort is aimed at determining what would be an appropriate level of habitat restoration or an appropriate conservation easement in order to get the incentive dwelling. But as a part of that work program, it could be also looked at as an opportunity to consider new remote sited units as a part of that effort.
Okay, so from our last conversation about this, if there's an existing dwelling, let's say farm worker dwelling, and it's remotely sited, that's part of what we're looking at. Okay, so for new, I'm just reading because it says the EIR did not analyze for new remotely sited, but if it's already there, it's part of what we're doing today, not a future work program. Okay, I understand that now.
Commissioner.
I'm just, sure, I'll keep going, just quickly. Okay, I'm going back to the firewood processing sales, and I think Commissioner Brown alluded to it. Can we add today something that refers to the harvesting of the oaks? No. Okay.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brooks, I think that would be a difficult item to undertake because it really relates to the Oak Tree Protection Program, which applies county-wide. So I would recommend not doing that today.
Okay, so you're suggesting then that that's the action then, if, to look at the oak tree, not within this, but, the county needs to look at that and maybe bring that harvesting idea to play in the oak tree protection ordinance.
So, Mr. Chair, just to be really clear, I'm not suggesting that we should do that. I'm suggesting if it is something that the commissioner or the board wanted to do, that would be the appropriate place to do it. The board did get a briefing on the oak protection ordinance maybe within the last year. Actually, I think sooner than that, less time than that ago, and did not pursue any changes to that ordinance. So just an FYI, kind of a little bit off topic.
Looking at the mountainous area designation, I really appreciated that map that you showed us. You don't have a map of, let's say, Toro Canyon that we could compare.
It's different.
That, to get a broad, because the idea that people are bringing forward that why is it different in the GAF plan versus Toro Canyon, and staff has explained it that there's flatter land the mountains don't come quite as close, to the coast. But you don't have anything to show us to
Mr.
see
Chair,
that.
Commissioner Brooks, we don't have anything on hand with us, but we have a lot of data available on computers and elsewhere.
Ms. Harris, on the ag grading permit, the exemption, did I hear you say that exempts properties under 40%?
Steep slope guidelines.
Help me.
Mr. Chair, the grading ordinance, typically the grading ordinance requires a grading permit for all grading that meets a certain set of criteria, including, the quantity, 50 cubic yards is the threshold, and other cut and fill separation distances. And I don't have all these numbers in my head, but there's certain requirements. But then the grading ordinance allows an exemption for typical agricultural practices, because farmers are out there, they're grading, they're plowing, they're doing all sorts of field preparation to plant new crops. They have agricultural roads associated with them. So the grading ordinance recognizes that that's usual and standard agriculture, and you don't need a permit to do that. You don't need a grading permit to go out there and farm your land. What it then requires is, if you're getting into steep slopes, starting at 30% slopes and anything steeper, they require not a grading permit, but an erosion control permit. And the purpose of that permit is to make sure basic best management practices are applied to prevent the soils from eroding, and then eroding down into the creeks, et cetera, and losing soil loss on the lands themselves. So that's what it requires. That erosion control permit does not require any sort of planning permit under the zoning ordinance.
Okay, so then staying on that, it doesn't mention 40%. It just says over 30%.
30% and greater.
More than 30 and, okay. So then, is there something in there that says that applies to ag zoned properties? So if I had an industrial zoned property or an MZMT zone property, now I'm not ag zoned anymore, and that exemption would no longer apply?
This only applies on agricultural zoned properties.
Okay, so then if we change this zoning to mountainous, then that would no longer apply.
That's correct.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. While we're on the zoning, what would be the process if we were to rezone any of the existing steep slope property to mountainous zoning? Is it something we can accomplish in the context of this plan? Is it something that we should be looking at in a future work plan? I'm concerned that we haven't mitigated to the extent possible or feasible some of the protections that we're not gaining by leaving these steep slope ag properties with exemptions.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, or commissioners, you're probably going to get tired of this answer, but we didn't analyze any changes to private property from agriculture to mountainous. So I think it would be difficult to do at this stage, and if it's something that the commission and the board was interested in doing, it might be a subsequent work program item. Or we would need to pause and take some time to really analyze it, because there would be effects not just in protecting slopes, but there may be some effects to agriculture as well. So we'd have to disclose all of that.
Commissioner Cooney.
I'm not so much tired of that answer as trying to understand the process, and I suspected that would be your answer, because I haven't seen any analysis of a zoning change, which is very significant in our other community plans where staff has recommended zoning changes. We've gone through them and said this parcel shouldn't have to be changed, this one does, et cetera. And we haven't done any of that. We've just basically drawn the line at publicly owned lands and privately owned lands. Am I correct?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, you're correct. And that really stems from sort of the purpose, I think, of the plan. And it really wasn't to rezone properties so much as to ensure continued agricultural productivity and some public access. So I think it stems from the purpose of the plan, and it certainly is consistent with the initiated plan. There just weren't any, well, there's certainly, I don't know if there aren't any rezones, but there certainly aren't wholesale rezones that we would see in a typical community plan.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Ms. Harris, this has to do with your visual resource policies. And a question I sent to you in an email, and it has to do with the policy Viz 2 and probably 12 and 13. My question has to do with the railroad. The railroad is within the critical viewshed corridor, but the policy only says about screening from Highway 101. And policy Viz 2 talks about development outside of the critical viewshed corridor shall be blah, blah, blah. So it seems to me that the development from the railroad isn't addressed. I'm somewhat confused about how these, and I see Ms. Citron has written a letter, and perhaps we'll get to that, but I just wanted to.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, all of the first set of policies are intended to apply everywhere in the planning area. And then policies 12 and 13 are among the several policies that apply specifically to the CVC overlay. And with regards to Viz 2, I don't think the intent is that this policy then doesn't apply to any development in the corridor. I think the intent is, the corridor is focused on the views seen from Highway 101. And I think the intent of that policy is that we're not looking at views from Highway 101, but we're looking at the any other potentially public views that you would have, that they should be visually subordinate. And then in the CVC overlay, views would also be screened.
Well, but policy Viz 2 specifically says outside of the critical viewshed corridor. Outside. So I just feel like this, if we're considering, and we had discussion about public views from the railroad, and there seemed to be some sentiment about including views from that no policy applies to it, to the views from the railroad then. Unless you, so maybe we'll get back. I just needed to get some, I'm confused about that. Seem to be more confused today about a lot of things, but that's okay. Been a long, okay. So we'll just wait. All right, that's all I have.
No other questions at this time? Okay, we'll go to public comment. And we'll do 3 minutes. We'll start up in Santa Maria. Tess Blake, followed by Janet Blevins.
Good afternoon, Chair Farini, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Tess Blake. I live in Orcutt, and I'm a volunteer for SB Can and Safe Energy Now, North County. I'm here this afternoon to urge you to please approve the Gaviota Coast Plan and include a ban
Ms. Blake, if you
on
could hold
any
your
new
comments just for a
oil.
minute till we get you back online here. Well, we'll hold Santa Maria up and we'll come in here to the hearing room. We have Terry Bowman, followed by Chris Collier. Maybe they're in Santa Maria. I don't know, they're all filled out here. No Chris Collier?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Chris Collier. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the Western States Petroleum Association and the California Independent Petroleum Association. We appreciate the opportunity to comment on the Gaviota Coast Plan. After careful review of the plan, we respectfully request that the reference in Chapter 7, Transportation, Energy, and Infrastructure, Policies and Implementation D, Energy Policy, which states the use of enhanced oil and gas recovery techniques such as hydraulic fracturing and steam injection should be discouraged in the Gaviota Coast Plan area be removed from the final plan document. Well stimulation techniques such as hydraulic fracturing and enhanced oil and gas recovery techniques such as steam injection are allowed under existing county policies. There is no scientific basis or other basis for discouraging or prohibiting these activities in the plan area. We are concerned this particular policy is not based on sound science and understanding of modern oil and gas technology. In fact, pursuant to Senate Bill 4 from Senator Pavley in 2013, California Natural Resources Agency commissioned the California Council on Science and Technology in conjunction with the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory to conduct an independent scientific assessment of well stimulation treatments, including hydraulic fracturing in California. This study was released in July 2015 and found no significant direct impacts from the use of this long-standing technology. Similarly, Department of Conservation's Division of Oil, Gas, Geothermal Resources, or DOGGR, which regulates oil and gas operations in the state, has concluded that steam injection operations do not pose a significant threat to underground sources of drinking water. SB4 is a comprehensive state law applicable to well stimulation treatments in California, including hydraulic fracturing. This new law requires state regulators at the Division of Oil, Gas, and Geothermal Resources and other agencies to implement numerous stringent requirements for the protection of groundwater. These include developing and evaluating systems for monitoring wells to ensure that no chemicals flow from the wells into nearby groundwater aquifers. Additionally, DOGGR is required, under its primacy agreement with the U.S. EPA, pursuant to Federal Safe Drinking Water Act, to regulate and oversee underground injection operations relating to oil and gas development. Under the UIC program, aquifers must be exempted by EPA before any injection activity may occur. Exempted aquifers are not underground sources of drinking water. For more than 50 years, our energy producers have applied and operated permitted and highly regulated conventional production techniques related to enhanced oil recovery techniques like steam and water injection. Under the strictest environmental relations in the nation, our producers have consistently demonstrated their ability to operate in a safe, compliant, and responsible manner. Finally, our ability to domestically produce reliable and accessible energy under strong environmental protection programs reduces California's need to import oil over the ocean from unstable countries that do not have strong environmental rules. For these reasons, we strongly urge the Commission to remove language from a proposed plan that discourages future development of oil and gas resources, including projects that are consistent with the county's current policies, can be conducted safely with no harm to the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, let's try Tess Blake again in Santa Maria.
Chair Farini, Honorable Commissioners, my name is Tess Blake. I live in Orcutt, and I'm a volunteer for SB CAN and Safe Energy Now North County. I'm here this afternoon to urge you to please approve the Gaviota Coast Plan and include a ban on any new oil or gas projects to further protect Gaviota. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Janet Blevins, followed by Bob Keats.
Good afternoon. Thank you to all of you commissioners and staff for your diligent hard work on this issue. I am Janet Blevins. I live in Lompoc, and I'm representing SB CAN, Sierra Club, and Safe Energy Now North County. I'm pretty sure that everyone in this room understands the horrible consequences of climate change and global warming. Drought, fires, floods, hurricanes, rising tides, ocean acidification, death of old-growth forests, redwoods and sequoias, melting glaciers, islands and island nations no longer existing, new and horrifying diseases, including Zika. They don't bother to tell you that the smaller heads that result from the Zika virus are because there is no brain inside the baby's skull, just a brain stem. And every little bit of additional oil extraction adds to this crisis. And conversely, every little bit that is kept in the ground helps to avert the worst case scenario. Oh, I forgot the 5.7 earthquake in Oklahoma. This is a moral decision. You can choose to stay comfortably within the current paradigm, or you can be leaders in the fight for the future of the planet and future generations. I support a ban on oil development in the Gaviota Coast. This is an area that is unlike any other in California. We are so lucky to have it in our county, and it deserves, and all the wildlife and all of the landforms deserve complete protection from a dangerous, extractive oil industry. And you may want to think that Measure P failed, and so therefore we have our answer. But just remember, $7 million buys a lot of lies and a lot of votes, and that's exactly what happened 2 years ago. Tides are changing. All people everywhere understand the importance of this, and you have a chance to be leaders in Santa Barbara County. Please take this opportunity. Thank you.
Bob Keats, followed by Paul Ossio.
Chairman Freeney and members of the Commission. My name is Bob Keats, and I'm a member of the Surfrider Foundation. During Surfrider's long involvement with the Gaviota Coast, the two most important issues for Surfrider have been the conservation of coastal open space and agricultural land, and the protection and continued public use of coastal beach access trails. Because Surfrider places such a high priority on these issues, Surfrider supports staff's recommendation to include Action Rec 8 and Action Rec 9 in the Gaviota Coast Plan. Given that I'm sure that you have all had an overwhelming amount of material to read, another Surfrider member will read Action Rec 8 and Action Rec 9. More specifically, beach access is particularly important on our coastline because on any given day, at any given time of day, there might be only one or two surf spots that have rideable surf due to various factors. If a surfer does not have an access route to rideable waves, then that surfer is not going to be able to surf. With regard to open space acquisition in Action Rec 9, Surfrider and other community organizations would like to develop the financial resources to buy open space from willing sellers on the Gaviota Coast, and Action Rec 9 would be supportive of that process and would help to ensure that as much land as possible on the eastern Gaviota Coast remains rural and free from suburban sprawl, and that view corridors and sensitive coastal environmental habitats will be protected. Conservation of coastal open space reduces development pressure and helps to ensure that family-owned farms and ranches will continue to exist and to operate on the Gaviota Coast. In conclusion, I believe that The inclusion of these policies in the Gaviota Coast Plan will be beneficial to the community and will enhance the Gaviota Coast Plan, and consequently, I urge you to include these policies in the plan. Thank you.
Paul Asio, followed by Otis Califf.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paul Alessio, and I'm also here representing the Santa Barbara chapter of the Surfrider Foundation in support of passing or including Rec 8 and Rec 9 per staff's recommendations. I know we're all aware of the benefits of coastal access and the recreation on the beaches and the public's need to access the beach and their want to access the beach. So I just wanted to include my personal opinion on why the coast is important to access. As a researcher and PhD student at the university who is looking at coastal erosion and coastal processes, I think it's really important to protect that area because it serves as a natural laboratory, essentially, to investigate how climate change and faulting and tectonics affect the landscape and the ecosystem function that it serves. So this area is really important to protect based on those things, as well as the coastal trails. Connecting the coastal trails and connecting the habitats are really important because, again, it allows access and allows us to connect to the habitat and the coast. I'm sure you might be aware of the, I don't want to say battle, but a difference in opinions in Del Mar right now over pedestrians crossing the railroad tracks to get to the beach. And now the city's putting law enforcement there to find people that are trying to cross the railroad tracks to get to the beach. And so I think that Rec 8 and Rec 9, again, allowing the trails and working with the Pacific Railroad Company to provide safe access across the railroads is important to prevent something like that from occurring in the future. So for those reasons, I would recommend that staff or approve staff's recommendations for Rec 8 and Rec 9 and the Gaviota Coast Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Otis Califf, followed by Rosemary Holmes in Santa Maria.
Good afternoon, Chair Farini and commissioners. My name's Otis Califf. I'm speaking for the for CRATAC, the County Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee. We met on Monday at Kachuma to discuss the Gaviota Plan, and I noticed that the demographics are similar to actually a lot of people here. The committee's made up of a lot of old-timers, people who have been at this process for a long time. And the Gaviota planning process is long-range planning. In 1972, inspired by William Mott, State Parks Director then, Vivian Oborn published the Green Book that proposed the mission-to-mission trail along the Gaviota Coast. And then in 1982, that concept, the concept of a coastal trail, was laid out on the county map. Now, who knows what's going to happen on the Gaviota Coast in the next 30 or 40 years? Apart from oil processing, not a lot has happened out there, at least what visibly has happened. Not a lot has changed, but it may be different in the next 40 years. Right now, oil operations are winding down. There are 3 large ranches for sale, and they have a great deal of interest for real estate developers. And when land use changes, the public, through the county, has a great deal of interest. The Gaviota Plan is our roadmap for the future. CRATAC members are very interested in our systems of hiking and riding trails, and we try to advise the county on ways to make it better. What we wanted to see in the plan were clear policies that would lead to the improvement of existing trails and that might possibly lead to the acquisition of new public trails. And we wanted to see consistent language throughout to make sure our intentions are clear for future generations.
people who will be looking at the plan in 30 or 40 years. That's just good planning. To a large extent, these goals have been achieved. And we want to commend the Commission and especially staff on a fruitful and rewarding collaboration over these last several years. We think this process has been successful. Of course, we still are full of ideas, and just this week we submitted a couple of possible modifications to policy for you to look at right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rosemary Holmes in North County, followed by
Thank you.
Ken Huff.
So, good afternoon to Chair Farini and Commissioners. I am Rosemary Holmes, here primarily on behalf of the Sierra Club, our local Arguello Group chapter. Riffing on an article that a friend of mine, Al Thompson, noted in today's local paper, the Roman Emperor Justinian said, quote, "The sea, the shores, the air, and running water is common to everyone," unquote. The Brits picked this up with their Magna Carta. The U.S. followed suit in 1892 when the public trust doctrine became law. He then goes on with a different issue, but the premise about we the people is totally permanent. It's totally pertinent to the Gaviota Coast plan. Please actively listen to the advisement of the EDC and others wanting to protect our coastline from fracking, steam injection, and any other environmentally nefarious oil industry practices. Please don't be even partially responsible for the degradation of this area. Lastly, remember that unlike the Las Vegas ad, what happens in Gaviota does not stay in Gaviota. Toxic liquids injected deep into the ground do not know boundaries, any more than, for instance, tobacco smoke. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken Huff, followed by Ann Deneen.
Good afternoon, Chair Farini and Commissioners. I'm Ken Huff, staff for the Santa Barbara County Action Network. SBCAN is a countywide grassroots organization that works to promote social and economic justice, to preserve our environmental and agricultural resources, and to create sustainable communities. And while SBCAN has not been among the active participants in developing the Gaviota Coast Plan, we have followed its development with great interest and have supported the Environmental Defense Center's comments on the plan. In particular, we support EDC's request that the language in Chapter 7, which discourages the use of enhanced oil and gas recovery techniques, be strengthened to include an actual prohibition of these techniques in the plan area. Granted, Measure P, which would have banned these techniques throughout the unincorporated county, did not pass, but this is not to say that other bans of the techniques could not be imposed to protect important resources. Recently, your commission denied the Orchid Hill project because the hydraulic steaming would cause unavoidable negative impacts to endangered species. The Gaviota Coast deserves protection from these dangerous techniques rather than having to deal with them one project at a time. They ought to be prohibited through this plan. If you can't find consensus to strengthen that language, we urge you not to delete the language that's in there now, as has been advocated by some of the letters I saw in the packet and by the first speaker today. Please protect the coast. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Denier, followed by Dean Playster.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you so very much for the opportunity to address you. I'm Ann Doneen, as spokesperson for MOSA, the Malibu Open Space Association, a new organization of organizations dedicated to preserving national resources and open spaces. We are very interested in commenting because, as the previous speaker pointed out, the we the people aspect of this is so strong, and we in Malibu consider ourselves part of the overall family of Californians that enjoy coastal use and the currents of the Pacific Ocean that come down the coast come to us in Malibu too. We love the coast and cherish it. We wanted to comment on the stunning emotional qualities that our beautiful coast can instill in residents, not just here, but throughout the state. They inspire many people to come and visit. It's a cherished national resource that we as residents have the obligation to protect and conserve. It has priceless inspirational value. And we request that you further minimize commercial and residential growth, that you prohibit oil and gas recovery, all oil and gas recovery, that you map and protect sensitive habitats, and you bring this into conformance with the Coastal Act. It is a moral decision that you have now to make for future generations. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you.
Dean Plaister, followed by Pat Healy.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Dean Plaister, and I'm a member of the Executive Committee of Surfrider Santa Barbara. I'd like to read into the record the two actions that my fellow Surfrider members referred to a little bit ago. These are actions recommended by the staff. Action Rec 8, Railroad Corridor Lateral Access and Crossings. The county shall identify locations where public lateral trails are not otherwise available and could be located safely within the Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way, including trails that would require safety improvements. The county shall identify locations where access across, over, or under the railroad is necessary or desirable to allow for public access to the beach along the bluff and/or for trail connectivity. The county shall approach the Union Pacific Railroad and Public Utilities Commission to gain authorization for formal trail segments within the right-of-way and/or where railroad crossings are necessary or desirable to allow for public access to the beach along the bluff and/or for trail connectivity. Action Rec 9, Public Recreation and Open Space Protection and Conservation. The county shall identify parcels of coastal open space in the Gaviota Coast Plan area that are suitable for conservation. The county should protect public recreation and open space as follows. A, prioritize acquisition of public bluff-top open space. B, protect and expand coastal access and acquire easements for and develop a nearshore California coastal trail. C, plan for expansion of visitor-serving uses, particularly campgrounds at suitable locations. D, identify key properties suitable for public acquisition for recreation and protection of habitats, view corridors, and open space. And E, ensure habitat connectivity and, where appropriate, trail connectivity between coastal areas and the Los Padres National Forest. Inclusion of these two actions will allow for better public access for greater enjoyment of the Gaviota Coast, as well as help wildlife to survive and flourish. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Healy, followed by Dylan Johnson.
Honorable Commissioners, my name is Pat Healy, and I represent the Malibu Coalition for Slow Growth. The Gaviota Coast is a treasure to be guarded. It is one of the most beautiful areas in all of California. It needs more protection than what is currently proposed. That's why the Malibu Coalition for Slow Growth and many of its supporters thought the issue was of such importance that we came here today to urge you and to lend our support for the greatest protection possible of this precious resource. And we recommend you adopt, at the very least, the suggestions of the Environmental Defense Council and other sound environmental recommendations. Thank you for your attention to the matter.
Thank you. Dylan Johnson, followed by Alicia Rossler.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Dylan Johnson. I'm an attorney with Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck.
and I am making these comments today on behalf of my colleague Susan Petrovich, who sends her regrets that she was unable to attend. Our firm represents a number of landowners in the Gaviota Coast area who would be affected by the proposed plan. We submitted a comment letter on September 12th to your commission, and I will not reiterate every comment we made, but I want to highlight a few of the most important issues. First, we request that a modification be made to the language in Visual Policy Viz 14 to allow replanting of screening trees between Highway 101 and the ocean. In specific, there are existing trees at the Gaviota Marine Terminal that have been ravaged by drought and fire in recent years. Whatever use is made of this site in the future, restoration of the trees will be an important noise buffer and visual screening measure for this site. Second, we request that your commission adopt the trail guidelines submitted with our comment letter in lieu of the versions proposed by staff. These guidelines we provided were drafted with careful consideration by GavPAC. One issue of particular importance as to these guidelines is the omission in staff's proposal of a trail capacity determination. Without such a determination, trails will remain open even when their capacity is exceeded, and this will impair the safety and other geological issues with the paths, such as erosion. The proposed guidelines also delete specific incentives for trail dedication that were proposed by GavPAC. And the proposed guidelines delete some of the recommended discussion of protection of private property from trail encroachment. Going back to the plan, page 4-4 of the proposed plan includes vague language about the creation of informal trails. We would recommend that this language be clarified to lay out when informal trails can be or are created. For example, the plan should state clearly that when the public makes use of private property that is fenced and posted as private, this is illegal use and cannot constitute creation of a trail for public use. A few last points briefly. We request that staff revise the proposed trail locations so that none bisect existing agricultural uses, active uses. We request that staff reduce the list of vegetation types that included in the ESHA, including eliminating coast live oaks and live oak woodlands. These trees are already protected by the county tree removal ordinance. We request that the list of agricultural activities that are exempt from ESHA policies be expanded to encompass grading, as we discussed today, and other important agricultural activities. We request a reevaluation of the plan alternatives to ensure that they truly reflect mitigation of significant impacts identified in the EIR. And we request an inclusion of a sound fuel management plan that allows for controlled burns to protect agricultural interests and reduce fire hazards. In closing, we request that you direct staff to address these comments and others made in our September 12th letter and bring a revised plan back for your consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Alicia Rossler, followed by Brian Troutwine. Thanks for the paperclip and the notes.
Excuse me. Thank you and good afternoon, commissioners. Pardon me.
Can
my
you
name's
speak
Elise.
into the microphone?
Okay,
please?
sorry.
Thank you.
My name is Alicia Rossler, testifying today on behalf of the Environmental Defense Center. We hope you received a letter, 2 letters EDC submitted, but on Monday one on behalf of 18 community groups, notably Sierra Club, Surfrider, SBCAN, Audubon Society, just to name a few, who urge the Commission to adopt a plan that incorporates policy to preserve Gaviota's rich wildlife habitats, rural landscape, and important public access to and along the coast. In that letter, and in many more the Commission's received, the community has voiced a very strong desire to ensure that new oil and gas projects using enhanced oil recovery techniques like fracking and steam injection will never be a part of Gaviota's future. Gaviota is rich biodiversity, steep slopes, watersheds, and rural landscapes are not and will never be an appropriate area to allow future projects like these to waste and pollute Gaviota's precious water resources, air quality, and spoil the important farmlands the plan is designed to protect. Despite oil industry claims about safety, the Santa Barbara's history with oil speaks for itself. Gaviota recently suffered a significant oil spill at Refugio, and PCEC's steam injection operations have resulted in over 100 accidental oil seeps to date. And I encourage the Commission to read the report cited in WISPA's letter. It certainly does not conclude that there's nothing to worry about fracking, and we'll make sure to give it to the Commission in time for the next hearing. Now is the time, while we're establishing the framework for Gaviota's future, to establish a clear policy that prohibits these new oil and gas techniques. The county has the legal authority to regulate oil and gas projects and to join the 6 other California counties who chose to protect their communities from these risks. Next is my comment about 2 concerns remaining with the incentives program. We've made this point all along. The incentives program terms of additional units have not been adequately assessed in the EIR. The incentives program, as currently stands, allows an additional 3 houses or dwelling units per ag parcel. There's no limitation on that except for whether or not it has a trail on it. There are 674 parcels zoned Ag 2 that cover approximately 54% of the plan area, yet the EIR doesn't give us any information on how many of those parcels would actually be eligible, nor does it attempt to quantify or analyze the impacts. This needs to be disclosed under CEQA. Lastly, one of EDC's concerns with the incentives program is about the disproportionate benefit between the landowner and the public. One way to cure that, for example, the landowner gets the benefit immediately, while the public does not get the trail easement until all of the parcels are connected. One way to cure that would be to actually not permit the additional dwelling until that easement is secured. Thank you for the time. I'd like to direct my comments to Brian.
Brian Troutwine, followed by Randy Fox.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm Brian Troutwine with the EDC. ESH protection remains more limited than in the other plans for 3 main reasons. 1, the plan does not require mapping of sensitive habitats as was done in the other county plans. Action NS7 is non-committal. It only requires the county to seek funding. Policy NS7 must be revised to require mapping by a date certain in order to provide Gaviota's ESH with the same protections provided in other plans. In addition, landowners should be notified that their properties may contain ESH as was done for Eastern Goleta. And I just handed out an example of the Eastern Goleta Valley brochure we want to see distributed in Gaviota. 2, the annual exemption in the ESH ordinance was not removed from the entire ordinance, as staff indicated at the last hearing. Instead, as shown on staff report attachment D2, the annual exemption is still in there for grading within ESH. The annual exemption should be entirely removed as the public was led to believe. 3, the Gaviota plan is the only plan in the county with mountain zoning that does not zone any private parcels as mountainous. The main difference between mountainous and ag zoning is that the ESH ordinance exempts ag activities that occur on inland ag zoned lands, but this point is not disclosed in the staff report. The other plans rezoned many private parcels as mountainous. Now, contrary to the staff report, the topography and location of agriculture in these areas is similar to Gaviota. The staff report says that in Goleta and Toro, quote, the upper 1/3 of the watershed generally meets the mountainous area criteria and has little commercial agriculture. This is also true in Gaviota. Agriculture in Goleta and Toro Canyon is located around the middle and lower 1/3 parts of the watershed, and this is also true for Gaviota. The staff report also says that the plan avoids spot zoning and patchworks, but the Toro and Goleta plans did not create zoning problems when zoning private land as mountainous. Gaviota, Toro, and Goleta have similar geography, especially in the mountains, so the distinction staff is trying to make is not borne out. Plus, the LUDC standards for designating mountainous areas are the same for all these plan areas. Why should Gaviota be treated differently and protected less? Furthermore, ag cultivation on slopes below 30% is exempt in both ag and mountainous zones. The primary difference then between these zones, which was not in the staff report, is that inland ag activities like land clearing would be subject to ESH ordinance only in the mountainous zone, not in the ag zone. Thus, rezoning qualifying parcels to mountainous would lessen the plan's Class 1 impacts to biology while allowing agriculture to flourish. For these reasons, we recommend a consistent approach to zoning, including zoning public and private mountainous areas, rather than giving Gaviota less protection. This would balance natural resource protection and agriculture in Gaviota, and that's what we want, is a balance between natural resources and agriculture, and that's how to get at it. I want to just mention the grading ordinance came up this morning. Agriculture is typically exempt from the grading permits, so there's no land use permit, so there's no ESH protection for ag grading. This is yet another reason why private parcels that meet the mountainous zoning criteria should be zoned mountainous. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Randy Fox, followed by Eva Turinchuk.
Chairman Farini, members of the commission, thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Randy Fox, and I'm here on behalf of Young America's Foundation. Young America's Foundation owns the Reagan Ranch, which is a unique historic resource that's located at the top of the Refugio Summit. This is a map that you've used in the past, and to show you we're not on the coast, we're up at the very top northern edge of the plan boundary, and we're at the top of Refugio Road, which is about in the middle of this particular map. So you can see we barely make it into the plan area, and we're just in a small parcel along the inland, proposed inland trail route. If I could have the next slide, please. What I'd like to do today is present 3 images of possible trail locations in the Gaviota Plan area north and south of the ridge near the summit of Refugio Road. And the reason I'd like to discuss that with you is because as the plan currently stands, you have defined a specific trail location that goes right across the Reagan Ranch, right next to the VORTAC, which is the main navigational beacon for all air traffic controlling on the west coast of California, and past the Coast Guard Service Tower, which is the main communications station that the Coast Guard uses whenever they're offshore doing rescues or whatever they're doing. The protection of these sites that has occurred currently, and the reason that they're still pristine and in good shape and sustainable, is that they are remote and they have been little known. Their location is little known. Not just remote, but little, people don't realize that the VORTAC is up there, the Reagan Ranch is up there, the Coast Guard Tower. And as a result, they're not subject to vandalism and the kind of things that occur. So what we're asking you to do with the Reagan Ranch is to protect it in the way that you protect historic Chumash sites. And that is by keeping them in remote locations, not driving people to them, but encouraging people to go away and enjoy nature outside of the unique resource, and by keeping their locations little known. So we ask you to adopt those same kind of protections to ensure that the Reagan Ranch will be here for years to come. It's really a unique resource because the Reagan Ranch actually exists as President and Governor Reagan used them, with the original equipment inside, the personal property and furnishings, the ranch equipment, the monuments that are on the sites, which is different than Mount Vernon or Monticello, which have been completely rebuilt from the ground up. So we've got a unique resource here, and we should expend some effort on protecting it. If I could have the, let me just finish this. So with regard to the 3 images that I'm going to show you about trail locations, one runs on the north side of the ridge, generally west from the summit of West Camino Cielo. One runs on the south side of the ridge, west of the summit of Camino Cielo Trail. And these are all within a mile of the ridgetop itself. They're existing trail locations that we had people go out and walk on. They're volunteer trail locations, which means they're not official trails, they're sponsored. But if you look at the map, you can see on the right-hand side there, there's an existing volunteer hiking trail for horses and mountain bikes. And it comes from the middle of West Camino Cielo, and it goes on the north side of the ridge. And it doesn't parallel the road because hikers and people that are outdoors people prefer to be off roads when possible. And it goes along the north, and then it connects to a Jeep trail that's existing right now, and it goes off to the west, and it avoids the Reagan Ranch, the VORTAC.
Mr. Fox, I'm going to need you to wrap it up, okay?
Sure. If I could just show the next slide, please. So this is the trail location. The easement on the left that's in yellow is an existing easement the county already owns for public access. The purple line is the line that shows the plan boundaries, which is the top of the watershed or the ridge itself. So you can see that the connection from the existing trail to Refugio Road would not be too long or burdensome. If I could see the next slide, please. This next slide shows, it's a little difficult to see, it's a Google Map image, but you can see in the top right-hand corner is the end of West Camino Cielo Road. It comes along the south face of the mountain, and it goes across the mountain ridges to the west, following a jeep trail. It also avoids the Reagan Ranch, the Vortec, and the Coast Guard Tower, and it could easily connect up to the ridge if that's what you wanted. It currently connects down to the Barron Ranch site now. So what we ask is that you amend the language, and I've included this in the last page of my presentation, amend the language from what it is currently in the plan and provide that there really be a corridor set up for this inland ridge top trail. If it's a corridor within a mile of the ridge itself, then we think that there's an opportunity to place the trail in a spot which will not harm the existing resources, but will provide opportunities for additional sites that it could actually be put in place. Thank you very much.
Eva Turnchak, followed by Adele Schroman.
Good afternoon, Chair Farini and members of the Commission. My name is Eva Turenchak, and I am a land use planner here in town, and I have several clients located on the Gaviota Coast. I also work with nonprofit organizations, including South Coast Habitat Restoration, on voluntary habitat restoration projects throughout the county. I've been very involved in the GAVPAC process, and I've served on the incentives subcommittee. I submitted a letter for your review, which included the original proposal from that subcommittee, which the GAVPAC endorsed, so that you could see it, since it has been some time since that was done back in 2014. I hope that that shows you how much work went into the process and how many different incentives we originally had proposed. And I really, really hope that, along with GAVPAC members and many members of our community, that you will include in your final recommendation to the board a prioritization of bringing back a really robust incentive programs, not one that just has, 2 actions that you can do and you get a residential second unit for that. As a preamble to that program that's included in my letter states, the benefit of a robust incentive programs will lead to a far more successful implementation of the Gaviota Coast Plan, and in many cases will ultimately accelerate the long-term objectives to enhance, protect, and preserve the Gaviota Coast area. The other item in my letter that I think I wanted to touch on is the MT zoning. I think staff did a really good job kind of reanalyzing all the many discussions we had about MT zoning and the pros and cons of it. But I want to reiterate 2 items. One, and I think this is pretty important, unlike in Goleta and other areas of the county, steep slopes are not limited to one area throughout the county. On the properties that I work on, there are multiple areas with steep slopes, not even really adjacent to each other, connected with blank areas. So imposing a blanket rezone may or may not cover all of the steep areas in the plan area, but will very likely cover non-steep areas. Having guidelines that specifically apply to a slope percentage is going to do a lot more towards protecting the slopes, which is ultimately the intent of this. The second issue, and this is important, and there's been a little, there's been two or three different ways to look at this, but the county's grading ordinance specifically exempts agricultural zoning on agriculturally zoned properties. So if you rezone to MT, that's not considered an agricultural zone, and the current exemptions for ag zoning will be lost, even on flat areas of those properties. So that is really important. The other thing that is important to me, removing the agricultural designation from those properties will affect the ability for a property owner to apply for agriculturally based grants and programs, including the many programs that the Kachuma Resource Conservation District and the NRCS have. So those are things to think about as you finalize your thoughts today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Adele Schroman, followed by, well, go ahead.
First of all, thank you, Chair Farini and Commissioners, for being here today. My name is Adele Schraman. I'm an incoming freshman at UCSB. As a student and a 10-year resident of Goleta, I feel that I represent the youth in our community, and as such, I urge you to approve the plan while ensuring the protection of the incredible beauty and biodiversity of the Gaviota Coast. I know that I'm not alone in my knowledge that unconventional oil and gas extraction practices are extremely harmful to wildlife and humans alike. I believe that it is your obligation to act in the best interest of this community and specifically in the interest of future generations. Therefore, I support stronger language in this plan, which would include a ban on new oil extraction as well as fracking projects in order to protect and preserve our coastline. I am a member of the new generation. We inherit the world that the way you choose to leave it. It is paramount that the world you leave us is as healthy and beautiful as the world that you inherited from your predecessors, and therefore, I insist that this commission advocate for the well-being of our environment so that the future generations may enjoy the natural beauty of Gaviota Coast as your generation has done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rosalie Fata, followed by Mark Totram.
Hello. First off, I want to thank you, Chair Farini and Commissioners, for being here today. My name is Rosalie Fata, and I'm a senior environmental studies student at UCSB. I'm here today speaking as a founder and representative of a new student organization on campus called Climate Justice Hub for People and Planet, focused on climate justice issues, including the ban of fracking in Santa Barbara County. I urge you to ensure that the policy within the Gaviota Coast Plan truly offer full protection of the pristine coastline for my generation and generations to come. As a Planning Commission, it is your duty to act in the interest of the community, and I urge you to ensure that the plan, as recommended by the EDC, provide ample protection of the Gaviota coastline from fracking, steam injection, and other extreme oil and gas extraction techniques by not only prohibiting new oil and gas projects, but also including a complete ban on the destructive fracking techniques along the coastline. It is undeniable that fracking poses an extreme threat to our water, marine and terrestrial wildlife, and only furthers our reliance on dirty fossil fuels. As it is your duty to protect the public from special interests, it is my duty as a representative of the youth community to demand that the Gaviota Coast Plan not be approved until all interests of the local community are considered, and that includes the ban of fracking along the Gaviota coastline. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mark Totram, followed by Aline Simon.
Good afternoon, Chair Farini and the Planning Board. My name is Mark Totram. I'm a Gaviota Coast landowner. My family, along with my first cousins, are the oldest continually operating ranchers and farmers on the Gaviota Coast. Our families date back to 1866 on the coast and go back to the establishment of the Santa Barbara Presidio. My family's ranch, Aurelia Ranch, has 1 mile of Calle Real Highway 101 frontage between El Capitan and Refugio beaches. I grew up on our family ranch overlooking Refugio Beach and have many fond memories. However, in 1970, I came home from college one day to see that through eminent domain, our home, beautiful redwood barns, and shops were all gone, and the row of trees behind our house were ripped out and burned. Quite devastating to all of our family. Soon after that, the California State Parks acquired our 1 mile of beach frontage to help connect Refugio and El Capitan beaches. I now live in the only house on the ranch, which was an oil-filled workers' house built in the 1930s. I'm not complaining, for sure. I feel very blessed to be able to live on this property and hopefully pass it on to generations to come. The one issue I want to briefly discuss today is the residential second unit, the residential agriculture unit, or the incentive dwelling unit. In many instances, clustering is very appropriate. However, in some cases, such as ours, there's a clear case for separating at least one home away from the other structures. My house is on the east end of the ranch, and the west side of the ranch is exposed to about 3/4 of a mile of Calle Real and 101. We cannot see the west side of the ranch from where we live. In the past few years, the west side of my ranch, which has storage of farm equipment, livestock, and various supplies, has been broken into 3 times, and many valuable things have been stolen. Luckily, no livestock got out onto the highway even though our fences were cut. We have also had at least 2 instances where people from ponga boats have entered the ranch and were seen lurking around the site. It is for these reasons, if we were even able to rebuild our family's ranch house that we lost, that it would be most appropriate to have it built on the west side of our property, away from other structures, so as to keep an eye on things. Therefore, clustering in our situation would not be beneficial. I recommend that the siting of new structures be on a case-by-case basis, taking into account security as a main factor. Thank you.
Thank you. Aline Simon, followed by Phil McKenna.
Thank you, Chair Farini and Commissioners, for being here today. My name's Elena, and I'm an organizer with Food and Water Watch. We've signed on to the letter submitted by EDC and many other environmental groups. Food and Water Watch is a national nonprofit organization that works to build grassroots power on local issues in local communities. We have a chapter here in Santa Barbara County where we represent over 2,000 members, all of whom have joined our efforts because they agree that we need to ban fracking and extreme drilling countywide. We ask that the Gaviota Plan continue to protect the coast from fracking, steam injection, and other unconventional oil and gas extraction, and prohibit new oil and gas projects on the Gaviota coast. Can I just turn to the audience for a second, ask everyone who's here in support of a ban on fracking on the Gaviota coast to stand. Awesome, thank you. The Gaviota Coast is one of the last undeveloped areas, and we should not allow it to be exploited by the interests of the oil industry. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. I've been asked to take a 5-minute break, so Mr. McKenna, you'll be first up in 5 minutes. Thank you.
spurred me even more so.
Yeah, we all reinforce each other. I didn't do
Okay, and we're back to public comment. Phil McKenna, followed by Anna Citron.
Mr. Chair and Phil McKenna, Mr. Chair and fellow commissioners, I'm Phil McKenna. You know who you are too. Well, at least we've started out on the right track. I want to make comments to a couple of letters that I read. The first one is from Ms. Petrovich regarding trails, and in one paragraph she makes some significant unsubstantiated assertions. She says there's a massive expansion of trails. Well, there are 3 new trails, or portions of trails, approved in the plan, and 1 is deleted from the plan. So we have net 2 trails. I don't think that's a massive expansion. She says that if this trail program goes through, there's going to be an aggressive establishment of unsupervised and unmaintained trails. I will agree that the trails are going to be unsupervised, and I think most adult behavior is. However, they are certainly not necessarily unmaintained trails. The Gaviota Coast Conservancy is in conversations and negotiations with several landowners about trails, and at the very top of our list, along with the Land Trust of Santa Barbara County, is to secure funds for trail maintenance that are appropriate and long-term. We understand that that was an issue. We don't want it to be an issue going forward in the future. She asserts that there's going to result in agricultural operations ceasing to be viable because of these trails. You know, I don't think so. I think there are standards that are being applied. There's fencing, there's siting that accommodates trail users and agriculturalists, and is certainly not the intention of the Conservancy to make agriculture not viable. She says there's going to be more frequent wildfires. No, you heard from Santa Barbara County Fire last week that in the past year, 2015, there were 0 fires started on trail. In the past 5 years, ending in 2015, there were 0 trails started on fires. There could be a trail on a fire, but it is not a significant issue. There'll be erosion and sedimentary problems. Yeah, there probably will be, but they will be minimized because of proper siting and trail construction. So there are many mitigations. Lastly, I want to take a minute or so to talk about the Young Americans for Freedom Trail. The GAVPAC said, put that trail on the southern boundary of the property. The PRT map shows that trail going through the middle of the property. So the GAVPAC cited it much more appropriately for very good reasons and well-considered reasons. The Young American Foundation said, put the trail to the north. Well, we could not, the GAVPAC could not consider putting the trail to the north because it was outside our boundary. And they did make a proposal to put that trail to the north, to the GAVPAC, and the property owners of the northern properties came through and said, no thank you, it's not going to be done, we're not going to cooperate. And lastly, with regard to those trails, the Trails Subcommittee was given the PRT map from 1982, and it shows the Coastal Ridge Trail going through the Reagan property. This was in 1982. Ronald Reagan was an inhabitant up there. He owned that property then. He was President of the United States. I did not hear him object to this trail. I did not hear him or Nancy object to this trail at any time during their life. So I think it was okay with them. Thanks a lot.
Anna Citron, followed by Byron Ishkanian.
Good afternoon, Chair Farini and Commissioners. I'm Anna Citron with the Law Office of Mark Chatillo, representing the Gaviota Coast Conservancy and the Naples Coalition. I'm going to be focusing really just on one issue. It's a fairly minor issue, but it is important. It's a minor change, I should say, that we're requesting, but it is important. And it was briefly discussed earlier, and it concerns the visual resource policies. Now, the way the plan was set up, and the intention behind it is to have plan area-wide policies that apply throughout the plan area, and critical viewshed corridor policies that apply only within the critical viewshed overlay. At one point, for example, when the GAVPAC drafted Visual Resources Policy 2, which requires that development be visually subordinate from public viewing places, it applied everywhere, plan area-wide. However, at some point in the course of adjusting this plan, that policy was changed so that it applies only outside of the critical viewshed corridor. That's the only plan area-wide policy that does that. We heard from staff that the intention is to make it apply plan area-wide, so that's what it should say. So this wording, outside of the critical viewshed corridor, we respectfully request that you strike that wording from Visual Resources Policy 2 to be consistent with the intent of the plan, the structure of the plan, and to be clear so that future applicants and planners don't have to think about, well, what was the original intent and how does this apply? It should be clear on its face. It can be, and that should be a change that's made. Now, it's possible that this change was made before Policy Viz 13 was changed by your commission to protect only views from Highway 101 as opposed to all public views. But now that Policy Viz 13 only protects public view 101, it is imperative that structures be visually subordinate from public viewing places throughout the plan. Otherwise, there's no requirement that structures within the critical viewshed corridor be visually subordinate from any public viewing place, and they're only required to be screened from Highway 101. That leaves a huge gap in protection that can be addressed with this one simple change we're requesting. And in fact, staff supported this change in their staff report for your prior hearing, and then did an about-face saying that, well, existing policies cover the bases. Well, I looked at the existing policies, I looked at the site design hierarchy and at the guidelines, and the ground is not covered. The guidelines address it, but they are only advisory. The policies say they shall be considered. They don't have to be adhered to 100%. So it's imperative that this be in the policy. So please refine Visual Policy 2 to strike outside of the critical viewshed corridor from this policy. By the way, we haven't heard any member of the public or anyone else object to this change. It's common sense. Please make sure this gets into the plan that you send to the board. Thank you.
Byron Ishkanian, followed by Lisa Bedrogi in North County.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for giving me a chance to speak. I've heard a lot of knocking of the oil business here, but I am a petroleum engineer and geologist, so almost my whole life I've been working at that. And I've lived here since 1960, and I'm very protective of Santa Barbara. And how many of you know that there was a Texas tower off Gaviota? A Texas tower. The oil company extracted oil there, and then when they were done, they moved on. But who doesn't move on? Nature. Seeps are going into this channel by the billions of gallons every year, and nobody does anything about it. And who's your only savior? The oil business. We reduce the pressure in the oil fields here, and that reduces the seepage. And we've got to give those people credit for doing what they're doing and taking all this abuse every day from every segment of society. I want to speak up for the oil business and tell you that restricting the way you extract oil by not allowing certain pieces of equipment is disastrous, and it's only going to get worse. Thank you very much for your attention.
Lisa Bedrogi in North County, followed by
Good
Paul
afternoon.
Van Laer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, I had a problem one time before, and I didn't want to get started, and you weren't able to hear what I had to say. I am pleased that I was able to find a link to the area study online and have included that in the letter that I submitted for you. So I do hope that you take the time to take a look at that area study. I think there is some very relevant information to the work that you have in front of you, and clearly you have quite a significant task in order to forward your recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. I do hope that you intend to continue this hearing to at least Monday and probably more so after that. But I did want to point out a couple things in the area study. In particular, the area study calls for an economic development strategy. It calls for that because it can help the county to re-engineer its business process to be flexible enough to allow for the kind of diversification that agriculture needs to continue. Given agriculture's importance to both the economic and environmental health of the county, it makes sense to support it with policies, programs, and a regulatory process that help balance agricultural development with competing resource needs for urbanization and environmental preservation. Before this can occur, it is clear that communication must be improved, trust rebuilt, and policies created that not only support agricultural land protection, but also the business climate and infrastructure required to sustain agriculture in the future. I think these are key overarching concepts that I hope that your Planning Commission will carry into your deliberations. It's important that we really create an infrastructure that is conducive to our agricultural farmers and ranchers to continue the work that they've done to steward the Gaviota Coast for so many years. An economic development strategy could evaluate a comprehensive, and I do mean comprehensive, incentives program that is financially, operationally, or management-based, that assists landowners in best management practices in the conservation and stewardship of their resources. An economic study could also look at the benefits of the program as well as any potential threats to the overall economic fitness of the plan itself. In review of the plan, I do appreciate that there are allowances to provisions for activities such as expanded agricultural processing facilities, farm stands, and farm stays, but I think there needs to be a conscious examination of the process and procedures behind those. In other words, there needs to be an economy at scale looked at. Although you may have those kinds of activities available, but if it costs too much in order to apply for a CUP and go through the process, which could be tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, it's not economically viable. You need to also understand that agriculture, our farmers and ranchers, are price takers, they're not price makers. What they can get for their commodities is set on the marketplace. They cannot increase the cost of food and fiber they produce based on the input costs. So anytime inputs go up or permit requirements are more onerous, that is an impact on their ability to do business. As well, I think a closer look needs to be looked at the exemptions. Again, I think particularly the requirement that no new building or installation of a water well or septic system is required to qualify for an exemption or a categorical exclusion is far too limiting. I think most uses would likely require some of that, and it's to say it's an exemption but not able to be qualified for it becomes meaningless. In any event, I do urge the Planning Commission to listen to the issues and concerns raised by landowners and the stewards of the Gaviota Coast, again, most particularly as it relates to the incentives program. You have heard from staff on multiple occasions say that more analysis may need to be done in order to incorporate certain of these activities and evaluations, and if that's the case, it needs to be done. The Gaviota Coast is far too important to our future generations to take this decision lightly or rush to judgment. I do ask that you consider policies that are created not only to support agricultural land protection on par with environmental resource protection, but also the business climate and infrastructure required to sustain agriculture into the future. Thank you.
Paul Van Leer, followed by Andy Mills.
Afternoon, Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners. My name is Paul Van Leer. I'm here to speak on my own behalf, but also I'm a GAVPAC member as well. So I want to touch on a couple points that I've talked about previously. One is the trail setting guidelines, specifically the fencing and who decides what type of fencing. I appreciate Mr. Claude Garcia-Lade speaking the last hearing and verifying that, yes, they would work with the landowners, and that's all said and good, but I'm assuming Mr. Claude Garcia-Lade is going to be retiring at some point. So if it's not in writing where it says that the landowner has the right to pick with what type of fencing is he feels to exclude the public and protect his property and his livestock, I think that's inappropriate. Just because the current county park staff agrees that they're going to work with you, and I'm sure they would, I don't really see where it says that it says they will. I think the language is basically watered down to where they will consult with the landowner, but the landowner doesn't have the final say. I want to make sure that language is in there. Also, I'm concerned about why the visual policies are not applied to this trail siting guidelines as well. What they got lined out. Why is it the visual resource policies don't apply to trail siting? I'm concerned. Why is it okay to build a bridge across the road tracks? Not everybody enjoys trails. There's people that drive by and would see that bridge and think that's pretty obtrusive. Why is that okay? Why isn't that was never lined out? The trail siting guidelines were decided by the GAVPAC, and a lot of those were lined out and changed. I don't think that's appropriate. I think that the visual policy should apply to all development in the Gaviota Coast, not just pick and choose which ones you want. Also, let's talk about. I apologize. I came in late. Maybe this was questions was answered already about the getting a permit in ESHA. Is ag exempt from a permit? If ag, let's put it this way: if ESHA is going to be environmentally sensitive habitat, or excuse me, chaparral is going to be environmentally sensitive habitat, is ag exempt? That's the question, right? And I believe if ag is exempt until you have to get a permit. If you have to get a grading permit or an erosion control permit, it's my understanding that you are not exempt. As it sits today, now granted I wasn't here and I apologize, so maybe I wanted to, if somebody could clear that up for me. My understanding is if you have to get a permit, you are not exempt, ag or not. So those are my 2 points. Thank you.
Andy Mills, followed by Gunnar Tottrim.
Thank you, Chair Farini and members of the commission. I'm Andy Mills. I work for Hollister Ranch and also am immediate past president of the Santa Barbara County Cattlemen's Association and serve as its state director representative. And my comment is for both of those organizations. Much has been made of the desire to deliver a plan that will be well received by the Coastal Commission staff. And I just wanted to remind everyone that years ago, before the GAVPAC began, the Coastal Commission staff took a rather benign set of modifications produced by the community and the county and overhauled them to the extent that they created their own plan for us and wrote coastal ordinances for us. Those ordinances were downright draconian. The landowner community rebelled. The Board of Supervisors ended up rejecting that set of modifications, and this rejection was the genesis of this planning process. And the GAVPAC process began. So I would just urge you to look at the plan that the community and the GAVPAC produced and not be intimidated by what you think might happen at the Coastal Commission staff level. We'd be happy to fight those policies out and make our policies tests at that level when it occurs. Thank you.
Thank you. Gunnar Tottrim, followed by Elise Cossert-Daly.
Good afternoon, Chair Farini and commissioners. Nice to see you again. I have 5 bullet points here I'll speak to, not in any particular order. First one, the mountainous zoning. I just want to make it clear, I am speaking on my own behalf, but just want to make it clear that the GAVPAC committee, which I served on, only considered the mountainous zoning on public property, not private property. So for example, the property I'm involved with, we have steep slopes over 40% and we have perfectly flat ground. So from what I understand, if that was the threshold, we become mountainous zoning. Now the 5 acres of organic market garden produce that we're doing, now me planting that, I'm going to move more than 50 cubic yards of soil. Now I need to get a permit to plant vegetables. That doesn't seem to to follow out. So that's my comment on that. The farm stay and farm stand comment, I think Ms. Harris nailed it and basically said we took the state exemption language straight from the state exemption for both farm stay and farm stand. So that's why you see the exemption from a commercial kitchen or this many square footage of non basically bottled water or whatever. All that language is state. On the incentives program, there's been a couple public comments that have nailed it pretty hard with the extent that the incentive programs was. The incentive working group put together an extensive set of incentives. It's been gutted to just one, which I don't know how many properties have a PRT line going through. It's very few properties that could take advantage of that, and it's a big grab to have a residential second unit. So there was way more incentives that would be utilized more frequently, more beneficial. On the steep slope guidelines, just if I have it correct, the steep slope guidelines kick in at 40%. That's what the GAVPAC recommended. You currently have an erosion control plan that kicks in at 30%. In my mind, these should be separate. The erosion control plan is fairly simple, easy to get, doesn't require a permit. The steep slope guidelines is way more arduous, and it should be. 40% slope is big. Those things, in my mind, should be separate. You shouldn't kick the steep slope guidelines down to 30%. Lastly and quickly, when I read lateral railroad right-of-way, I thought it was a misprint. The GAVPAC never had anything about lateral railroad right-of-way access. It was always vertical access, and this was in regard to the informal trails that exist all over the western edge of the Gaviota plan. These are the trails that get you from the freeway down to the beach. Okay, those trails are used all the time. How we deal with that? Tough question. But it was the GAVPAC's intent to deal with vertical access over the railroad. All of a sudden, language of lateral popped in. Good luck with that, working with the railroads to get access along their right-of-way. So that was a bit of a confusion. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you. Elise Cosart Daly.
Good afternoon. I'm Elise Cosart Daly. I am a land use, environmental law, and housing rights attorney here in Santa Barbara County. I help communities protect and preserve special coastal communities and natural resources. I was also born and raised on the Gaviota Coast, and I've returned to Gaviota to live in this rural area because of my love and my reverence for this place. I'm here today to lend my support to the Gaviota plan as developed by GAVPAC. GAVPAC worked for years and was comprised of community members and stakeholders that had a diversity of opinion, and they worked together to address those concerns while simultaneously working to protect and preserve the coast. I also want to encourage you in all of the decisions that you make here today and with respect to this specific plan to be extremely careful. Please prioritize preservation of sensitive habitat, protection of biodiversity, and please honor the rural character of the coast. Your actions and the decisions that you will make with respect to this plan have the potential to protect and preserve this amazing place or to irreparably harm it. Be careful. Thank you.
No more public speaker slips, so we'll close the public comment and go back to staff.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission. So we received quite a few comments, and we have some notes here for some things we'd like to respond to, and then also some extra slides we can put up on the screen that you can also consider as we go through our responses. But I think I'll start with a couple of comments we just had where we don't have anything we're going to put up on screen. I think we did hear just recently about the fencing and trails concern, and questions about why I think there were some changes with the trail siting guidelines. And again, I think what we want to reiterate is the purpose of the trail siting guidelines is to just focus on the siting concerns and not policy concerns. We are proposing to strengthen the language regarding the guideline that talks about the trails fencing and consulting with the property owners. So on page 10 of your staff memo, we did have proposed language that would require county parks to assess the need for fencing and to work with the landowner to ensure that any fencing that is applied would be appropriate and would protect the agricultural resources. As for visual resource policies, the policies do apply to any kind of structural development. So if a trail were to require a bridge of any sort, that would be part of the ability to, for example, cross the railroad, if that's the result that we had to go with, and that was our only alternative, or then those structures would be required to be reviewed by the BAR and comply with visual resources policies and undergo design review. So they would not just occur. They wouldn't just happen because it's a trail. It's still a structure.
Commissioner Black.
Yeah, if we could go back to the fencing for just a second. Are there occasions where the trails are sited across the property owner's property without their consent?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, it's my understanding that County Parks always works with property owners in negotiating actual on-the-ground locations.
I understand that, but I've also had good negotiations with certain county and city employees, and they change and you get that bad one, and it's different. So I understand that concern. So my question again is, are there cases where the trails are sited alongside or through a property owner's property without his consent?
Mr. Chair, I think Claude may be on his way down to somewhat address this question, but I would say there are instances in the county where trails are obtained through eminent domain, if that's what you're talking about.
No, eminent domain, you get paid for the value. So if they destroy if they harm the ranch by the taking, he'll get compensated. But so that's a different issue. But
so I'm not quite sure what you mean by.
Where's the case where, I mean, what I've seen before, we have trails proposed in some kind of a development because they're getting some other entitlement. That's the time when landowners should negotiate with the county and say, okay, I'll let you put the trail here. This is the kind of fence you're putting in, and that becomes a condition. I'm trying to see if there's reason to change the language that you have now. If there's occasions where a trail could be sited, the landowner has no say what kind of fence that's going to go along there, then I don't care for the language that's here. There used to be some other mechanism to address that. But if it's a case where, you've got to get his permission to site the trail, well, that's his leverage to what kind of a fence is going to be installed.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Blaff, sometimes it's hard to answer these questions in
I
sort
know.
of the theoretical. That's why I'm looking a bit puzzled. But I mean, there's only three ways that there are three main ways we acquire trails. We either buy them, and then we buy what we buy, and we do what we do. We get them through exactions as a part of the development process, and people can walk away from their development, I suppose, if they don't want to meet the requirements, and then people offer them. So,
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out, maybe I'll call Mr. Vedler or talk to him
I mean, I
after the
can
meeting.
think of an instance where this came up, and probably Paul can as well.
Okay.
And it was before your commission, so. But I don't know that we should really go into specific instances. In that particular case, the deal fell apart.
Okay.
So, I mean,
so I'm not,
unless it's
I'm not
through-
seeing a case here where the landowner would not have the opportunity to say,
No, thank you.
no, thank you.
Except through.
Eminent domain.
Yeah.
And I understand eminent domain, and sorry, that's the way it works.
Right. So I mean, the consequences may be fairly significant for a property owner and the county not to reach agreement, but I think there are ways for people to withdraw.
Okay.
Ms. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up with a second response to a second comment that was made, and it's just, again, I think wanting to clarify the question about ESH exemptions for agriculture, except when permits are required, because I think there's still some confusion about that. The zoning ordinance language states that when you have to make findings for approval, and prior to making findings for approval of a planning permit, you have to demonstrate that the project is consistent with the ESH and biological policies of the Gaviota Coast Plan. So that's a planning permit. So the agricultural activities as drafted in this ordinance would be exempt from the land use permit, would be exempt from the planning permit. However, as we talked a little bit earlier, kind of walking through the grading ordinance, there are instances, for the most part, agricultural is exempt from grading permits. Those agriculture activities, when they get onto slopes that are steeper than 30% or more, an erosion control permit is required, not a grading permit. An erosion control permit does not require a planning permit. A grading permit requires a planning permit. So if somebody is farming, if they're installing an orchard and they have on slopes greater than 30%, they need to get an erosion control permit. But they do not need to get a planning permit. So the ESH exemption would apply. And I wanted to make another comment. Well, just following up on ESH, because we had a separate commenter that pointed out that there was still in our language for the ESH overlay that called out an allowance for an annual removal of vegetation. I think that's page 22. And that was an error on our part. We had made it clear that we were taking away this annual allowance, but we missed that particular paragraph, so we'll fix it.
Commissioner Blau.
Just that I don't know how you want to do this, Chair Farini, but we had a request from the Reagan Ranch people to realign the trail and not have it go by the ranch. Is that separate, or we do that now?
So, Mr. Chair, I think David might have been prepared to address that. He's just going to see if Claude is available. So
Okay, great.
we definitely plan to get to that.
Okay, great. Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, can we, oh, staff's not done yet. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, unless there's any questions on ag exemption, do you want us to just keep going through our responses?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I think there were a few concerns about incentive dwelling units, and we have, let me find my So we've proposed, and we didn't have this in our ordinance amendments today, and we apologize for that, but we proposed adding specifically a definition of incentive dwelling unit to clarify what it is, how it applies to the Gaviota Coast Plan Land Use Incentive Program. And this text that we would propose to add to the ordinance is here for your consideration.
So is an incentive dwelling unit in addition to a secondary residential unit? Or you
So-
can't have one?
Under current zoning, a residential second unit is not allowed on the Ag 2 zoning. So the incentives program was looking at a way of allowing a second dwelling unit on the property. And for want of any other better terms, we were just calling it still a residential second unit until we got to these hearings and heard how the term was creating confusion with the residential second units, which are allowed in the urban areas. And so for clarification, we came up with a different name for this dwelling unit. It's still a second unit on ag lands, but it's specific to this incentive program.
And that's also in addition to if you had ag worker housing?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And I think Commissioner Brown.
Ms. Harris, can you just speak broadly about the incentives over time? The community seems to feel that the commission has disregarded their efforts in devising incentives, but I think it goes back to more than that, where the commission did consider them and the difficulty in balancing the benefits with the incentives, and maybe Ms. Black can just explain that. And I believe it's going now to be a work program, and so I was hoping to get an explanation, some more background, since we have members of the audience who spoke to that, and to find out, I think it's an action item, and to find out which particular action item it was. Anyway, Ms. Black.
So Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the incentive program was something that at the board, with initiation of the plan, the Board of Supervisors asked that we do some additional work on. And so the community got a subgroup of the community. Oh, good, David's back. He's much better at explaining this since he was very directly involved. But a subgroup of community members, not just GAVPAC members, worked on the incentive plan, is my understanding, after initiation of the plan, and presented something for us to consider, and we did, and we felt like it was just too complicated to try and figure out proportionality of other incentives that the community wanted to offer with the incentive that the county would grant, this second, whatever we're calling it, incentive unit. So we suggested and proposed to have that as an action item in the plan to follow up later. But we do understand it's a very important component of the plan, and we certainly weren't trying to discount that. And David, even though he didn't hear what I said, can add anything.
Mr. Chair, and yeah, I concur with Ms. Black. I think the other challenge was that while it was done with sort of an ad hoc group, there really wasn't an involved public process in vetting, those concepts, and it really should be through a planning process, not an EIR process that really establishes those standards. That's really not the function of the EIR, to develop a planning program. And so it was very challenging. So, that's why, you've heard support for continuing the action item to look at the additional incentive programs.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I just want to, I'm not sure you're getting to this yet or not, but I want to get back to this idea of the unit being clustered, incentive units being clustered or attached, or we've heard several occasions where it's not appropriate, that because of the size of the ranch, the location, the topography, everything else, it needs to be on the other end of the ranch, you know, for those reasons. So tell me where we are on that right now. I know we talked about it before, but I don't know what we decided. I mean, is it still written that way, or is, you know, just, I mean,
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, so as written in the ordinance and as reflecting the language in the plan, that the incentive unit be clustered, that's what was analyzed in the EIR. We did not analyze a remotely sited option for the incentive dwelling unit, and so that could be one of the additional things that gets developed and pursued as far as the action item of the sort of expanded incentive program. But currently that wasn't analyzed in the CEQA document, and it's not included other than allowing for the remotely sited if it's a conversion of an existing legal dwelling, such as a conversion of a permitted farm employee dwelling that already is remotely sited.
Commissioner Blau.
so asking county council, do we have our broad normal discretion to redo this, or we can allow a remotely sited unit? Could we make that recommendation to the board? Does the board have the ability to make that decision? It's probably a better way to put the question.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, I think you might be getting at the discretion to change conclusions in the EIR. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm just saying, could I change this plan to allow it to be remotely sited with some process at this point in time?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, as part of the current Gaviota process, I mean, something we could look at if it's something you want to recommend to the board. I think staff's already stated what's in the current EIR, and we could see if that's something that could be remedied in a revision letter, or it may require more than that. I'm not sure offhand.
I'd like to have that answer, because if it's possible to do, I still see the downside of it. I really don't. I understand where you're trying to make this thing bulletproof so people can't sue over it, but in my view, I don't think we're going to have any risk of any litigation if we make that change now. And it kind of makes all kinds of sense to me. And I don't know if there's overriding considerations for the safety of the ranch, or, I mean, I don't know what it is, but if you come back and tell me that it's either not possible or is possible, and it would be, the board's going to make the decision, not us. We're making the recommendation.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, ultimately the decision made by the board needs to be supported by the CEQA analysis, and if your commission wants to recommend policy changes, that's just something that staff and council would work together going to the board to make sure it's supported. But I can't provide any more detail than that.
Okay, that would probably do it for me.
Okay.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you. I'm looking at the definition of the incentive dwelling unit, and it says that it would be in exchange for implementing landowner actions consistent with the Gaviota Land Use Incentive Program. All right, a speaker mentioned, or it's in one of our letters, that we should make sure that that let's say it's at the trail, a trail easement is given before the incentive dwelling unit would be approved. Does that language that you have, does that cover that possibility?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brooks, this is just a definition of the incentive dwelling unit. This isn't intended to implement the entire program. And I think the ordinance language that we have provides the level of detail that you're asking about. But this is just a definition to include in the ordinance. It's not the whole program.
I understand that, but if we're saying an incentive dwelling unit is for the implementing the landowner actions. So let's say that is the agreement to get a trail easement. But then if there would be the possibility, you go ahead as part of the program and you approve the incentive dwelling unit, and then nothing happens with the trail, or there's no connectivity with the trail.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brooks, that won't happen. I mean, there will be an exchange of the trail with the incentive, and both parties will need to be satisfied that they've met their obligation and gotten what they've bargained for. So,
Okay, and that's all spelled out?
Yes.
Someplace?
Yes. Just not in the definition that we're providing. on the
Commissioner
screen.
Brown.
Thank you. When the action item concerning incentives gets implemented or developed or worked on, there will be an EIR process that looks at those incentives.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, there'll be some look at
Some environmental review.
what necessary level of environmental review.
So then at that time, the remotely sited incentive dwelling unit would have the environmental review. So we wouldn't need to include it or just need to ask for it now, because it will be included or thought about being included in incentives at some point in time, which will get reviewed. Okay, thank you.
And since we have Mr. Garcia Soleil here, shall we? Ms. Harris, would you bring us up to speed where we're going?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think we've asked Claude Garcia Soleil, County Parks planner, to come down here and address your concerns and questions about the siting of trails and agricultural fencing and consulting with landowners.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Let's see where to start. Typically, as far as siting of trails, when it's associated with a development project, that is certainly our opportunity to have negotiations with regards to location, types of trail, fencing. All those issues would be folded into that development review process. If we were to acquire a trail apart from a development review process, then typically those kind of discussions become a part of the acquisition of that trail and are included within the grant of easement, for instance. So the grant of easement will give some specific language. That's been my experience with regards to other trail acquisitions outside of a development review process. So I think that there are in all instances, except the only instance I could think of where there wouldn't be that kind of an opportunity would be if we go to court, to put it bluntly, and then those kind of things get decided outside of a review process.
Okay, that's fine.
And I'll also say, somebody brought the issue up about eminent domain. In my experience in the county, we've never gone forward with that kind of a process for trails.
So,
Commissioner Brown.
is Mr. Garcia Delay the one to talk to about the location of the trail or not? I want the issue of the Reagan Ranch is the one I want to get to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just making sure there wasn't anything further that they were going to discuss.
Commissioner Brooks.
I want to go back to the incentive unit. Now, the other incentives are going to be part of a work program. That's coming in the future. Okay, but right now, we're taking this idea of a trail easement. So I'm thinking in terms for the plan that we're about to take action on, I would be much more comfortable to have something in there, take out this idea for implementing landowner actions consistent with this whole program, say something specifically about a legally accepted trail easement, something that we're working on right now, and then
So,
later on the other could, because it is an important factor in this whole exchange, whether it's going to work or not.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brooks, I think David's going to point out where the language is about the trail easement in the ordinance. So right now, the trail easement is the only way to get an incentive unit, and we've written just the definition to be a little bit broader so that we don't have to revise the definition in the future, and so we don't want to just specify the one incentive we have now, since we have a program now that only has one method of getting an incentive. But maybe if David can point you to the section of the ordinance that deals with the incentive program,
All
that
right,
will
if
help
it's
you.
specified, that would be.
Because this is really just a definition.
I
That's all this is.
understand. It's important.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, so on page 28 of the ordinance, within the language for the incentive program, it states that an irrevocable offer of dedication shall be recorded by the landowner prior to the issuance of a land use permit for an incentive dwelling unit that may be allowed based on the dedication of a trail easement. So it expressly states kind of that offer has to be granted and accepted before issuance of the land use permit for the incentive dwelling. So it ties the two.
So it's an offer, it's accepted, legal documents, it's sound, sealed and delivered, and then it goes into.
Yes.
All right, I hope that's clear.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission. So while we're still, while we've been talking about trails, we had reviewed the letter from the Young Americas Foundation, and they, and then they presented some of their comments summarizing the letter to your commission today. But in looking at some of that language and some of their concerns, and they were very concerned with the specific, citing the specific assessor's parcel numbers for the trail location. So staff has proposed revising the language that talks about the trail narratives for the West Camino Cielo Trail route, and we've got suggested here under items 2 and 3, revising the language within the plan to instead refer to the parcel boundaries, but refer to still follow the parcel boundaries, which I think is following the GAVPAC's recommendation, and the historic alignment of the West Camino Cielo Road west of Refugio Road. Staff is not recommending at this time to revise the PRT map to show the trails in different locations, either a mile north or a mile south, but rather for the implementation in the future look to consider other trail alignments. We've proposed revising the trail language, that the county shall work with the surrounding landowners, the National Forest, county parks, CRATAC, Land Trust for Santa Barbara County, and other community groups to consider the potential for the alternative trail alignments for the Camino Cielo Crest Trail west of Refugio Road, and including existing trail easements where we have them as alternative alignments. So we think this still is providing more information and clarification that the county will continue to work with the landowners to consider alternatives to the trail easement on the map, but still locate the trail easement along the old historic West Camino Cielo Road.
Well, then I only have one question. Can the trail be placed in front of the Reagan Ranch and in front of the 2 navigation devices without the landowner's approval?
Mr. Chair, I think it goes back to probably the only way that could occur is through an eminent domain proceeding. And as you heard from Claude, who's been with the county for quite some time, and me even longer, I can't remember that we've ever acquired a trail that way.
Okay, well, I'm pretty confident that's the only way you're going to get it in that area, that location. So it would seem to me if you're really concerned about trying to get to a trail, you might want to take a look at what they proposed and move the trail alignment where it's more likely to occur. Just saying. I mean, what's the point of having it on the map and in the plan if it's not going to work. And I will tell you, I've been to the ranch and I've been to those two navigation devices. We walked right past them, and it's a terrible place for the trail. Sorry, it makes no sense whatsoever. So I hate to see you put it there when you have an opportunity to move it now in this plan and allow the trail people to actually have a shot at getting a trail through there.
And Mr. Chair, I think that's why we've recommended the language that's included in item number 3 is, to really leave that open to negotiation in the future.
Yeah, okay, I will think it's, all right. I think you may get there. I don't agree how we're gonna get there, but that's, you'll be here longer than I will be, so good luck.
And just to follow up on that, so why does the line remain if we all, on the map? If we all kind of understand that it's probably not going to happen and we're cleaning up the language, then why not move the line?
Mr. Chair, I think Mr. McKenna had held up the existing Parks and Recreation Trails map of the alignment from 1982. And obviously it was a broad brush alignment, but it actually, I think, went right through the middle almost by the adobe house, and so it was going through the middle of the ranch. The GAVPAC process at least acknowledged that that really wasn't appropriate and tried to align it between adjoining property owners along West Cominocila Road, just south of the property. There was no recommendation to remove the trail, and anything north of the ranch, you're going into or outside of our community plan area. And so you would have to do an amendment to move that trail. So it was to at least refine the alignment and knowing that there's still going to need to be work looking at alternatives. So I think that's why the GAVPAC included the original number 3, to acknowledge the need to still continue to look at workable options. I think people want a workable option, but what that is, we don't know right now.
So we've received a lot of comments over the course of these hearings asking the county to just return to allowing the certain agricultural exemptions in the coastal zone as we have them proposed for the inland area, and then just work that all out at the Coastal Commission and just submit the plan that the county and the community wants to the Coastal Commission and then work it out. However, we've also talked about, I think we've talked about why staff is not recommending the exemptions from coastal development permits, because these uses qualify and meet the definition of development within the coastal zone. So we were proposing to go forward with them as coastal development permitted uses. But we've also talked about the categorical exclusion process at previous meetings. And if your commission thinks the county should pursue the categorical exclusion process, which is a separate process and different from amending the coastal land use plan and the local coastal program, we've proposed some language that you could incorporate into the plan that we forward to the Board of Supervisors as a future action item.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, and this is one item that Mr. Van Leer brought to my attention, and I did email, just so you know, the director, and he came back and agreed that that process should be there, but we can't do it in this process. It has to be done separately. But I think we need to sort of poll the commissioners. I think this is something we definitely want to get done and get done quickly. I think as quick as you can do anything with the Coastal Commission, but because it makes perfect sense to me. It's one of the streamlined processes we're looking for. It just simply makes sense. So with that, I hope that satisfies the wish of Mr. Van Leer and the group that was asking for it.
So while Ms. Harris is bringing up the visual policy too, and I think Ms. Citron had mentioned suggested fix. As you may recall, the structure of the policies 1 through 12, they all fall under the heading of plan area-wide policies. And then policies that are specific to the visual resource, CVC, critical view corridor, apply starting in policy 13. As I recall, and I'm dusting off brain cells, but I think it was a staff, what we thought was a good separation language, that we had added the outside of the critical view corridor to, because the two standards, the standard for all of the plan area is visually subordinate, but within the view corridor overlay, it's a higher standard that it has to be screened from public view. And so that's why we added, because that policy Viz 2 was really speaking to visually subordinate, we added that language. So by removing the suggested language that Ms. Citron has suggested, I think that is accurate, and it was really more of a convention of why staff originally had added that language for the critical view corridor. So we recommend to delete it.
Commissioner Brooks.
There was, okay, looking at, so the request was to keep the visual resource 13, and
So I think the recommendation is to follow what Ms. Citron asked and delete outside of the critical viewshed corridor from Viz, the Viz policy 2.
so we're
doing what she asked.
doing
That
what
is
she
we're
asked.
recommending.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
There was a second visual resources policy that was, I think, mentioned by Ms. Citron in her comment, but we also had it mentioned in another comment letter, and it was in regards to some new language that staff had added into the design review, and this was language that was in the July 2016 published version of the plan. And that language was the P&D and the Board of Architectural Review shall consider the Gaviota Coast Plan Design Guidelines in approving future development. Now, we have heard two commenters now who have recommended that this language is not very strong, because considering the design guidelines could also mean consider it and then just discard them and not pay attention to them. So we had some commenters recommend changing that to shall apply the Gaviota Coast Plan Design Guidelines and approving future development. So staff recommends that we make that change if your commission directs us to do so.
Okay. Mr. Chair, that's all we had to respond to comments, and if there's any questions, staff, we're here to answer those.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, well, the big elephant in the room. We had a number of commenters talk not liking the idea that there's a policy to discourage fracking or other oil-enhanced extractions, and then we have some that want to have a ban on that. I first want to say I think it's disingenuous to talk about fracking. I think there might have been one well in this county that was ever fracked, and the reason there's only one well is because when they did it, it destroyed the well. Our formations don't work for fracking. They only work for steam injection, which is nothing. It was nothing like a fracking. But at least for me, if that policy remains in there, I can't support the plan. I get it. I mean, the board's going to take action on oil extraction in this county, and I think it should be the same for every place. And I get it where you might not think that the steam injection is inappropriate for the county, but it doesn't belong in the community plan, at least as far as I'm concerned. And we did have Proposition P, and it didn't get passed, and yeah, I'm sorry if you think it was the $7 million that did it, but I think it was just a bunch of smart voters. So I would just like to poll the commission, and if you think this should stay in there, fine. I'll vote no on the recommendation to the board. If you think it's going to get out, I'm probably going to want to vote to have the board approve the rest of the plan.
I think Commissioner Brooks and then Commissioner Cooney.
Yes, I'm looking at the language in the original plan, the draft plan, and this is TEI 12, impacts of enhanced oil and gas recovery techniques. And the language says there it should be discouraged. I thought we did we change that to shall be? We haven't done anything with it, so it still should be discouraged. I mean, I think we heard some very compelling presentations today about Gaviota Coast. You know, maybe we'll just, you know, maybe we'll, as I said, part of a poll of the commission. I would like to, personally, I'd like to see shall be prohibited. If that doesn't pass muster, I would like to see that shall be discouraged versus the should, you know, just give it a little bit more oomph. But I think when I spoke to a member of the GAVPAC, you know, I got the impression that, you know, that this wasn't discussed very much, but it was also pre-oil spill days. It was probably maybe even Measure P. I can't imagine, you know, this pristine environment having intensive steam injection, which probably, you know, is what might happen. Maybe not, who knows? But again, we're looking down 20, 30 years. If the possibility is there, it's happening certainly in the North County. So I would like to go with the more protective, most protective, I guess, would be, you know, shall be prohibited, but otherwise shall be discouraged.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think staff did a pretty good job of alienating both sides on this issue with its suggested language. We have adamant support that even this suggestive language ought to be thrown out from various oil industry representatives. And we also have a great deal of support for the concept that while we're not suggesting this for the whole county, for this particular plan area, there ought to be a complete ban. And staff is recommending that we tee this up for the Board of Supervisors, who would make the ultimate decision about whether it belongs in the plan or whether it should be looked at on a countywide basis. But, you know, I think staff's solution for the time being is a good one. I don't think we on the Planning Commission will agree on this, but I would favor sticking with staff's recommendation as a compromise and giving the Board of Supervisors the opportunity to decide how they want to deal with it, either within the Gaviota Coast Plan process or separately.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Commissioner Cooney, I think you tried to say something nice about staff, but actually this was the GAVPAC. So this wasn't something that we changed. It's simply something we're not recommending we touch. It was part of the GAVPAC plan and the initiated plan. So I think those nice comments are for the GAVPAC.
Withdrawn.
Mr. Chair, yeah, and I think that's probably the only reason why it got through the GAVPAC, because it recognized that, you know, it's a should discourage. It was just a perspective. Both, you know, people on both sides of the issue, I think, recognized that there already is a county process, and that would, you know, look at projects on a case-by-case basis. And so, you know, it was, I think if you read it, it is what it is. It's a perspective. It's a statement. It doesn't approve or deny any project. basically relies on the existing rules and regulations in place.
You want to say anything on that?
I agree. I support what GAVPAC. I think it's in its appropriate balance between one extreme and another. And while my personal philosophy is to prohibit it, I don't think that's practical, and I think it would be very difficult to implement in this county. And I'm not sure that a community plan is the appropriate place to do it. So the board needs to make that decision. We shouldn't. That's a policy call. Anyway, that's where I am on that. But I have some others, a couple others that Ms. Harris didn't mention on me. Are you through?
Well, I'll
I'm
just
sorry.
jump
Oh,
in
okay,
on that.
sorry.
And yeah, I'd like to see it removed. I think that it would have to go through somebody would have to go through a great process to get an oil field established there, and I don't think currently they would get it through. And I don't think we've addressed, does the oil drilling there actually relieve pressure? I don't know. So there's some doubt in my mind. So it looks like it's 3-2 maybe to leave it in. And we can move on from there and go to your next question.
Is Ms. Harris done? Yeah? Okay. I don't know if we finally assigned a number for the camping, small-scale campground. We did not do that, so. I'm sorry.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, when we said Julie was done, I think Julie was done going through the public comments. There's obviously some
I'm
issues
sorry.
that we need to.
Excuse me, okay.
But I'm fine with the commission,
Okay,
you know,
sorry.
picking those, and then we'll pick up the pieces if you
No, that's fine.
like.
Why don't we just let Julie finish because it may be
Well,
included.
she
in
was finished,
Oh,
but
she
it was
was.
with addressing public comments. So
Oh,
she did
okay.
her presentation.
All right.
There's some issues
I don't
that need to be decided by your commission.
Well, it's more orderly to have her do
So
it.
we can kind of go back through that if you
Let's have
want
her do that.
us
Thank
to.
you.
And then we have about 10 minutes left, and then we are going to adjourn at 4 o'clock today.
That you really want to speak to, huh?
So I think I'll bring up the campgrounds because I know that's something that was not resolved. We did find some photos. Let me get this pulled up here of smaller size recreational vehicles. So we did do some research. We found some different styles, and if I'll find my notes here that says how long each of these are, that should help illustrate. So up here, the first one up here, this is a small camping trailer, but this is 16 feet 8 inches in length. So that's one version of a small trailer. This next one on the right is 11 feet long. It's one of those pop-up kind of tents, and it gets larger when you open it, but that's your trailer length that would fit into the site. Then we have a small, car, van type of pop-up camper to your pickup truck camper shell. And then a couple of these RVs we pulled off the Cruise America website, and this shows a compact size RV that's 19 feet in length, and this one shows a 25 foot in length. So this would be the maximum allowed under what staff is currently proposing.
Commissioner Blau.
So if I could, so here's my point, okay? This is a perfect example. What'd you say this was? How long? This one? 16 feet, right?
16 feet 8
Okay.
inches is what they
my Jeep
pointed
is
out.
my Jeep is 16 feet. The distance from this tow bar up here is about 3.5 feet. So this behind a car does not fit at 25 feet. So my point was, if you want to make the limitation this be 25 feet, and we can have an 18-foot car sitting next to it, I have no problem. But if you're going to have a 25-foot combined length, neither one of these would qualify.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, we returned with additional information at your request to help you understand the small-scale campground question and how much to allow. staff proposed some certain regulations to meet the concept of a small-scale campground. If somebody wants to do a campground that would allow larger RVs, allow more sites or other, expanded uses, that could be allowed with a conditional use permit, which is currently allowed today. But it is really your commission's decision to look at what staff has proposed, and and then decide if this is still allowing things that are too large or too many campsites. Make
could-
recommendations for the ordinance.
If I could, by the chair, if you just change what you have to a vehicle at 24 feet in length, I have no problem.
So, Mr. Chair, it's up to you.
I know, I'm just saying.
It's not us.
Right.
The way I have it written right now is not doable. It's not practical. Just want to tell you.
It is. It's just only practical for very, very small.
Is there a width
Scale.
assigned
And-
to this
It's up to you.
campground? Is there a stamp we're looking at? 25 feet by 20 feet? What is each site supposed to look like?
I mean, this really was a small-scale campground. I can't even recall us talking about RVs in the Gav Pack. I mean, the vision was it was tent camping and maybe, there were going to be car camping and vehicles. So it was really something small-scale. Now, recognizing that not everybody's just going to car camp, I think that's the question. But I mean, the concept was that, this was really low intensity. If you wanted to go, you go to the state parks if you have a larger vehicle. And so, that I think that weighs in on at least a limitation to try to tie that to it is the space required for the parking area for each campsite. So it would be probably a camp area that maybe 10 by 20 and a fire pit and a parking space on both sides. It's something pretty basic.
So there's a decision for you. Okay. I mean, I think we just need some direction, and we'll put it in.
Okay. Let's go.
Oh, so, yeah.
So why don't you call on someone?
Just, I don't care. But my point is, if you have it where it says 25 feet of parking area, and I can park my 33-footer there, no problem.
And you're like,
We heard from the Gav Pack that their intent was to have tent camping, to have very small scale. I think that whatever allows for small scale is what we should go for. And if it is better defined by the length of the vehicle, then that's what it should be. And I don't think they envisioned, and I don't want to put words in their mouths, but this is what I got, that they didn't envision 30 spaces. It was 10 or some smaller number. So I would like to look at the minimum size that might allow vehicle camping, tent camping, and a smaller number than 30. And see where the commission is with that, if that helps us get started on the discussion.
what was the 30?
Well, it was in the original staff recommendation of 30, or
Okay.
15 sites
So
with
it's 15 sites with 2 vehicles at each
with
site.
two physical,
Yeah.
right, so that essentially was 30. So, but you never heard that from the Gav Pack.
Right.
So this was all inflated by, I think, some of our discussion
Right.
about vehicle length, RVs. I think it was something much more small, minimal camper shell with a pickup or something like that. So I just offer that, and I think that we need to look at something less than 30, maybe 10 spaces, or you have 5 for each spot. Remember, this is outside of the critical viewshed overlay, so it's nothing south of 101. It's all north, right? Is that right, Mr. Lackey? It's all going to be north of 101, someplace up in the mountains. So we're not talking a big campground here. It's just something meant to allow people to pull up their small camping vehicle and enjoy being outside. And that would be how I would think of it. So I'm not sure how the rest of you think of it, but.
What sounds like we would cross out no RV size limit, take out length limit of parking of 25 feet, and just put accommodate RV under 30 feet, and leave the other two things, and we're done. Commissioner Brooks?
Yeah, I support. That could be in the campground design. You can put up a low barrier at 25 feet, so the larger, and you can have a sign outside. I mean, all those details can be worked out so that it does remain, a small scale operation, without the large. So I support where Commissioner Brown is going.
And how about the number?
What did you say?
10.
Fine.
10 spaces. So reducing from 15 to 10 campsites.
Right. That still allow 2 vehicles per site?
That's still a lot of vehicles, right? The GAP, we didn't get much direction or help from the GAVPAC. That may still be too many. I put that out to the commission. That's my take on it.
Since we're going to be losing the commission in a few minutes, I just want to, maybe what we should do is resign ourselves to the fact that we're going to be taking this up on Monday and identifying those issues that the commission should think about and come back prepared to address. And I think they're really outlined in the memo unless there are other issues that the commission wants to put on the table. So it's this, how do we define a small campground in terms of what kind of vehicles can be in there, how big can they be, how many sites, how many vehicles? There's the farm stay. Is the commission okay with the meals being included in the price?
Farm stay was good.
I think you were
I
good
thought
with
we
that.
were good on farm
Yeah.
stay.
Well, you're mimicking state law. I'm great with it.
Incentive program, dwelling units, the approach we've taken with that, and doing the additional incentives and the remote siting as an action item later. So there's that. There's a small-scale firewood processing and sales and limiting or prohibiting oaks from being used in that and in the lumber, right, and chaparral. And then there's the steep slope guideline, which we haven't, I don't think, have come to any particular conclusion on. So it sounds like,
Okay, I've got one other.
it sounds like we really just need to deal with this campground, small-scale campground issue, and steep slope guidelines at the next hearing. It sounds like everything else is
No, I had one other
fairly
issue.
resolved. Okay.
And the only thing, this was something that Mr. Troutwine brought up that we did in the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan, and that was info to property owners.
Oh.
This wonderful little brochure that you guys sent out, I haven't seen it, but it's really, really good, and I think you should do it in the Gaviota Coast planning area. And that's simple. You've done it. It's pretty, anyway, I'd like to see an action item on that, just to, it's a notification to property owners, that's all.
Right, on the ESH issue.
Correct.
In Chaparral.
Right. That's it. I'm done. I'm ready to go home.
So those two issues, we'll come back with language on the notice to property owners on the ESH. Any other issues we should be prepared to address on Monday?
Have we addressed all the issues, or are people interested at all in some of the other issues in the EDC letter they had, especially with the ESHA mapping, we're not going anywhere else with that, okay? There was,
Excuse me, is the mapping an action item, a mapping of ESH?
The mapping is an action item. It's just not a timed action item, I think EDC.
I understand, but again, it's there for the board to prioritize if they want to map the area.
Correct.
okay.
So any other issues you want us to tee up to resolve on Monday? Then I don't think this will take very long on Monday. But I think, yeah. And would you like to take this up before the winery ordinance and finish
Yeah.
this and then do finish the winery ordinance, or?
Commissioner Kinney.
we've done this in the past where we finished our final negotiations and voting on a project, but I'll defer to county council as to whether any of this would cause us to reopen public comment, but
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Planning's going to come back with at least some new language related to the notice to property owner, so there will be new information. So I would recommend taking public comment, but the Commission can ask public comment to be limited to the new information.
well, that would certainly be my suggestion, so we can get on to the winery ordinance.
Any
Commissioner
other
Brown?
issues?
A question, on Monday then, we can't come, there's, I mean, the issues that, you know, I have more questions on, I've talked with staff on it, I'm okay, I guess, with most, but we cannot discuss anything besides what you just listed? Wording, I mean, if we find something, just like a shall or a funding, or, you know, can we bring this up on Monday and before we take a final vote?
Of course.
Of course, thank you.
So, we talked about your hearing on October 5th. I do not think we need your hearing on October 5th. So, if you want to continue this item to Monday, with that understanding of what we're going to be coming back with, and then make a motion to cancel October 5th, I think.
I'll make a motion to move the hearing, this one to
Continue.
Monday, and to cancel October 5th in the same motion.
Commissioner Brown.
Second. And I just had some other things I wanted to say.
Oh,
okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut it
No, that's
short.
all right. I just really wanted to thank staff. I know that some staff members worked over Labor Day weekend, laboring on Labor Day weekend. And it's been, as I look back at all the material, it's been considerable to sit down in front of a computer and go over it. I can't, how you keep track of all this and where it is and what it is, I think it's quite remarkable, and I just wanted to thank you for helping us get here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well said.
So I'm going to
All
ask
in
you to.
favor
Yeah, thanks.
of the motion and the second? Aye. All right.
Great.
Excuse me, did you have something
Nope,
else?
I just wanted you to make sure you voted on that
Oh,
motion
okay.
as well.
And meeting adjourned.
Great, thank you.
Well, we didn't get you out of here on time. Okay.